Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Hearthstone Masters Tour Winter Championship. We've got a lot of action for you today, and we've also got Sottle going to be talking about the action for you to open it up. Sottle, yesterday and today, same tournament, but 2 very different days in store, I feel. The lineups and stuff.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair assessment. Day 1, we had a ton of egg stuff in Group A, and that was kind of the story of whether the tempo decks could get through the egg stuff, and did so with mixed results. We are going to have an egg warrior in our opening series that myself and Lorinda will be covering, but a lot more aggressive decks are entering the fray now in terms of the one-drop hunters, the flood paladins. We've got you playing shaman here as well as the only shaman in the tournament. So a lot of new decks that you didn't really get to see yesterday. There were some hunters in lineups, but I think they got banned and never got played in the series that were broadcast. So there's a bunch of new decks entering, of course, as well as 8 new players to take a look at this one. So a nice little grenade among the pigeons for the tournament today, just to mix up everything we thought we knew from yesterday. Maybe the likes of Death Knight, Demon Hunter, Rogue can recover from some of the lackluster showings that they had on day 1, despite being big favourites coming in.
Yeah, there's the Priest as well. Hopefully no Death Knight making any appearances, but yeah, the Priest as well, which is obviously the opposite end of what you were talking about, just the very control-focused Priest. A lot of I think they all have taken out like the direct damage package as well, so they will be interesting to see later as well. Here's the stuff about how they got here. You do well on ladder or you win a qualifier, basically. There.
Thanks, Phil. There's a lot of great players here. What can you tell me about these players? It is always important to when you get to this point, because obviously some players are going to crash out on stream in their first series. They play a series off stream, they might lose, go into a lower bracket, they show up, right? And it is important to remember that even getting to this point, these players have gone through an absolute marathon process to get to this position.
A lot of great players here, Sottle. What can you tell us about these players?
Thanks, Frodan. Yeah, I mean, most importantly, we'll focus on the ones that we're kicking off with, which is Gyu and Nick77, who, Gyu, I think, coming into this one, a lot of us wanted to pick, personally. I was very much on board. Gyu is one of the players that I always want to look out for. But his lineup has a big question mark in it, which is that Shaman, which no one else is bringing. And in our most recent look into a competitive esports environment, it did not do particularly well in the China qualifier, in the China tournament that was recently broadcast, and Bandsface did a lot of coverage on his Twitch channel, for example. But this is what Gyu is betting on. He is betting on the Shaman, and this is what is in store for the players who qualify for the first time in many, many years. We are going back to BlizzCon with the World Championship. We are doing in-person competitive Hearthstone as a first-party event officially for the game, for the Hearthstone Esports program, and I think that massively ups the stakes for everyone involved in this tournament, as well as us, right? Like, we're as excited as everyone.
Yeah, that'll be my first one. But Gyu has been to the World Championships 3 years running, so amongst all of these players, he's the one surely who, like, can he get to a BlizzCon, please? Like, he's done 3 years of getting to World Championships in a row, built up a reputation along the way of being the best lineup maker in the world. Although, Protoss Rogue at the last Worlds, and now he's got this Shaman. It's all on the line in this tournament. That reputation might be under threat as well. So,
yeah,
I would love to see Gyu get there.
Fine line between genius and madness is the expression, right? And sometimes it's hard to tell which side someone is on. Gyu certainly does have that reputation. If he's just always had the best lineup for the tournament. We all took a look at the Starship Rogue in the World Championship and went, nope, that's not it. Gyu, you've got a lot of credit in the bank, but we just don't believe you. And it turns out the field was right on that occasion. This time he's come in with Shaman, and Shaman is eating bans from what we are seeing so far. Yeah. So, so far so good for Gyu with the way things are going. Of course, Shaman, a deck that has access to Hex, which is very, very relevant when you're up against some egg decks that are hovering around the tournament. You can take a look now at all of the professional Hearthstone casters who still have their picks in the tournament, and one rank amateur who does not.
Yeah. I think we were talking about this beforehand as well. I think we both agree that Pocket Train's name shouldn't be there. Lucas has no right to be faded out there. It's not Lucas's fault that Pocket Train can't make a good pick, right? So
yeah,
we should fade out Pocket Train instead. But yeah, the rest of us all still surviving. 3 of us are actually through. And Jake plays today for Edelweiss. So obviously that's the most important thing of the whole tournament. I was very close to picking Saver as well, but I messed up my brain like I do, and Sot had already picked, and he told me I couldn't change because that would.
That's not true. That's not true.
You said something worse than that, but let's go with you told me I couldn't change or I was bad.
I said, feel free to copy me and then face the consequences. And Lorinda decided that the consequences did not need to be faced. But yeah, worked out okay for them anyway. But yes, Gyu is, of course, flying the flag for Team Raven in terms of the predictions, which, of course, beyond the prize money, beyond the title of Masters Tour champion, beyond the World Championship in person, live at BlizzCon that you'll be qualifying for, making Raven happy is clearly the #1 motivation for Gyu here, I think, in terms of advancing through this group. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree. Calming Raven down, definitely an important aspect of today's Hearthstone. Nick, on the other hand, we haven't talked about Nick that much yet. Came through, beat Yala in the playoffs a few weeks ago on stream. And also him and Monkey Flip went through that Swiss. It was 6 rounds. After 5 rounds, they actually both lost in round 6. But they're both 5-0 with the exact same lineup at one point. And the reason I bring that up is because, okay, somebody's going to go 5-0, 6-0 in Swissers. But if you go the same lineup as somebody who you've obviously play tested with and brought the same exact 120 with, and you both go 5-0, that's a sign of somebody who knows what they're doing when we don't know that much about the player. So he has brought a fairly standard lineup for this tournament, but standard doesn't have to be wrong, does it?
Standard doesn't have to be wrong, no. And I do think because we're in a fresh meta, there is still some disagreement as to what standard is, right? Like, there's a ton of Demon Hunter, a ton of Rogue, nothing else really that ubiquitous in the lineups. So variation is always going to be king. Yes, there's a lot of warriors individually, but that is split between eggs and dragons. I think it's about 2-to-1 ratio of dragon to egg from memory, but still a decent amount of egg warriors thrown in there. So there's what makes these fresh meta tournaments as stressful as they are for the players preparing, and even for us preparing, right? Because we have to scramble to gobble up as much information as possible in a very short time. But it's what makes them worth it, and what makes them compelling is that you get these disagreements, right? You don't have this settled meta where everyone agrees what the best decks are, and then it becomes plan 1, bring the best decks, plan 2, counter one of the best decks, plan 3, do something that counters the people that are trying to counter the best decks, right? And you get that rock, paper, scissors tournament. That tends to be what happens when you get these very settled metas. When you get to this position, there's still debates now of, we're sitting there, waiting for the tournament to start, looking at lineups and talking among ourselves. And of course, we've got Pocket Train there, who is an incredibly successful World Championship winning deck builder himself. And, we're still debating, what's the ban here? What is this lineup trying to do? Have they got the tech cards right? Like, they clearly think they win this matchup. Are they right? Do we disagree with that? Those are really interesting talking points to have when the meta is not settled and that stuff is all up in the air.
Yeah, and as much as ladder practice for the players, is helpful to some degree, what you find when you're listening to some of the playtesting is everybody went 12-3 with every deck on ladder, because a lot of these players are so much ahead of sort of the rest of the top 100 that they can't get meaningful stats against good players. So they have 3 or 4 days to playtest against each other. Not necessarily always playtesting with, they all like each other. Almost all the top players get on. I hate saying that because I'd love there to be some sort of, bit of needle, bit of, this person really wants to win this. But they do get on. But you get people like Saber and Method who wanted to playtest together and couldn't because same group. And end up having to play test with people they're slightly less familiar with. But we are into the game, and I know that this is a deck you played quite a bit of in the early playtesting, Soto. How did you end up on it on the Paladin? I know you did well, but did you end up liking it, or? I was
just going to say, like, to your point, if you go by my testing data, every deck I played is the best deck in the game, apart from Quest Mage, which is unplayable. That's what my data says, which is probably not accurate to the cause. And I do
definitely says that Mage is unplayable.
Yeah, true. I do really like End of Turn Paladin, though. I think it's super strong. It is lacking a tiny bit in early game, which is a problem that Gyu has skirted wonderfully here by just drawing all of the early game cards. But it has some of the most degenerate mid-game things you can do in the game. If you are able to set up some 1-2 combination with either the weapon or a Sand Fury aura with the Nozdormu aspect, and you stick at least one minion on board going into that,
Right.
the game kind of ends against most decks, because removal is at such a low power level in the deck right now, in the game right now, that 3 7/7 Divine Shields or whatever you're going to output from whatever power level of setup you're going to have, so difficult to clear from most decks in the game. So really, the struggle for Paladin is fighting for early game as hard as possible, so you can stick that minion going into those like platform mid game turns, and one into ramp into blow up your opponent's board with the new Duskbreaker is pretty ideal, honestly.
Yeah, I was going to ask though, actually, like, how many is the ideal number of minions? And you're saying one is fine, right? That's obviously it's not. Ideal number is 6, I realise, but realistic ideal number, the minimum number. There you go. Let's go with that phrase. The minimum number of minions is just the 1.
Yeah, and like, don't get me wrong. If you have a weapon equipped and you have Nozdormu Bronze Aspect and your board is clear, your best play is probably just to do it anyway on an empty board. But even if you have a setup as simple as you coin into the Dragon Summon aura, the Chronological aura, so it summons a 3/5 for you at the end of the turn, and then the next turn you drop your Nozdormu, break your weapon, that guarantees you at least that second minion on board, right? Because the Chronological aura will go off first and everything will get buffed. That's plenty to force your opponent onto the back foot, if not win the game outright.
We haven't spoken much about Nick's build of this rogue, which is important, especially in these matchups with powerful minions for your opponent. Double Nightmare Fuel in hand, capable of just ripping the Nozdormu and flipping that whole argument on its head to some degree. Obviously, it won't get the double buff, but one buff with some rogue stuff on the board is also kind of exciting. Especially to get Divine Shield on it. There's stuff going on there. But also he has the Imbue effect going on in his deck, which...
That's right.
It's not an Imbue deck, it just has the one Imbue card, the Knight.
And no, it has deal 2 damage Imbue as well in it, right?
It has them both, okay. And then your Sinestro is obviously so much better because you've got so many cards you can reduce.
Yeah, Eventuality is the name of the other card. Deal 2 damage Imbue you'll hear about. Does have both of them. There's a couple of ways to do this. Imbue Rogue is a deck that did hit a double rank 1 on ladder recently and garnered a bit of attention. Nick is the only player in the tournament to go with the Imbue build. But there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can actually cut some of the Herald stuff to make room for the Imbue, or you cut the Bounce Dragon package to make room for the Imbue stuff. Nick has done the latter. He still has full Imbue. He has full Imbue package and full Herald package, and it's the Naralex and the 9-mana dragons that have made way to make room.
There we go. I'm kind of for it as well. I think that when Rogue was released, like, oh, this 9 dragon, you play it, you win the game. That's not necessarily that untrue even now. But if you get to winning the game on turn 7 or 8 because you've got the early game so much quicker, then you don't need to balance that because you've won the game. Nick, you haven't sat there with a 9 drop for half the game.
Digging in with the Nightmare Fuels here does pick up some nice synergy from the opposing deck. Divine Shield minion to follow up into Toreth the Unbreaking to triple the strength of all the Divine Shields. Gets himself a Divine Shield on the face as well. And this Divine Shield might just be awkward enough for Gyu to deal with that he may just fully ignore it here. The problem is, of course, Chronological Aura summoning 3/5s is a miserable situation to just leave a 5/1 Divine Shield lifesteal up on the other side. But kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't here, right? Because it's bad trades for Gyu to take. But if Nick says, well, if you're going to ignore it, well, I just drop Toreth the next turn, and then I get triple Divine Shield on this guy anyway. So pick your poison, Gyu. You're kind of behind a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to trick it now.
Unpleasant.
Take the Divine Shield off the face. That makes sense. Double Dragon, Bimmy and Jimmy getting summoned. And yeah, I mean, it's weird to say it plays around Toreth to attack face and take off the Divine Shield there, but, weirdly it does.
Yeah, absolutely. How good is Gelbin? So I made this big mistake when I was first looking through this. Oh, Gelbin doesn't look very good in this deck. There's not much effect, but obviously you need the good auras that it puts in your deck. But how good is Gelbin itself? Is it still a card you want in your hand on turn 8? Does it summon enough stuff still, or is it?
Yeah,
it's just a card now.
Usually it's disgusting, but the biggest brick is having played double chronological aura already, because it's a very similar effect to Nosdormu. When you play Gelbin, you want... So even if your board is clear, you get the Dragon Summon from Chronological Aura, then the Legendary Aura that gives it Divine Shield and buffs it goes off, right? Then the heal effect goes off afterwards, etc. So you get all this compounding stuff. If you're not summoning minions with your Gelbin, then the rest of everything else is weaker. Your initial play of Gelbin is just, you play Gelbin, it gets Divine Shield and gets buffed. That's it. You've played a 10/10 Divine Shield for your turn, essentially. So right now, with the double chronological aura already being played, that is a little bit awkward, but still massively strong card.
Oh, we're getting the Finns.
Yeah, Infinite Loop, nothing particularly exciting in the opening hand here. If you do have the Shatter card in your opening hand, this prints additional copies of a fully combined Shatter card for you by doing exactly what Q's doing right now. More relevant in the Flood deck that you'll see later, but I think Yu here just deciding his most efficient turn here was just spending all of his mana on these on 2/3s and another Acceleration Aura from the Violet Treasure Guild.
That is a lot of stuff. Getting to the point where just giving them 3/3 once or Divine Shield once is probably okay as well. Don't have to necessarily have the full stuff going on, because you'd like to. I think a lot to worry about.
Good ordering as well. I don't know how deliberate this is. It is probably relatively deliberate from Gyu because he's a fantastic player, but you'll notice that Crystalline in hand for Nick has never been a good minion at any point during this entire game.
Yeah, it's probably deliberate. There's a lot of things that are automatic as well. You get in the habit of positioning things in certain ways just because you learn that's the best way to do it, so you just sort of program it into your head. And then the meta changes and you have to remember to do it differently.
Yeah.
Things like Nomelia becoming, there were so many decks at one point that I think even people like me were accidentally positioned correctly. Three Divine Shields is a lot, isn't it?
It is so many, yeah.
It's so much stuff.
It's another thing, though, again, like, all of this Paladin's cards, I talked specifically about Nosdormu, but Toreth is the same thing, where if you get to even just playing it with a Righteous Protector, is just so much extra stuff that you end up generating. If you get it to stick for a turn, and then you get to play even the Shatter card afterwards, just to give your whole board Divine Shield, right? Like, forget about the Drakes. Like, that's the absolute nuts if you can get the combined version. And then suddenly you've got like 3, 4, 5 minions all with Divine Shield with a Toreth in play. Yeah, they're kind of dead at that point.
I wanted to have fun. I wanted him to bat mask it, so we could just have infinite 1/1s with triple Divine Shields. To be the most annoying board in the history of Hearthstone.
You probably just die to fatigue at that point, don't you? I would imagine.
The old Dreadsteed thing as well, same sort of deal, right? Yeah.
So, worth pointing out that what would be really useful here for Nick 77 is some form of way of bouncing this entire board back to the opponent's hand. That would seem quite powerful right now, wouldn't it?
Well, like a mistress or something, you mean?
Yeah, some sort of 9-mana dragon that you could discount with another card in your deck somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine not ending the game before that was relevant, huh? Hmm.
Alright, let's find a Herald card.
Just generate a, well,
Seems easy enough.
generated half of Hearthstone already. Just generate the other half. Come on. Both players still on 30, by the way.
Oh. Well, not for long.
No.
13, 19,
No.
22, 24, 28. 1 mana off, can't get the Scale Breaker. Yeah, 1 more mana would have been lethal with getting the Scale Breaker into play.
And also just play the maneuvers, the Nosdormu now, right? It's just a lot.
It is. Scale Breaker is also a lot on its own, though, because it goes off twice. Like, it's immediate damage, and it clears the board, so you don't have to worry about doing any trades.
Okay.
It is hard to resist. It is hard to resist Samfury or Nosdormu, though, I will concede.
I must move quickly. I am timeless.
Yeah, some sort of 9 mana. Is this the 70 seconds where you're checking the deck list to make sure there's definitely no mistress? Because this does end the game against basically everything without it.
So yeah, if you've never seen this before, have a guess how big these numbers are going to be. Yeah, that big. You didn't think that, did you?
No. I knew how it worked. I'd added it up, and I still didn't think they were going to be that big. Oh.
Reach for the skies.
Absolutely no Pyromancer.
The true masters draw close.
Well, he's used the poisons.
Yeah.
Oh, we are mega playing our cards.
We're backmasking the poison, right? Oh, too late, yeah.
This is the right play,
most...
right? He's not...
Yeah.
He is technically... Because every time one of these appears, he does generate a new Herald card, so it is technically correct to have a look at all of these things. Yeah, okay, fine. Well done.
Yeah. He got rid of all the Divine Shields, so...
Yeah.
More
Good stuff. For sure.
So that's the Paladin and the Shaman out of here. And I think that was... talking to Pocket before the match started, I thought the Shaman was probably the ban. Pocket thought it was probably Paladin, so... The Paladin getting through isn't the biggest surprise in the world, being the conclusion from that. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, Pocket gave us a shout just in our chat with a great point. Was so the choice between Shaman and Paladin for the ban. If he bans Paladin, then all of those Nightmare Fuels that he was casting just pick up the Herald minions from Shaman, which are fantastic for him, right? Because he's just heralding his own Sinestra at that point, because it just adapts to the class that you pick it up in. So it does seem, certainly just based on that matchup, that he would much rather have been facing the Shaman. But of course, his motivation, I think, principally is me play egg, you have hex, right? That's
I think just ends. Like the game ends. It's
I think
one of the most
that's
sad things in Hearthstone right now.
I think that is largely what the motivation has been going into this one, so we will wait and see. But yeah, Paladin picking up a win, which I'm very pleased to see. It is probably my second favorite deck in the game right now. And when I say favorite, like I don't like decks for reasons other than they win, right? So when I say second favorite deck, I mean the deck I have won the second most with through testing in Hearthstone right now. So I think it's very, very strong. With the Fire Package Dragon Warrior being the only one that I have ahead of it right now. But I'm looking forward as well to seeing...
Patron Warrior, right?
Fire Package Dragon Warrior is an extra... It's closer to Patron Warrior than most of the decks that people who weren't good at Patron Warrior say are like Patron Warrior. Let's put it that way.
I think we need to contact Hunter Ace or somebody to interpret this into a language the rest of us can understand. It's just Flamestrike, isn't it?
It is more like the Hunter Ace 110 Warrior or Skipper Warrior than it is Patron, but yes.
Let Warsong go is the advice from the Discord, by the way.
Who brought it up? Was it me? Check the tapes. Who brought it up? Was it me? No. Not my problem. I was asked a question by my host. I answered it.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for game number 2 in this. The Hunter, again, we haven't seen yet, as you mentioned. He kept getting banned. Well, we're not going to see it now. We're going to see Patron Warrior versus Egg Warrior.
Yes, we are. That's exactly right. You looking at the mulligan here. Prescient Slither Drake being held onto. Stadium announcer, the missing link from yesterday. Would have been crucial in a couple of positions had it been picked up against some of the quest mages, for example.
And then the one time it was offered, it wasn't taken because there were better tempo options that beat the mage anyway. That was quite
because they chose tempo over the disruption in the end. This is a pretty strong looking start though. Anytime you can get the buffed egg, you're off to a pretty decent opening, but Nick has the perfect 2 into 3 with the egg barrier and the egg of Kelos. Gyu, of course, is not playing a silence in his egg warrior. That is something that we saw from Savor yesterday. Didn't actually end up coming up in any of the matches that he played against eggs, but was in there nonetheless.
Yeah, we didn't see it, but there is a librarian in his paladin. So if he's got the hex in the shaman and the silence in the paladin, he perhaps thought that was, that'll do. I don't need to put tech in everything, maybe. Which is unfortunate for him because they're both gone. Yeah, lucky.
Looking down the list in general, this is the 12 dragon version of the deck. So he is playing Darkscale Broodmother and Petal Peddler. He only has one Stadium Announcer, though. He is playing Grom. Some lists are double Stadium Announcer and no Grom. He's also made room for a single copy of Living Flame, which just draws you a fire spell, which is not an ever-present in the list either, but is a decent addition just to get some added consistency with those erupting volcanoes when you grab them.
Yeah, I faced that one time before I'd seen these lineups, and I was like, oh, I saw someone play Living Flame, and I'm thinking, noob. And I looked at it again, I thought, no, actually, this is just what everything this deck wants to do, apart from it's not a dragon. Like, in this one card, it puts some pressure on. Yeah, you don't want it to die, because all the fire spells are really good. It's actually just a really good addition to the deck. But you can see how 2 would be a bit cluttery. So, I like it. I know you love one-offs.
I do love one-offs, yeah. I play Chromie in Dragon Warrior just so there is no excuse to play a one-off, because then you don't draw the other one from Chromie when you play it. So.
Got it. Absolutely superb. Just making your own rules work. You're a fan of playing fewer and fewer dragons as well, right? Talk about your preferences while this game unfolds. Just have a chat about the deck.
Yeah, the version I've been running only plays 8 dragons, which I am incredibly successful with. There is unanimous agreement from everyone who has brought this version of the deck to this tournament, who are currently have an argument for being 16 of the best players in the world, that the 12 dragon version is correct. I only play 8. I don't play Petal Peddler or Darkscale Broodmother. The build I play is far more focused on card draw, getting at least one location in play, and then if you get one location in play, you've always got Chromie, which will then always draw you the second, will also draw you all the second copies of your fire spells, and you can just output ludicrous amounts of damage by just torching away all your opponent's minions and clicking your locations, which are dealing 12 when you have both of them in play. It sounds gimmicky. It sounded gimmicky when I started playing with it, and then I played 37 games and won 30 of them. So I'm sticking with it.
Since you mentioned it, I've kept an eye on the Petal Peddler in particular, and it does now when I'm actually looking for how good is Petal Peddler, because you just assume it's amazing because it was amazing in the previous meta when it had other things working with it before a round of nerfs, and it is actually kind of a 1/4 that sometimes gives +1/+1. Yeah. It does have the word dragon on it, which is kind of important. But
they do work hand in hand. Those additional 4 cards, Petal Peddler and Darkscale Broodmother, work hand in hand because they're the nuts opener. If you can go coin Darkscale Petal Peddler on turn 2, you win most games of Hearthstone from that point, because it's just such an insane amount of damage output that early in the game. I just do think there's a lot of times situationally where I'm like, okay, this is too slow at this point anyway. I've fallen behind on board. What I need is more card draw to get to the swing cards in my deck, to get to the Grom, the Windspeak Worms, the Erupting Volcanoes, and the Fire Spells, which are the actual comeback or win from behind mechanisms in the deck. You can totally make the argument that you're putting yourself behind more often, and that is a totally valid argument. But again, I'm just right now I'm in the position where I can't get past my win rate with the deck to really have a civilized conversation with anyone.
Fair enough. While we're talking about this, by the way, Nick has just refused to draw any ways to kill his own egg, basically at all. He has got 1 or 2, obviously, but really struggling to spend mana constructively and actually progress the game plan without getting hit for 14 next turn. Does have another chance to kill it next turn and get 8 more armor, so he is slowly getting there. But also the problem may come around where he's doing so little to influence Gyu's board because he's struggling to advance his own plan. Gyu might just get 20 attack on the board and just kill the egg when it happens at this rate.
Yeah, very true. Pounding away that armor is going to be relatively important here. You never want a warrior to start a turn with large amounts of armor in this deck because Shelnado then just becomes such a disgusting card. We can see that Nick has the way to gain the armor back anyway to make that happen if he needs to. But I would imagine that Gyu is just going to push maximum damage here with the Stadium Announcer just to try and chip away all of that armor and stop the big AoEs from coming down. Don't like that.
Don't rewind. I know you don't want it, but don't rewind. never rewind. I don't know, it's so hard.
Wait. Is them having Waggle Pick actually the nuts? Because most of the time they can't really swing it the second time, right?
Yeah.
It would just bounce the egg back to their hand?
Yeah.
Maybe that's too gimmicky. All right, yeah, we'll take Corrupted Ashbringer. Let's go.
Also, there's going to be a reason why I'm wrong here, because there always is. Are we supposed to attack before we give our opponent a weapon, just in case?
What, Bulwark? Just in case Bulwark?
Yeah, attack for 8 and 4 and leave the 2-1 back, just in case a Bulwark happens.
If you end up in that position, you need to break the Bulwark anyway, right? So you might as well just use your attacks to chew through it. And
Well, I mean, I want to attack with my 8-7 first, though, still.
Sure. Yeah, maybe. There's no upside of doing it the other way, right? You're not getting extra
Not that I can
damage
think
from your
of,
weapon. Yeah, you might be right.
Making sure to keep armor. Some things never change in Hearthstone, right? Attack first, then get your armor.
Yep. Actually, crucially and imminently important in this scenario because of the Shelnado that you're casting. This is one of the better cards in the deck because it AoEs and gives you the best part of 2 procs on your own egg, which is a lot of stuff in a single card. Unfortunately, not enough because you died to Searing.
I was just checking that wasn't the last proc of the egg, but it just never got advanced. There we go.
Nope.
And 2-0 to Gyu. Looking very comfortable.
Yeah, easy march on through. Gyu saying, you know what, you don't need any tech cards in Dragon Warrior, you just need to draw a 4-mana 6/8, put it on the board, hit your opponent in the head with it a few times, and they die, which, yeah, accurate assessment, actually, of Dragon Warrior.
Pocket trains now, just Gyu was actually always the pick. Yeah. Pocket
We did
is the
talk
most,
about that, yeah. I think me and
visionist.
Pocket both had the process of, like, maybe we should pick Gyu. Nah, Shaman sucks too much, though.
I was the same, yeah.
And then Raven picked Gyu, and we're like, you know what? Maybe this like no think click Gyu strategy from Raven has actually worked out, and maybe we've thought ourselves out of the right pick.
He did it with Chionsu as well, right? We sort of looked at Chionsu's lineup in some tournament or other, and it was like, I don't really fancy Chionsu. We said, you know, it's Chionsu. He'll be fine. He'll be okay here. He's going to do great, and he did great. Right? Yeah. That's just a strategy. Just pick the players and stop trying to out-clever them. Like, it's just assume that Gyu's got it right just because he made one dodgy-looking lineup once. And I like his strategy, actually. In a field where there's 16 of the very best players, let's say there's not much between them. Obviously, there is. There is a definite skill difference between Gyu and 1 or 2 of the other players in this tournament, for sure. But let's say they're all about equal. If you can sometimes get it really right and sometimes get it really wrong, that's a good way to win tournaments. Because no one really cares if you came 16th or 5th. Like, doesn't matter that much, a little bit of money. But remember if you come first. So
Yeah.
I kind of like the distinguish yourself from everybody else, take a little bit of a chance, and occasionally look really silly. Rather than take the middle ground.
They certainly remember if you make it to the World Championships for 3 years in a row, which is what Gyu has managed to do.
Yes.
Which is a staggering feat. And now, you know, well along the way on the march for a 4th, you know, 2-0 up in a series to get himself out of the groups, and then suddenly he's a couple of wins away from doing it again. So, you know, this is a player who sometimes, you know, will not have the plaudits that a Pocket Trainer or a Zhao Ti or someone that's actually gone all the way and lifted the World Championship. But, you know, I've been saying this for 10 years now, right? Like, this is a card game. Anyone can win a tournament. The true mark of excellence is consistently being there over and over and over again over a large sample of tournaments. And that's what Gyu has done over the last few years, which really singles him out as one of the absolute best in the world.
Yeah, he won. He beat Pocket Training Masters Tour Summer 23 as well, which I think was the maybe the tournament that sent Pocket into having to do another 3 months, if I remember correctly. Like, cause there was one slot, so Pocket ended up having to do another 3 months of ladder as well that year, and then won the World Championship, beating Gyu along the way. But yeah. Yeah, that's right. He beat Pocket's just clarifying. He beat him in 2 winning into the Worlds, and then Pocket got revenge at Worlds. But yeah,
love to see it.
Right, the Hunter. Talking of love to see it, I really like watching good players play this deck. It's one of those decks that I suspect that very, very new Hearthstone players play significantly better than I do.
Silver arrows. Excellent choice.
Sorry, it's a really funny sentence.
Yeah, it's the curve, right, with the troll faces. Like, the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the curve just hit everybody in the face, and everybody in the middle tries to do clever little trades and stuff.
Care to make a wager, friend?
You know, I spend way too much time trading with this deck and not just pointing everything straight to the face, which isn't always correct. You do have to make sort of the right 1 or 2 trades. But
yeah, no, I was going to push back on that and say, like, the deck is more resilient than you might initially give it credit for. Like, sticking minions and, you know, particularly protecting the Quad-Eye Fletcher is very worth taking trades for in the early game. You really want that platform to be able to push, and Embrace the Tol'vir is, Confront the Tol'vir is such a powerful card that even though your deck is 70% 1-drops, you're still just so capable of going through to those turns 8, 9, 10, still being in the game just because you're doing so many things in a single card. Plus, your ability to generate cards like Sands of Time or discover random nature spells. You know, the spells that you can find. You know, discover a Shaladrasil from Illyria, for example, right? You have so many ways to actually give yourself late game plans with this game as well, with this deck as well, that I think it's a lot more resilient than people might give it credit for.
And I don't think that the build has been settled on yet. Gyu here is going with the Niri at the top end, basically, topping out at 3, which I think is where the better players are tending to end up now, which is cut all the 4-drops, no matter how nice they are. Gyu has brought Librarian in his Paladin. He hasn't brought in this Hunter. Just keep that hand size really low and you know, get maximum card draw that way.
Yep. I, for the majority of my testing of this deck, played this exact list, -1 shard plus Gen. I think if I was going to go back to the deck now, I would cut Gen. I don't know if it'd be a second shard that came in, but I do think that Gen is a card that, we were talking about it yesterday, it sometimes tricks you into thinking it's having a really powerful effect on the game, but if you spend that 4 mana on 4 mana's other worth of stuff that you've put in your deck, you'll probably end up winning most of the games anyway.
Yeah.
Although your chances of winning this game have just took a significant hit due to the 4 mana Sinestra that your opponent has in hand.
4 mana Sinestra. Yeah, I don't think we've seen much. Well, we won't see much in this tournament, but there hasn't even been that much on ladder of this sort of hybrid version of Rogue. So I think a lot of people aren't really sure yet how good it is. Obviously, it made double rank 1, but it was the same player playing it, which, yeah.
I think for the last, like, 2 days, like Wednesday, Thursday, when I was still jamming games on ladder, I think this is actually the most common Rogue that I played as I was climbing higher. It started to outnumber the pure Rogues by a bit, but that was, like, fresh as the news broke of, like, hey, there's this double rank 1 deck, right? Like, that was just peak period for that happening, so it might have just been a flash in the pan. I don't know what the spread looks like now.
That was No Flame, wasn't it, who did it? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. It was No Flame who got the double rank 1. Just to shout out the person who did it rather than this mysterious entity. It's the most all-in Sinestra of all time. Just a coin and a prayer and a Sinestra.
Yeah, I mean it's a 5/5 and some 1/1s, which, you know, fight a Hunter board extremely effectively. Even if you don't hit anything good, plus you've got the ability to squeeze in the hero power as well.
Nice rat trap here, though. Nick just making sure that he's aware of all of his options that can go wrong here. Hunter Secret's very irritating to play around at times.
My brood will inherit this world.
Okay.
Ooh, 3-mana flight maneuvers. Very nice. To go with the Ritual of Power
Yeah,
as well.
yeah,
Okay, this
yeah.
has worked out really nicely. It is going to get potentially shut down. Oh, hang on. Hang on. That's a jump scare. That's a jump scare, literally and figuratively. No, he's going to hold on. Yep, does not want to play the third card.
Oh my goodness!
Oh! If you ever doubted the narrative that Gyu has World Championship plot armor, there it is in full effect. Buff Sylvanas, one sister already played, 4 damage AoE. Say goodbye to your board. These 1/1 rushes are going to have to do a lot of work here because now they're on their own.
Yeah. And the flight maneuvers will help to some degree, but
Yeah, they will.
large
You can get the eventuality out to fuse one of them together. It still has enough mana to squeeze in a couple of the rush. This is still a very, very strong response.
yeah, absolutely.
Triple trade
Well-
down the rat. Still be threatening 16 in play. Sylvanas already been used. No degenerate youthful brewmaster in this version of Hunter anymore, so don't have to be worrying about that.
Where stuff gets kind of interesting. You got to try and do 20 over 2 turns, or find a way to make Nick need an extra turn, which looks impossible. So a lot of stuff at face and hope to get there. It doesn't get there very often, though, does it?
It does not look like it, no.
I think the calculation here is whether to get the Retriever down and draw 2, or whether to hero power, right?
So I'm just looking. So we've got Rock Arcane Shot in hand. There's been 1 Arcane Shot played already. There's a Kelderai Fletcher, which will let you hero power some of the time as well. But no other direct damage has been played for 1 cost. So even a Confront the Tol'vir draw off the top would not end up being lethal here, particularly with the chance of other minions that can be shot into with the Nightmare's card.
Yeah. The extra 2 cards in Gyu's mind is worth more than the 2 damage he gets from pressing the button, so...
Altraxian does do the 4th Herald here.
This is terrifying enough that it might force a trade, it might buy an extra turn. I don't think it does.
9 mana Rush Lifesteal Divine Shield Wind Fury. It is 1 mana too expensive to have any effect on this game, you would imagine.
You never play 9 mana cards. Change my mind again.
I think you're going to take it just because none of the others... Like, Moarg kind of has the same effect, right? You play it 1 turn earlier, but it only then has an effect on the game the next turn, so it has an effect on the same relevant turn as Scorching Observer. Scorching Observer is literally Reno Jackson here, so I think of the 2 cards that impact the game in a similar way, you pick the one that has the higher impact.
Just has to do a bit of counting to see, how much he can afford to trade down. He's already got rid of enough stuff that he'll be fine. Yeah, just make sure he's got lethal next turn. The only disaster is not having lethal again. Tol'vir's.
Okay, so Wound Prey was picked up, which is another point of damage in. So there is 4, 5, 8, 9. I think there is 11 damage total in the literal 1 in 300,000 outcome that they all go face. So I don't think
You also have your 1/1 on board.
Did I count that? I think I counted.
No, I mean you can trade it and get a thing.
That's true. Yeah, no, that is a good point.
And it removes the 1 in 1,000 down to 1 in 900.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. So yeah, 2, 4, 7, 8, 10, 11. Yeah. So no lethal out.
Swashbuckler.
So you need to make this Tol'vir fight for the board instead. So yeah, give yourself Divine Shield, start shooting the spells at minions, pick apart the board as best you can.
Excellent choice.
Welcome to the world.
Good start. Oh yeah, actually,
Targets
you
opponent's stuff. Yeah.
I think your own Divine Shield is still more valuable, but you know that is obviously a mandatory outcome. You know that if by giving yourself Divine Shield, you will give one of the enemy minions Divine Shield at some point during that outcome as well. But I think that's a trade-off that is worth taking.
You say you know. Gyu knows. I would have definitely been surprised the second it happened, even though it's completely obvious and written on the card.
Armament upgrade complete.
Generates Garona with King in hand.
His hero cannot attack. His hero cannot attack because he switched his hero power to imbue, so he can't gain the armor for that.
Oh.
Maybe I misspoke. Maybe I misspoke. Maybe the Moarg Forge Fiend actually ends the game on 8.
Maybe it
Because
does.
because all of the spell damage has already been used. There is, of course, a randomly generated Siphon Soul that might have something to say about that, but it would still grant the 8 armor.
Yeah.
I think Nick bouncing over the Scorching Observer is having the same realization.
My time is almost up.
Just in a lot of trouble.
Oh, perfect trade. Perfect outcome. Okay.
Oh!
Oh, plot armor is back!
What is
1, 2, 3,
happening?
4, 5 on board. 3 damage from Triumph off the top. Lethal was not in hand. He had a couple of shots from the Death Rattles from the Tortolans, but in the end, the universe just needs you at the World Championship. That is what we're learning.
Oh my goodness. Never questioned you. Right. Yeah, thumbs up to the camera. He's always so polite. Everyone says how nice he is, by the way, but after matches as well. He's always so polite to us. Straight through to Sunday. We've just said, hi, Gyu, you're really good, and your shaman smells. It's been banned twice, so we're wrong, and he's into Sunday already. Like, what can you say? He looks like he's nailed it.
Yep, certainly does. 3-0, one of the most comfortable 3-0s you will see. Wasn't necessarily, you know, rapid, but all 3 decks just looked to be in complete control throughout the 3 matchups that they played. Paladin, completely unstoppable board against the Rogue that had no bounce available, and then way too aggressive a Dragon Warrior start for the Egg Warrior to be able to stabilize against, and then Hunter just way too all in, too much relentless pressure, and it has to be said, 2 fantastic back-to-back draws on consecutive turns with the Tolbeer setup into the damage off the top. There's a lot of damage in Hunter that had not yet been played, though, to be fair. A lot of it was still in there. So great performance from Gyu. We'll wait to see if there becomes a situation where he actually has to play Shaman against someone who doesn't ban it out, because it's been banned in both series so far, which is not a knock on the deck, but eventually you're going to be playing against someone that doesn't have eggs and has no fear of Shaman, is going to leave it up and try and take it on, and that's going to be the real test, I think, for Gyu's lineup. Still questions to be answered, but if he keeps playing like that, if he keeps drawing like that, if he keeps being Gyu, then it might just be 4 in a row for your boy.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's through. Nick will have to play again later today to try and get through to Sunday. So I guess let's find out who Nick is going to play. Without further ado, we'll take a 3-minute break and set up the first elimination match of the day for you. See you soon.
And welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Winter Championship. I'm Edelweiss, joined, of course, by former world champion Pocket Train.
Hello.
How are you doing after that first lightning-fast match?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a lot from Gyu. He seems inevitable. He always gets out of groups. He always finds a way to the World Championship, seemingly. In the past, it's been through points, but now he's like a little bit in the points race. So it feels like it's almost inevitable. He's just going to swim his way through this tournament. That lineup looked very convincing because I had a lot of doubts about it going in. But yeah, I think he 3-0'd both of his opponents so far. He hasn't dropped a single game. So excited to see how he does tomorrow.
Very, very proactive lists, all of those, in terms of, I think Paladin is always a class that it needs to have a certain level of power and depth to it for people to bring in, and even then, I feel like it's just not been popular at the Masters Tour circuit, usually. But of course, yeah, the no-hand hunter that we're just getting to see there, Confront the Tol'vir, an insane card. I think there's been a lot of power infused from Cataclysm. But looking at the rest of Group C, we've got Gabby versus Grimaldi will be our match coverage coming up soon. Any particular insights on these lists? They've got a couple of sort of odd classes out in terms of lineups.
Yeah, typically from Gabby, we see quite standard stuff. Pretty much every tournament he goes into, he's quite a predictable lineup builder. He likes good decks. I'm going to play good decks. I'm going to play mirrors. I'm going to play them better than my opponent. That's how he's had most of his success through the years. So I'm not too surprised that he's gone with the Demon Hunter, Druid, Rogue core that so many players have, and then he's gone with the Mage, which is a bit less popular. But I think that is a nod to Mage is one of the decks that stands up quite well against those three expected brings, so I don't mind it. But in this series in particular, against Grimaldi's quite out there, different, aggressive lineup, this Mage from Gabby could be in for a big struggle. Because Grimaldi, I'm not sure people would have expected a lineup like this. Triple aggro plus control priest. I'm interested to see how it goes because, yeah, the Brazilian practice group, they always come up with something a little bit different, I feel like. Grimaldi and Jake, I think, had the same lineup. And I think he's going to be very happy with his matchup here against Gabby because it has the Mage. And I think that is the #1 deck that they were looking to try and beat up on in this tournament.
Yeah, ended up not being as prevalent as perhaps they expected, but I think the reason for the Control Priest is it has got that Rustrot Viper, and
yes.
So if you're able to shut down the weapon, Quest Mage doesn't actually have that many boards in it, and the ability to just stay at full life with Eternal Firebolt in Priest, now that Cleansing Cleric has sort of entered the mix, is quite maddening, I would say, to play against in certain instances.
Yeah, I've played some games against this Priest, and it feels like, I'm getting loads of chip damage in. Oh, they've just played a 4-mana 4/5. Oh, it's a Yeti. They're not doing anything. And then suddenly, they're at like 5 health, and then they play a Devouring Plague, and they're at 30. And just every single turn, doesn't really matter what you do. Sometimes they're... there's just nothing you can do to them anymore. Once they pass that critical mass of healing, these aggressive decks just can't lay a glove on them.
Yeah, taking a look at some of those key cards, you see that Cleansing Cleric there, the Yeti, as Pocket, you were saying. Your healing effects restore an extra 2 health for the rest of the game. Rustrot Viper is the tech card there for the Mage weapon, and... you may notice Reach Equilibrium, the quest in this deck. We don't really care about completing that. It's all there to make Medivh's Triumph cheap.
I gotta apologize to you. My head is on Mars right now because favorite card, Mindrender Elucia, to me, absolutely inexcusable. But it does go to show that's why he's bringing Control Priest. He's a Control Priest player at heart. So maybe it was Grimaldi that, like, in his practice, they go, let's make a aggro lineup. And Grimaldi's just going, I'm a Control Priest player. I'm playing this in any lineup possible. But, that is I'm definitely bias on the table. I'm rooting for Gabby now. I'm Lucia's #1 hater, so I'm not letting that slide.
It's not really a control tool, though, because he specifically says pre-nerf. And what we did pre-nerf with Lucia was you just jammed that so your opponent didn't have a turn as an aggro Shadow
That
Priest.
did happen too, yeah. It was pretty nuts in the control. Weirdly, I didn't mind it in that deck. I liked that the game would just end because I was livid playing combo decks into control Lucia Priest. But we have Gabby. Favorite deck, Naga Mage. Now that is more my speed. I'm a big fan of that. Used to love that deck in the day, and Gabby was absolute menace on it. Just cards flying left, right, and center, and at the end of the turn, the opponents exploded out of nowhere. But yeah, Gabby.
Do you still sometimes dream Naga spell?
Oh, I went through a phase of that. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, you walk away from the keyboard and your brain is just warped into it after the long nights of jamming ladder, which Gabby, I'm sure, as the best ladder player ever in Hearthstone, I think, unequivocally. I don't think there's any level of debate whatsoever in that. Yeah, he's more than used to just spamming one deck over and over and over again.
Yeah, that fun fact number 2, 21 rank 1 ladder finishes. That's a pretty hard record to keep up with.
Yeah, most people don't even 21 top 100 ladder finishes, let alone rank 1. And that is part of the reason why Gabby, amongst Saver and I believe it's Maxi, are the clear front runners at the moment in the direct qualification points race for Worlds. I think they will have 20 points. The next few just lagging a little bit behind. There are quite a few names, including Fury Hunter, Me Smile, who's in this tournament, Quan Wu, who we'll see later as well, on 18 points. So they're a little bit behind, but within touching distance. But yeah, Gabby, well on his way to qualify for Worlds, regardless of how today goes. But I'm sure he won't want to go 0-2 in this tournament today. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's funny how the standings can be affected when you consider, who gets the qualification from a championship alongside who has this many points. Sometimes as a fellow competitor you're looking and going, well, I hope this person wins because they're ahead of me on points, and if they get the qualification from the tournament, then I'll be able to squeeze my way in there.
Yeah, it's always quite funny as the year goes on. You have the clear front runners, and then one of them will just snag a direct qualification point from one of the tournaments, and then it's absolute carnage on ladder at the end, as everyone else who thought they were completely out of the World's race suddenly just sees the opening. So yeah, right now there are 3 clear names set to get those spots. Obviously, it's only halfway through the year now, so plenty can still change, but Gabby, Saver, and Maxi do have a bit of breathing room. But the moment one of those potentially top 3s this weekend, you've got like 5 or 6 names all on level points just below them, who will all be rooting for specifically those 3 to get out of their way, so to speak, in the points race for Worlds and get that spot at BlizzCon.
Yeah, and of course, we showed the graphic earlier. BlizzCon this year will be in person, so I think we can all get excited for that. Have you been to an in-person BlizzCon before, Pocket?
No, I've been to one in-person Hearthstone tournament ever, and that was the last one. Masters to Arlington was my first ever tournament, and then after that it was nothing in person, everything online since. So I'm really, really looking forward to getting back into in-person events, because I've heard such great things, but never really properly experienced them myself.
Yeah, I think the old heads, Sottle and Raven and Lorinda, they were all active in the peak in-person tournaments, and then of course 2020 happens and everything's been remote, so it'll be nice to get some of that in-person element back. Having lost things like the DreamHack circuit and everything, I feel like esports has gone through so many evolutions that folks like you and we just sort of like missed a whole era.
Yeah, it's very much, I feel like, the new generation right now that sort of skipped that whole era. So most of the players who will be qualifying for that World Championship won't have had that taste of in-person events, and so that will be quite of a shock to the system, I think, for some of them, but I think a really, really exciting one as well, because it will be quite a unique playing field for everyone involved, really. And it'll be fantastic.
I think one of the big draws in some of the older qualification systems was, in fact, just the fact that you would be flying out to, a big tournament in some new country you've never been before. And so the United States is that to some folks, and BlizzCon I think is kind of a magical place, magical experience. I've only been able to go once myself.
I haven't been, so it will be a very, very special occasion. We are going to get into game hopefully quite soon. There was just a little bit of a delay in this match, but I don't believe it'll be too much longer. And just like that, fantastic timing. We have the Rogue against the Priest. And I'm really interested to see how this Priest lines up, because I feel like this is probably the weakest of the matchups into the expected lineup from Gabby. So this Rogue with the random generation, the Priest can just give you a bit too much time to set up some really disgusting things with Sinestra, I feel like.
Has picked up that Eternal Firebolt, which is crucial, and the imbue is more important than I would have expected. I think there was some thinking when we saw the Cleansing Cleric that, well, you wouldn't want to lose your hero power because that's one of your recurring healing that you're buffing, but you just need that extra value from the imbue, and the fact that you always find something playable means you can kind of target specific hits, and so that stuff has taken priority over actually running the Sanctum, the location that flips your healing into damage.
So that is an issue that Grimaldi could potentially come up against in matchups such as Rogue, because not running the Sanctum, it does sort of double as an OTK in the late game as well as removal. But the Priests in this tournament have opted to cut it, so he will just give Gabby quite a lot of time to set up some truly disgusting combos with Sinestra potentially if he hits the right combination of Heralds.
And this is a thing that happens sometimes. You just pick up extra imbues.
Yeah, beautiful pickup from Grimaldi. He'll definitely be very happy with that, because part of his game plan here with these early imbues could just be to try and force Gabby off the board by doing strong tempo plays. His imbue is already discounting by more than it costs, which is a lovely position to be in.
And of course leaves the opportunity to discover a Cleansing Cleric, even though he hasn't picked one up yet. And just the fact that you're always offered a minion is so important, so that you've just got stuff to do as the Priest in that sort of early to mid game.
Yeah, otherwise you can just be running out you just pass every turn with just a handful of removal in certain matchups, which is really not a great feeling. You do always want to be progressing some form of game plan, regardless of what deck you're playing in Hearthstone. And speaking of which, Gabby seems to be progressing his Herald game plan quite nicely here, especially with the Rite of Twilight picked up, Shadow of Demise in hand as well. Always something that ideally you would like to combine with a Herald effect. Interestingly enough, he chooses to float a mana instead of playing the second 3-drop.
Yeah, I think he was focused on making the Shadow of Demise into right, so that maybe in this next turn he goes, Maniacal into that Shadow right and get those extra heralds. I mean, this is going to be close to a fully upgraded Sinestra on curve, potentially.
Yeah, I think it will be fully upgraded, won't it? Because the second Herald is on board right now, and then he'll play the 3-drop with the Rite of Twilight next turn, I assume, and that'll bring him all the way up to 4. Could choose to go Ultraxian first, potentially. He will at some point have to start dumping hands, because he is faced with some hand space issues by the looks of it right now.
Yeah, Rogue these days, hand space management, the deck.
That is a lovely pickup for Grimaldi as well. Just making use of Gabby's own Herald against him. Preparation, always a card you're happy to see, especially when you've got a hand full of spells.
No. I guess wanting to play the explosive runes is the reason not to...
Yes, I think this is mostly due to the hand space issues that Gabby's got right now. If he just goes double Herald, then sure, it progresses his Sinestra counter, but he will actually just not have the hand space to get the spells themselves.
Yeah, and Rafam Ladder, the pickup, not going to help with those problems.
Not ideal. I think that's definitely... Usually when you're playing this Herald Rogue, you're looking at the spells and going, okay, which ones am I going to turn into coins later? Which ones are pretty useful? Yeah, useless. And that Reform Ladder, I think, definitely fits that description.
And Medivh's Triumph, the pickup for Grimaldi. You know, high impact card, but Grimaldi also needs to just make some hand space here to
weirdly
be able
enough,
to even use the imbues.
Gabby's not giving Grimaldi a reason to play his cards at the moment because he has had quite a low tempo, slow start. So Grimaldi's just sitting here with a handful of removal and not really anything to use it on.
And gonna have to just let that minion disappear if he doesn't want to burn a card.
Could just burn the prep instead.
Yep. Seems sort of fine.
Interestingly enough, doesn't start with a Psychic Conjurer because, well, probably generally a good rule of thumb to go random effect first. Also did miss out on 2 healing, so I think that is strictly just a slight sequencing error, but in the long run probably won't matter. He should be at 2 more health right now. He would've
So
got the Holy
frequently,
leaving.
you end up, you know, healing back up to full. However, no Cleansing Clerics played yet.
Yes,
So...
and it does get awkward to play. If you don't play it on 4, spending that 4 mana can get difficult. Even though it does heal you so very much, you do need a lot of mana these days to clear boards because removal is not that efficient in the current meta.
Yeah, I think Medivh is the most effective removal tool. It just costs 10.
Yeah, that's the awkward thing, because I've played so many games against this priest, and they get to 10 mana, I'm going, oh no, they can Medivh my board away at any point. But, crucially, any turn they play Medivh, unless they've already got the Atiesh and the Karazhan stuff set up, they can't heal the same turn. So, sure, if you can set up lethal through a full board clear, that is definitely something that Gabby's going to be trying to look to do when the game gets to that stage.
Yeah, and another fun card that Grimaldi's got a couple of sitting in hand, the Devouring Plague that came back into standard rotation with the core set, and it does 4 damage, you know, randomly split amongst enemy minions with lifesteal. But if you've got a Cleansing Cleric or 2 played, you'll start gaining back, you know, 2 for every shot. And definitely had some games where a priest will, you know, be at 10 life, play a Devouring Plague, and suddenly they're back up to full.
Interestingly enough as well, Gabby didn't opt to turn the Farm Ladder into a coin, so he's definitely looking at it thinking he needs to find some specific high-value cards, because sure, his hand is a bit of a pile of clunk right now, but he is probably looking to get that, specifically Deathwing, I think, as soon as possible, to just start getting those hero powers in and put a real clock on Grimaldi's life total.
Sure. Meanwhile, Moonwell just a little bit awkward here, doesn't clean up the Elise, and will, you know, summon another Sinestra Soldier. It's kind of the best Grimaldi can do. I do wonder whether he knew that was going to be a 4/4, though. You know, those minions start getting bigger and bigger, and I think it's easy to lose track
awkward.
of.
But you do have to start just spending your mana to get through these waves of boards eventually. I think it's okay. You can take 4. His hand is full of healing, but he does need to start using the mana on these quite expensive removals. And then over time, he will eat through each board, and that's much better than just letting it build up and up, so that you need to pull the trigger on Medivh, which he doesn't even have in hand just yet.
Yeah. The ladder picks up Second Right, Opu, and Agent of the Old Ones. So no Deathwing.
Not just yet. Yeah, Gabby will definitely be prioritizing card draw to Deathwing, because until he finds that, it will be difficult to really put Grimaldi's life under too much pressure. So if it's too deep in the deck, the priest can just get a little bit too much time, get to that Medivh, and potentially start to lock the rogue out of the game.
Yeah, and Gabby actually turning one of the Twilight Mistresses into a coin, figuring there's not really a world in which he needs two of them.
Yep. I think he's recognized that Karazhan is the only realistic way that Grimaldi's going to build a board this game, and that's only 2 charges. So if you Naralex and Twilight Mistress the first board, maybe Deathwing can clear up the other one. Priest really won't put up too many boards that you have to spend your entire turn dealing with. So I think it's good recognition to just get the Twilight Mistress out of hand. That's an extra hand space you've got for the rest of the game now, because it'd be quite hard to dump otherwise.
And I think Grimaldi is looking for a way he could play the Cleric this turn, but I think it's just going to have to be Moonwell. It's too clean.
Yeah, he would love to play that with the Moonwell, but unfortunately it just doesn't quite line up.
Get a little extra healing.
Yep, nicely weaving in the Firebolt. He could have gone for Imbue Hero Power instead, but I think this is just more consistent. Definitely 3. You know you're getting 3 more health. You could get absolutely anything with the Hero Power if you did that instead.
Care to make a wager, friend?
You know, I think on top of the Deathwing, something that Gabby is going to be looking for is just a prep. The ability to prep with Sinestra is quite impactful.
Yeah,
On some of
depending what
those.
you get, it can open up so many different possibilities.
I'm not sure about one-cost spells played for Gabby here.
So he's had Wound Prey, he's had the Elise Location,
Wager, friend.
and 2 Agents of the Old Ones played.
Really churning through the deck here, so it's going to be getting to those random dragons very, very quickly when the Deathwing does come down. I think he's
Yes.
probably a little bit bummed to have to play this Opu to look for it.
Yeah, this is quite unfortunate because it is the number 1 card he wants early, and 2 cards left in deck still hasn't seen the Deathwing. Oh, Elwyn Boar, my old favorite. always gives me a nice little fuzzy nostalgic feeling when I see that card show up. Grimaldi suddenly, after using 2 Moonwells, doesn't have a great looking clear here.
Yeah, I'm looking at just, Cleansing Cleric and the Kaldorite. You at least reduce the power of most of this board.
Yes.
Get some extra healing off of Firebolt.
Yeah, the
And really
Cleansing Cleric does allow him to just tank a bit of damage.
Yeah.
I think with this priest, you do have to just take a turn off sometimes and say, it's okay, I'm going to take some damage, but it will be healed back later.
Yeah, however, that location does give +1 attack to everything. So that's going to be a fairly big swing. Deathwing finally picked up as well, so we could switch to 5 attack. Now, lucky for Grimaldi, no King Lane, or this could have been extremely dangerous.
Very nice recognition from Gabby as well, saying, okay, if you do have King Lane right now, I just have lethal, so it is worth going for that in that spot.
Mm-hmm. Now Grimaldi, I think, is going to have to pick up Medivh.
Yeah, pretty quickly. And this is the problem with this matchup, I think, for Priest. Like, this Priest is well positioned against some other decks because you can just remove and heal, remove and heal, remove and heal. But Rogue, it's not going to run out of stuff. So unless you're actually threatening them with a counter swing to their life total, they are just going to keep hitting you every single turn. And you probably just run out of ways to survive.
The Plague does significant work, so I think it's going to be a matter of whether it's double Plague or Plague and then Firebolt. Have to go see where the hits go. So, with the Shadow Word Ruin, able to clear up the most of the board, really.
Yes.
And yeah, that full health now with that Plague gaining 8.
Yep, full health, no board. Suddenly, not looking that bad.
Talanji's Last Stand could be fairly spooky.
Yeah, that is capable of building a very resilient board against anything other than Medivh. And Gabby might be in the territory where he's just saying, I'm going to force the Medivh maybe with this board? Although it doesn't quite look like it will, because it's just another Devouring Plague clears up these 2 minions, and you're not feeling that under threat.
I wish I knew. Let's see. Oh, Gabby, 1 cost played, so he's played 2 Agent of the Old Ones. Ungoro Jungles, who could get the location back off, confront the Tolvir. And a Wound Prey. So not the most impressive, but I do have to think that on that last turn, he probably should have gone ahead and played that Confront the Tolvir, get another 3 minions to use with the
potentially should have done.
I think he's just not really considering what is in there.
Yeah, it looked like he was prioritizing getting the hero powers in with the Deathwing, but that does just get cancelled out by the Eternal Firebolt that he knows is in Grimaldi's hand right now. Weirdly enough,
it's not here for
completed
this,
the quest as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
We very rarely see this happen. Usually the entire point of the quest in this priest is just to activate your Medivh's Triumph. You've always got a legendary in play, so that will be 1 mana with the priest quest. But yeah, he's finished it, and that is actually quite threatening to Gabby at this point.
The minion here, this Naga merchant, bit of an odd one, puts a random spell on top of the opponent's deck when they draw, so it denies a draw, but also gives them something, potentially useful. I think in this case, Grimaldi just wanted to draw to Medivh, and so needed to get rid of it, despite, giving Gabby more stuff to stave off fatigue.
This Intertwined Fate as well, off the top, is quite a good pickup for Grimaldi, because he knows that Gabby's deck is just full of 1 mana dragons, so he could find something quite nice and efficient. But that doesn't really address the immediate issue that there's just a 13-14 on board, and weirdly enough, despite being Control Priest, he doesn't have an easy clear for it.
You do have a pair of 8/8 Taunt Reborns to potentially stave off disaster. Or, a Great Draker X or a Sinestra.
That's pretty good as well. He has also heralded once, so if he could find more, that Sinestra suddenly starts doing a little bit more work.
I think he's not happy to see it, though, because that means that Gabby has an extra 1-mana Sinestra.
Very true.
Ooh, this is quite nice.
Is unbelievably good with the Dracorex.
You get to make the attack first, then reset the stats.
Doesn't quite clear the minion, though.
It does not, but it does reduce it substantially and gain you some
Gabby
life.
with that Arcane Flow in hand, by the way, that is just 12 damage with Sinestra. So Gabby right now, on board, is 2 damage off lethal that we can see. So if this Sinestra, if he were to play it now and it generates any kind of 0 mana damage whatsoever, that would just be lethal. I think he's trying to find out if he has a guaranteed way to find it first, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he had not been forced to, use the prep flashback when he did to, make hand space when he was digging for the Deathwing, he would have loved to save it for exactly that kind of play.
Slightly misordering here. If he is going to click the location, he'd be missing out on 1 attack on this minion. Oh, there is the preparation, though.
Yep.
It's not quite enough this turn. 1 mana off.
But Grimaldi's going to have to heal to full. And like you said, on a Medivh turn, you don't get to heal. Making another copy of this 14-1, potentially?
Yep, I think Gabby's trying to clear up some hand space so that he gets these minions returned to his hand. Because he really doesn't... As it stands, when this 18-6 dies, he will get the first dragon, which, to be honest, I can't remember what it was, but he will burn this Sinestra that it is just eaten from his deck. Yeah,
and he's probably bummed about that. Has been actually, inching him closer to fatigue as well.
Yes.
Yes, but how?
I think right now, Gabby, from his point of view, has 17 from hand next turn with the Sinestra prep, Arcane Flow, and Hero Power. So Grimaldi, while he doesn't know which exact damage breakpoint to play around, he will probably have quite a good idea that he needs to play around some kind of burst and deal with this board. He also does know, because this has been eating the dragons from the deck. He does have the information that it is Dracorex in deck.
No time.
So I think Grimaldi recognized quite nicely exactly what he would be finding.
I'm not sure, because there's always the option that
Oh, it
it
wasn't
was
guaranteed.
drawn, right? And we do
Yeah.
see that Gabby did draw one. So I think,
Ironically, he did draw a second Dracorex, yeah.
yeah,
But
lucked out a
Gabby-
bit there.
17 damage. That's the breakpoint.
Yeah.
12 plus 5. 12 from the Arcane Flow, 5 for the Hero Power.
Extra prep, getting the job done. I think for Grimaldi, part of the issue there was just not being able to pick up that Medivh. You really sort of need all three, or at least you need to have Medivh with the staff so that you can get that staff online. Just makes your firebolts more effective, doubles your damage, doubles your healing, and I think that's where the priest starts to feel unbeatable, is when suddenly
Yes.
they have these 6 damage removals that heal them for 12 or something, right? Because it doubles the damage and then doubles the lifesteal, and just not able to get the staff down at any
think-
point. So
Weirdly, with that priest, you do get to a point in the later game where, sure, their hand is sort of full of removal, but it all costs quite a lot of mana, and it is all a bit clunky. So they're not actually great at dealing with certain size boards. Like, Gabby kept on putting up difficult problems for him to pose, and then you just had that one-turn window where he had a large minion. The Dracorex didn't quite kill it, even with Behemoth Mask, and that one swing, I think if Grimaldi could have prevented that, potentially could have healed out of range of Gabby, but I think that is the key turn where the game just fell away from him there.
yeah, and we did say that the rogue had the edge there, but it was hard fought. It actually looked like Grimaldi might have been able to take the win if a few cards had come earlier in sequence.
Yes.
But now Gabby's left with the druid and the mage, and it might just come down to whether or not Grimaldi can sweep the mage.
Yeah, we said the rogue was quite well positioned against the mage. To be fair, Grimaldi, from his perspective, that rogue from Gabby, probably the toughest deck for his entire lineup to beat that's left in this series. The druid and the mage, I think he has a much better chance against both of them, particularly this mage. So we'll see if this I think this is also probably his worst matchup into the mage. So Gabby will probably be relatively relieved to see the priest right away. Although this is still probably, if Grimaldi's prep has gone well and this priest truly is favored against the mage, still not something that you'd overall like to see.
Yeah, does have the imbue, does have the cleansing cleric early, which you do want, but Viper is going to be a crucially important card for the matchup as well.
Yes, so Grimaldi will probably be spending these early turns playing Intertwined Fate, looking for that Rust Drop Viper, because if you can just destroy the weapon the moment Mage plays it, effectively the game will end. There's very little that the Mage can do. It just kind of has a bit of a useless pile of clunk if it doesn't have its quest online. But Gabby has an incredibly fast quest completion start, it looks like. Already 3 discovers by turn 3, with 3 more in hand, now taking up to 4. Looks like he might get that weapon down very, very soon.
Yeah, and actually picks up the hybridization to refill, which, the quest mage to fit in all the discovers doesn't necessarily have a great draw package. And a lot of times you can have a clunky hand full of discovers, but other times, when you're trying to get those last couple of ticks for your quest, you can run dry a little bit. So hybridization could be great to refill with exactly the minions that he's going to want to use with the quest reward.
Yeah, it's a very feast or famine kind of deck. A lot of the time, when you get everything online, then you just fill your hand up and everything keeps working. But I do like the fact that he's found this hybridization, because usually you're relying on these discovers, which he's already played from hand, to give you the card draw. So now his hand is running a little bit dry, and giving himself a little bit of reload against a deck that will give you plenty of time, I think is a very good spot.
And Ajara's Triumph could also do something a little spooky. You shuffle 5 minions that cost 8 or more into your deck and double their stats. So kind of a built-in of the buffed Ajara location.
Not ideal to see a Doomsayer there.
That is a 260 Tortola, though, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so. And I don't believe Grimaldi is running... No, I can't remember the name of the card. You know, the 4-mana, destroy everything, 4 or less attack.
For all time.
For all time, yeah. I don't believe he's not running that in his deck. So if it does come to that point, this Tortola would get in the way of quite a lot of stuff, apart from exactly Medivh. But we're quite
still
a way
Shadow
away
Word
from
Ruin.
that.
Still
Yes.
Shadow Word Ruin. So if
Yeah.
you know if it actually gets to dangerous levels of attack, Grimaldi can remove it.
Yeah, we did see in that last game, the Priest in the late game can weirdly struggle to deal with big minions.
Yeah, Power of Creation, also a good pickup.
Yep, always just looking for high value stuff to do after your quest completes. Because in matchups like this, you can just go, oh, I've finished my quest, I'm going to play all my discovers, and then suddenly you use your whole weapon, and Priest just plays an AoE removal, and you've got no reload. So Gabby will definitely be prioritizing the absolute highest value discover options that he finds there.
Oh my. He might be a little bit bummed not to actually pick up that Discover. Time Looper Toki could have been a nice pickup, but playing the Creature of Madness is what made the spot in his hand to get the Origin Stone, which meant that he did not actually receive that discovered card.
Yeah, it puts the weapon in your hand before the discover it ticks off. I've definitely made that mistake quite a few times playing this deck.
Alright, here we go. It's gonna be big board after big board for a while here.
Yep.
Ooh, although...
Chrono Dagger's a lot of damage,
Yep.
and that will trigger before the wormhole. So it clears off the minion, allowing this lovely 0 attack face hit.
Uh-huh. Black Blood, you know, pretty reasonable into
Pretty
this
good hit.
board.
Would it leave up the Morchi though?
It might, yeah.
I don't think that's really a risk that you're hugely keen on taking, but it does also pose a problem for Gabby to have to deal with himself instead of just giving him free turns to develop. And I think most of the time it was going to clear up the Morchi, so I think it was quite a nice calculated risk from Grimaldi.
I think also after the initial playing of Morchi, there's not a ton
Yes.
of things
Not
it
a
gets
lot,
to
that
do
is true.
double the effect of.
Prioritizes the Alabaster instead of the Deep Freeze. Because you could be just saying, oh, my board's getting cleared either way, so I'm going to at least pick the card that has an immediate effect by giving me that 1-cost copy of something off the top next turn. And then suddenly, this is just a huge board. This is what Questmage really wants to be doing, which we didn't see much of yesterday. I feel like we just saw it falling over and dying quite often before it completed the quest. Once it really gets going, then it can just churn out massive boards like this every single turn.
Yeah, and you know, now there's the problem of you've got to clear and there's still no Viper, right?
Yep. And crucially, there's no for all time, and now these 4 attack minions against Priest, just like the old days, could be putting in some work.
Yes, but how?
Could Kaldore, yeah, and then just sort of like leave some space so that there's still not too much.
Yeah,
room
Gabby
for
would
Gabby to
ideally
make
like
threats.
to be making boards and just having pretty rubbish 2 attack minions on board here just sort of gets in Gabby's way to an extent. He wants to be able to trade these off and then replace them with higher attack minions. Mage is not very good at utilizing having a board itself. The discover effects are very rarely buffs.
Go ahead and rewind that, look for something more high impact. And no dice.
Ideally, you'd like to save all the damage you have in this matchup. So that Moonwell, I think a lot of the time Gabby wouldn't have loved playing there, but it was just too clean and had to use it to deal with that board. But ideally, what you really want to do is stockpile damage so that you can kill the priest over the top, because they will just keep resetting their health up to 30 every turn.
Yep. Grimaldi gonna use the Firebolt here to just sort of maximize healing and save every little piece of removal. I think when you know that you can heal so much each time, you can afford to do that and sort of save the Holy Nova there, save your other tools to make sure you're getting the maximum value out of them.
Yep. Picks up the Avant Gardening, which is quite a nice discover for Gabby, but he chooses to rewind it because all in all, that was a very, very low value use of his weapon, that first charge, and we'll be much happier to see a deep freeze here.
Yep. Counterspell could be annoying, but Grimaldi's does still have coin.
Yes.
Things are not what they seem. How exciting!
Interesting. If you just
Probably,
auto-play
yeah.
it, does it shatter? Guess he wants to save it, as you say.
Yeah, because it could just shoot at any of his own minions if he lets it play, and it is nice to stockpile the damage as well in hand, because you ideally want to have a bit of your board stick and then push damage through over the top. If you just have board or damage, usually Priest can deal with one of those things at a time.
Well,
Very rarely both.
Grimaldi does have the ability here to just double Kaldori and say your board can't attack.
Yep, just take a break, progresses imbues, start generating some good tempo with his hero power.
Elune, bring guidance.
Does opt to do that.
Elune, bring guidance.
It kind of buys another turn as well, just because Gabby can't clear these off, right? And so there's no ability to...
Oh my good... Have you seen what Gabby's just topped there? Sorry to interrupt.
I did see that, and that will probably end up deciding the match. Also,
Yeah,
these are just huge. I mean, look at the Tortola, look at this Avatar is an 1818. So that
Yeah,
Ajar's
Grimaldi's out of
Triumph.
Shadowwood Ruins. And there's no Medivh to be seen still.
Yeah.
This is the problem that Priest has. If you just give the other deck too much time, weirdly, Control Priest can run out of removal.
There's an extra one. Shadow Word.
That is yes. But he also can't deal with the water elementals and the Kwanzu that efficiently alongside that.
Yeah, since the Avatar will clear these 3/3s, just has to go ahead and take suboptimal attacks. You can... Yeah, you can't really clear anything. You can just heal to full. Spirit is nice. Actually,
Yep.
yeah, this kills one of the 3/6s, but I think it's still just not enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how far along this Asuna is, but it's ready.
It's ready.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Just
Grimaldi
like
gonna
that.
get the bad news.
The target mage lineup is falling down to mage at the first attempt. So he's now got to go to plan B, which is aggressive decks beat up Druid, which I'm sure won't have been his favorite feeling going into this, but he can still get the job done because aggressive decks historically against Ramp Druid, not the worst, but I do have some qualms about specifically the Priest and the Warrior against Gabby's Druid coming up. The Paladin, I think, could be in quite a decent spot, but I would worry for Grimaldi's lineup here. It's not looked too impressive. He's yet to win a game yet, getting 3-0'd by Gu. I'm all for slight deviations from the norm, but when it doesn't work, it can look quite poor.
Well, and it's really the priest that's the sticking point, right? I mean, even if we do go with aggro decks beat up the druid, you've got to get the priest over the line against the druid, and that doesn't feel like a favorable.
Doesn't feel amazing. I have, in my extensive druid playing on ladder lately, been fatigued by a couple of priests recently, so it definitely can get the job done, but it is certainly an uphill battle. Like we've seen, if you just give decks too much time, Gabby just picked Ashara's Triumph early and just played it, and you can do that against this priest because it's not going to kill you. So just generate as much high-value random stuff as you can. If you just go into it with that game plan, then the priest will just let you do what you want, which you always love to see with the decks from Gabby's lineup.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Grimaldi just going to go ahead and jam the priest.
Yeah, the priest is getting a win, or it's getting 3-0'd. You live and die by your deck choices. I respect that a lot. Gabby has got a lovely opening hand here. You do like to see a wave shaping just to spend that mana on one, because you do have few specific cards in this druid that you're looking for. So I'm always an advocate for keeping wave shaping. Speaking of few specific cards, that treant there is lovely to have in the opening hand. Bit of an awkward decision here, but I think the Elise, you don't really want to leave that at the bottom. Naralex you'd like to have at some point as well, but it's not too crucial.
Grimaldi maybe giving some side-eye to that Viper. Where were you last game?
Oh yeah, they always show up just... I've had this with tech cards in tournaments before. Like, you don't draw it in the matchup it matters, and it's just rooted in your opening hand in every single other game you play.
I did wonder, actually, about Grimaldi's keep against the mage. You know, kept totally two cards that you pretty much always want, right? The beast there that gives you the imbues, and the cleansing cleric. But in that matchup specifically, where you just inhibit them so much if you have the Viper.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe you just FOMO for it. Yeah.
Definitely could have been an argument for that. Gabby here with the Marithra in hand already as well. Always something that you're happy to see early, as long as you can spend mana actually on useful stuff during your turns. I think Marithra is quite overrated in this deck as quite an early keep by a lot of people, and they forgo good tempo plays, but it's nice to have just ticking along in your background while you're actually doing strong plays on the board. I'm interested in the Moss Binding pick here as well.
Yep.
Instead of Hybridization, I really, really like as a pick in this druid, because it does just pick up your second treant and very, very smoothly ramp you up and keep progressing your game plan. But Gabby's just opted for another this is the highest value discover. It's not a bad game plan against Priest to just go, oh, value every single time you see a discover. So Moss Binding, just one card, big board. Definitely respect that pick.
What I think something Gabby's considering also is that you get more value out of the Marithra if you've got space in your hand. And so he can just use this to do the maximum mana usage. He's kind of got his curve spoken for with the Underking coming up. These are a couple of big threats that Grimaldi's maybe not expecting to see so early because Moss Binding isn't naturally in Gabby's deck.
Yes.
And he can still pick up the Elise location for one or something later on, so I think he's just trying to turbo to that Marithra.
Speaking of cards that Grimaldi hasn't seen in other decks, in other games, this Medivh, the crucial late game board clear that he would have loved to see in either of the previous two games, finally making an appearance, so that might be what he needs in this game to deal with the pressure from the Druid. But right now, there's no Shadow Word Ruin for these 7/8, so they are just going to hit him in the face for 14.
Ooh, no Ruin picked up here either. Innervate is a good hit.
Yes, potentially lets him play the Black Blood if he really needs next turn, but that's probably just a bit too slow because it gives Gabby a whole extra turn of development before he starts to deal with anything. And Black Blood being a damage-based source of removal, I think Gabby's board might just be a bit too big. So Grimaldi's going to need to pick up a Shadow Word Ruin or something pretty quickly.
And we see, I mean, Grimaldi didn't even have time to play Cleansing Cleric, right? Like this all just happened so quickly. I think, you know, that was why Gabby wanted the Moss Binding. It just creates so much pressure. Sort of, do you have it? If no, and discovering another Ajara's Triumph that served him so well last time.
Yep, the other pick as well was Moss Binding. So Gabby just going, I'm picking the highest value thing. Eventually, even if Priest deals with this board in the late game, I'm going to get you because my deck is just going to have way more stuff to do, and you're just going to sit there and let me do it because this Priest is not a proactive deck. It's so weird seeing the aggro lineup play 3 control games in a row. And that's all we've seen from it so far this tournament.
Yeah.
Might just be reduced to playing Cleansing Cleric, Devouring Plague to just heal for 12 and say, okay, well, I'm going to take this damage again, but it's not going to be lethal, and at least I've got the Cleric set up.
Yeah, I mean, it can give you that sort of yo-yo ability. Maybe if you can clean up some of these, Black Blood can come down, do a little bit of work while healing up. But yeah, the lack of Shadow Word Ruin is fairly brutal into this.
Yeah, softening up the board a little bit for Black Blood, very helpful. Grimaldi might just be able to stave off the pressure for now, but Gabby's not going to lift his foot off the gas. Let's see how the hits go.
The double Cleric play means that... Ooh, uh-oh. Okay, well, heals himself a lot, removes half of the board.
Yeah, probably
any
not
heal...
ideal, but you take this.
Yeah. And they still have to be dealt with, right? Because they're going to keep healing Grimaldi significantly every turn.
Each of them is going to heal him for 5, so Gabby having to deviate to actually clearing board could potentially be enough to bridge the gap, but this Marithra, depending on the dragons he gets, could just put up a little bit too much pressure, and because Grimaldi had to invest quite a lot on each removal each turn. And Gabby's just efficiently building board after board.
Yeah, it gets a little mana refresh. Going to be able to build a big board and then put Forest Gift on the attacking minion.
Time waits for no one.
He did have the option to refresh a bit more mana with Forest Gift on his 2/3 there, but opted for just direct face damage.
Yeah. Moonwell, but no space for Eternal Firebolt.
Yep, this is the problem that he's had in every game so far. It's removal or healing, never both.
This is always Shaladrcell. I'm not sure he realized that.
It's just at a point where you can't picture a possible thing in Priest that deals with it, so you got to just hope that there's something that I haven't considered, but very rarely that is the case. I think Grimaldi knew that regardless of what he picked that turn, I don't think there was any out whatsoever within any of the possible discovers. So yeah, that Priest not looking impressive. And Grimaldi falling to a rough defeat there, and is out of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think that's the risks of a target lineup, and particularly when Quest Mage isn't even as prevalent at the event as they seem to expect. And yeah, maybe the Priest, unless you do have the Viper and there's only the one, it's got tradable, sure, but. Yep. Yeah, you have to wonder if you're trying to like hard target, do you need two of them in there? Is that
Yeah,
too
I think
debilitating?
it looked worse than it was because of the priest specifically. I think the rest of his lineup does just have merit in itself. They're not bad decks. Like Dragon Warrior we've seen perform well, Hunter we've seen perform well, and we haven't seen the Paladin on stream yet, but I know that in our testing as casters behind the scenes, we have been quite impressed with it. So
Yep.
this isn't quite as bad a lineup, I want to say, as it may have seemed, but the priest has to be questions asked of it with how it's performed today.
But that's gonna do it for Grimaldi. Gonna say goodbye. Gabby has one more match ahead of him. Gonna be playing up against Nick again. I believe they faced earlier in the groups off stream, and so now they have a bit of a rematch.
Yep.
But we'll be right back with that coverage.
welcome back. We've got our next match coming up. I'm Raven and joining me is Sottle, and I'm excited for this one, not only because it's my first cast of the day, but the matchups we've had so far have looked, at least in a lot of the cases, pretty decisive, right? We've seen some a little bit different from yesterday so far, where yesterday felt like a lot of back and forth, a lot of games or matches going to game 5, sorry, but these ones seem like the lineups are sort of clashing a little bit harder than yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. It's a very astute observation. We had lots of 3-2s, lots of very grindy minion versus minion games yesterday, and today it's been Gyu with an extremely decisive stomp, and then Priest just failing to do anything of relevance whatsoever for like 29 straight turns of Hearthstone or whatever that ended up being. Not really looking like good news for the rest of the contingent that have ended up bringing Priest to this one. But of course, moving forward now, we are going to progress through the groups to the decider matches, meaning that we have the 1-on-1 players to deal with now who are trying to join Gyu in getting out of this group. And we're going to see a pretty similar story, I think, because it's a rematch from the opener with Gabby and Nick. Nick defeating Gabby in the opener, sending Gabby through the long route to get here before Nick himself fell to Gyu in that extremely decisive series early on. So it'll be a very different matchup for Gabby. The only quote control deck that he has to deal with is the Egg Warrior, which isn't a traditional control deck in the sense of Control Priest. But still a slow deck, very removal heavy. So we'll see how the likes of Quest Mage can deal with that. There is, of course, the Demon Hunter in Gabby's deck, which I think most of these egg decks are trying to gain good percentage against. That's what the egg decks tend to do best. So it could be a little tougher one for Gabby in this series.
Yeah, for sure. At the moment, I can't actually see anything on screen, so you may have to guide me for now, Sottle.
Okay, fine.
So you'll have to follow that one. But yeah, I'm excited to see this one because, like you said, they've already played. So we'll see if there's any adjustments or, if Gabby can really pull it out here.
Yeah, should be an interesting series for sure. We have seen Gabby looking like the smoothest, cleanest player on Quest Mage so far. And you can see now just have we dealt with the brackets. Gyu going through Nick defeating Gabby in the opener, as mentioned. Gabby picking up the win in the elimination match with a clean sweep of that Priest from Grimaldi. And then that leaves us at the position we're in now with the rematch between Nick and Gabby. Just checking if the bans are in. They are. It's going to be a mage ban and a warrior ban, which is identical to what they banned in the opener. They're just reversed on sides right now, so no change in strategy from the previous. I think Gabby banning out the Warrior makes sense. I think otherwise his Demon Hunter is in a lot of trouble in this series. The opener that they played that did happen off stream was a 3-0, an opening 2-0 against the Druid before Druid picked up a win, and then Demon Hunter for Nick beat the Rogue for Gabby. So it was the Druid that really struggled through this series. Gabby mixing it up this time, opening Rogue, Nick opening Rogue as well, which he did in the first series. So we're going to be kicking things off with a Rogue Mirror.
I'm still kind of... I can't see a thing, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, your camera does keep freezing on our end as well, so I'm not really sure what's happening, but we will persevere. You solve. I've got this for now. So Rogue Mirror to kick things off. We'll take a look at the differences in the lists if we can. Gabby is just running normal Twilight Mistress Narrowlex version. Nick, of course, is squeezing in all of that extra imbue stuff and cutting the Twilight Mistresses, which I think if he doesn't get off to an incredibly rapid start, will mean that he's at a deficit, because I do think Twilight Mistress is an incredibly strong card in the Rogue Mirror specifically, just because large-scale removal kind of has to be randomly generated in the matchup. It's not the sort of thing that you hold on to naturally. So having the Twilight Mistress to at least pull the emergency ripcord and bounce the opponent's board away is something that is nice to have. I haven't been particularly impressed with the imbue stuff so far, as I was mentioning to Lorinda earlier. It is something that I've played against an awful lot on ladder. It has been the most common rogue that I played against for the last couple of days of testing coming into this. But I do think the overall consistency of just curving out, using your flashback, Foxy Fraud, and Rite of Twilight in the early game just to spend mana early on, and then just going from there is far more effective than doing any of the imbue stuff. And I don't think let's call it value. Sometimes you get insane tempo from the hero power, but the extra value that you get from the imbue hero power really compensates for the lack of flexibility with Twilight Mistress. Not to mention some weird interactions you can run into with Deathwing, where if you play Deathwing, you don't really then want to imbue your hero power because you lose Deathwing hero power at that point, which is kind of nasty because Deathwing hero power is sick. You kind of want to be smashing your opponent for 5 all the time. So good to see the two decks going up against each other directly. And we'll see what the mulligans hold for us here. Rite of Twilight being kept for Gabby as he takes a precursory gulp of water. We'll see how Nick's going to respond. I honestly don't know how the imbue players feel about keeping Eventuality as an opening card. I don't think it's as good as Rite of Twilight. And yeah, Nick seems to agree. All right, Foxy flashback on coin for Nick. This is the good stuff. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is what you need to fill that gap. Make sure that you are being the aggressor in the matchup. Buy yourself as much time as possible to start to eke that extra value out of the imbue stuff. Try and force Gabby onto the back foot. He's going to throw out some minions of his own just to try and stall. Does get naturally very low attack minions, though, which means he's going to be in a lot of trouble here as these value trades are going to be very, very good for Nick. Looked like Nick was going to snap play the Foxy Fraud here, but honestly, Dagger looks relatively effective on this turn. Yeah, no great surprise to see the pivot. Grimscale Oracle getting into 2. Shaking the head for Gabby, I think, knowing that this hand is really not doing anything in terms of tempo. He's going to be a long way behind here for a significant period, taking a real beating. And after falling down to a quick 2-0 in the opening series that he played against Nick a couple of hours ago, this will not be what he wanted to see. Might just need minor miracles coming from the Heralds. Okay, Ravenous Flock is a playable at least, but it's kind of 2 turns delayed. Stabilized on board, but he's taken so much damage in the meantime. 4 more at least coming in from the Maniacal Follower. Weirdly, if Gabby just slams Garona on the next turn, though, he will instantly undo the health deficit that he's currently working with.
I will transcend this world.
Sure, we're going to see Crystalline and Nightmare Fuel this turn, yeah. Oh wow, I was just about to say probably a lease of those, but choosing to take the 1-drop instead. I guess that is maximum tempo. I am always turned off from the +4/5 top of deck option just because it does, deny you a card draw, essentially, compared to picking the other options. But I think with this aggressive a start, it may be hard to turn down just a giant cheap minion that you're going to get there. Oh, hello. Hello, Bucket. Are you able to see the video game that we're playing?
Yes,
that is
yes,
a prerequisite.
good.
Okay, that's good.
Just about. So, yeah, Gabby almost stabilized here?
He's stabilized in terms of board, but he has just taken infinite damage in order to do it. And Nick just drew Fiery War Axe, which is kind of the best card he can pick up at this point as well.
Yes.
Just to be able to push additional damage.
And this is just suddenly a huge... I loved how Gabby was just falling behind and then gets Poison Breath, the quintessentially most useless card from the
Yes.
Sinestro Herald, I think.
Yeah.
You can't even deal with the board, let alone heal out of range. Well, with the Demise pickup, it does unlock Twilight Mistress as a top deck. Oh, especially from Cultist map.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a game. Because then suddenly... Oh, weirdly though, it does give Nick... If he doesn't trade this 3-4, it gives him another stealth to play and then just threaten more damage.
Yeah.
So Gabby might choose to clear it off first. This doesn't set up lethal.
Unless so both players are like kingslaying out of their minds this game, so maybe he's just saying I play Garona, win the game next turn. Because like both Kingslayers will have been fully resolved by the point he plays it, so there's a pretty good chance that they're looking at a King lane on the other side.
Yeah, but they have both...
Oh, Gabby, please have some shame. Have some shame, please.
They both transformed a card into a coin, so I think they can both.
That's
be quite
true.
confident.
That's true. Yeah, no, it's a very.
Chrono Daggers though could just do it right now. Enough shots go face. Weirdly enough, he's got the end of turn plus. I'm not sure this was a risk that Nick needed to take. You know, he could have just played the stealth because it would have gained 2 attack as well, and that would have set up lethal.
Right.
So now he just doesn't set up lethal next turn. I think the Maniacal Follower had to come down this turn. Now Nick has to choose, do I clear Narrowlex or do I push 3 face or do I do neither?
Yeah.
But I feel like you should swing face just so that you can potentially hit with 1 Chrono Dagger for lethal next turn with the hero power. Not ideal giving your opponent a card, but it does severely restrict his odds at his own lethal. This does now set up lethal for Gabby.
Yes.
But the Chrono Daggers might clear off enough, or the Sinestra could generate something.
So we are free to swing now. No fear of the Garona anymore.
I think he was probably looking for his own Opu.
Yeah, true.
That's a tough decision, because Chrono Dagger's 2 shots face ends the game right now. Probably wouldn't happen. Or you can go for Sinestra for...
Yeah, one mana or 2 mana damage spell from Sinestra feels more likely to me instinctively,
Yeah.
but obviously I don't know the discrete odds of those 2 things happening.
You take that.
You
That prevents
definitely
lethal
take
and
that.
sets up lethal.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah, Sinestra is way, 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 way better because you have all of those outs as well, just to get effective board clears or healing. Was not even considering those.
Now, I do think earlier it was probably a slight misstep to not set up the lethal with Maniacal Follower, but it does look like Nick's just about going to get over the line anyway. I can't think of anything apart from Herald effects that Gabby could find to get out of range here.
Well, he clearly thinks he sees something with natural card draw. Oh no, he is still just coining Ultra.
Yes.
No, he isn't.
Oh,
wait,
he's
he's pointing.
coining
Wait,
Goku.
wait. What is that?
Well,
Okay, so he's just taking board and saying no damage in hand.
Yeah.
Fair.
This is the most reliable way to set up lethal. Although I feel like going for Ultraxian just so that you can Deathwing next turn as well wasn't a bad idea.
Yeah.
I think I would definitely prioritize going for Ultraxian here because obviously Herald can find healing, plus it just unlocks Deathwing. But realistically, that wasn't going to save him regardless.
Yeah, clean win in the end for Nick 77. Pretty much came down to just the Foxy flashback opener, just pushing way too much damage. Gabby played flashback in response, which was absolutely correct, but he rolled high health, low attack, which is the worst thing to do in that scenario because your opponent just immediately value traded all of your minions, daggered up, and then his flashback ended up pushing like 15 damage over the course of the game. And just despite Gabby probably outplaying Nick for the last 2 turns or so there, like, was not enough to recompensate for that much of a discrepancy in the damage. So Nick picking up the first victory. Go on.
Funnily enough, I've heard that specifically Nick's build of Rogue is better in the mirror with the imbue stuff, but the reason he did take control of that game was because he didn't draw any of the imbue stuff. So I think the best thing in the deck is still Herald, but I think the imbue plan B, from what I've been told, I'm not convinced by the list personally, but from what I've been told, that is a better supplementary package than the other stuff that most Rogue players have been including. That's what I've heard, at least. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure, but I think anyone who plays it, that's what they're going into the tournament believing.
It's good to hear the contrary, because what I said on the lead-in is that I would much rather have the Twilight Mistress in my deck in the
So would I.
mirror. I feel like it's a card that, you know, you have to lean on a lot some of the time. So. A little surprising to hear that there are some... Well, you didn't say that a top player told you that, but I'm assuming a top player told you.
Yes.
No, it wasn't just someone in Twitch chat that you heard that from.
It was a top player in Twitch chat. Is
well,
that acceptable?
okay, well, little from column A, little from column B, all right. Well,
I
Nick
can't remember
has...
specifically who it was. It was Santa Max or Santa Max adjacent, one of those kind of players.
Okay.
I can't remember specifically who, but someone whose opinion I respect.
Okay, fair enough. So you're the druid boy around these parts, Pocket. How do you feel about this matchup in particular?
Oh, big fan of this matchup. I've been hearing a lot of people say they think it's either DH favored or like 50-50, but for me, as the most biased druid player you'll ever find, I would say it's upwards of 60% for druid, maybe stretching like 65 to 70. And with these opening hands, it's like they both got the ideal opener. Eternal Hold, best card for Nick. Midrasil with Felwood Treant, best 2-card combo really for Gabby. He was just missing the acceleration aura to get it out just 1 turn earlier, but I think this is the exact start you want to push DH out of the game.
Nice, good order from Nick. Playing the card draw first and getting the superior sigil over playing Illidari Studies, which wouldn't have really made any kind of proactive board for the mana cost that was available.
Yep.
Which would have had to have been the backup there if he hadn't have hit the sigil off the top.
That's actually quite an annoying 1-drop for Gabby to find, because it effectively just clogs up your hand space without giving you anything you'd like to spend your mana on. But in the context of things, I don't think he'll be complaining, because this is a fantastic start.
Now then, Solitude is a card that probably increases your win rate against Druid a little bit. Is that a fair analysis?
Yes, I think that is... I think specifically Solitude, there are some people who've gone with, some people who've gone without. Most of the Demon Hunters that have Solitude will probably be including it specifically for this matchup and not really for much else. I think it's just nicer to have a bit more early game to start chipping away at the Druid, because once it does get past turn 7 or 8 and you haven't done significant damage to the Druid, you do just get overwhelmed by the high statted minions. This Tortolan is going to do quite a lot for Nick here.
It sure is. Is it Divine Shield or plus attack? I think if your opponent has Ebb and Flow, it's not necessarily being shot at that minion. I think it does pick Divine Shield.
Jabby's probably not really feeling under too much pressure. Sure, you take 11 if you don't shoot the... If you shoot the Tortolan, it is also the only minion you can clear. But Druid, typically in this matchup, you take a bunch of damage and then you armor back up afterwards. You're not really that bothered by this board because you have your Twilight Time Reaver, and now he's got that 2/2 copy Under King, which is fantastic for just an extra 6 armor next turn.
But he does now get to play hold with a board, which is
Yes.
way better than the alternative. Because sometimes if you don't just hit Green Rag, Illidari, Inquisitor, you are sat thinking, okay, great, I'm playing 1 minion for 0 mana, but I did pay 6 for it this turn, so I haven't really gained significant tempo, and then your opponent just continues to be ahead. Whereas if you play it with board, then suddenly you're in a much bigger deal. And he actually takes the 9/8 just to be able to cheat the additional 4/6 out of his hand as well, even though he had Lasting Legacy in hand for the
I'm not thrilled with this pick personally,
Do we like this?
because of the existence of Twilight Time Reaver in Gabby's deck. It does just let him deal with the hold minion and the existing board already, when that was
Did Pocket just
quite
disconnect
likely
as
his
well?
best
Have I
answer
lost?
already.
Oh, okay, there it is. There it is. Okay. For some reason, I missed your first
Yeah,
half of that. I don't know if the stream.
Yet. It's probably a problem on my end. I preferred picking one of the other two because Time Reaver was the most likely response to this board anyway from Gabby, is what I was saying. Can you hear me okay right now?
I hear you now, yeah.
I think it might be a button in the dark call. I'm going to try and carry on. Hope it resolves itself.
I'm hearing you okay now.
Yes. You cut out my end while that was happening as well, so...
Oh, okay. So did we get an answer on the 9/8 versus the Illidari question?
Illidari, for sure, 100% in my mind. Because, Time Reaver was just going to come down.
Yeah, that was my fear as well. Right? And I think like maybe there was an argument to be had if you didn't have Lasting Legacy in hand, but Lasting Legacy in hand is just disgusting with the 0 mana Illidari.
I think you get to a point against Druid where you've done your damage and you just want to do everything off board from that point on. You want to set things up.
Yeah, Time Reaver has kind of done its work now, and as Pocket Train was alluding to earlier, just this armor stacking is coming in. Some of you might be familiar with the previous Dodo build of the deck, but that has pretty much been cut by everyone now for this exact reason that, yeah, sure, you might get low on health, but normally it's not as low as 10, and even if it is as low as 10, you can just stack so much armor on top of that anyway that the taunts kind of become irrelevant because you're very safe with the armor game that you have in the deck anyway.
It's a much more consistent game plan to just play big minions, get armor, instead of just letting yourself get to low health for really no reason.
Yeah. And like a Molten Giant that just has an on-off switch is a lot worse than Molten Giant that was like on a scale of being playable at various points in the game.
Because there's a spot that I feel like you come up against a lot in this matchup as Demon Hunter, where you haven't done enough to the Druid in the early game, and now Gabby's going to just start exploding onto the board with quite high statted stuff. He can activate his Marithra this turn and play it, or he could opt to Ysera, activate Shaladrasil, potentially Wickerfang, but you probably don't want to do that on this board. Got an abundance of options. I like the Ysera, I think. Activate that Shaladrasil, and crucially, once you've corrupted Shaladrasil against Demon Hunter, you can shuffle a minion into their deck and start switching off all their synergy cards.
Yeah, very true.
There's always something I like to prioritize doing in this matchup.
Yep. This also gives you a ton more mana to spend over the next couple of turns, which will let you get cards out of your hand, which makes more space for Marithra to have broken things, makes more space for Shaladrasil, so you can just cast it easily, get all 5, make sure you're not losing the Awakens or the Dream if you need it. And looks like the Demon Hunter agenda is intact.
Yep. He did have the hold on curve, but Gabby had his own basically counter hold with the Yggdrasil. And when both decks draw pretty much the nuts, I think the Druid will just come out on top.
I guess the question's got to be asked. I ask it only for responsibility. I don't think it's the case. Was Nick ever getting there with Illidari Inquisitor and double Lasting Legacy? He obviously only had one at the time, but he then drew the second.
Yeah, I mean, if we just count
sure
pure damage, if you add what would be 16 plus the 8 from the existing Lasting Legacies in hand, quite close. I do think it's possible. I do think it's. I can't give you a definitive answer, but I don't think it's a definite no.
The problem is, right, he clicks the hold and then he does nothing on turn 6. So most of this chip damage that he's done, you actually erase because Gabby just wins board quicker. So I don't think it's a static target of what we're looking at right now. He definitely would have done less damage with minions.
Certainly.
I do agree with you. That was my instinct at the time. I was surprised it didn't happen. I don't think it's had a particularly relevant outcome.
I think this is a very unnecessary risk from Gabby playing the Elise, because I would have really liked to play this Shaladra and switch off the last click of the Eternal Hold.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because you are still under threat of that Illidari Inquisitor discovery, which wouldn't be lethal, but just about, but I do think it's a lot more damage than you necessarily need to be risking taking.
Yeah. So it's a 3 out of 15 for a green rag for Nick. That is the first portal as well that he's only just got his hands on. All right, does find Omen, which is
which is the other good one,
at the very least. Yeah.
It would have been, I believe, 26 damage, maybe a couple more, but not quite lethal if he had found Inquisitor, and that wouldn't do enough to address the immediate issue of Gabby just killing him in return. The fly trap's actually quite interesting with Omen here.
Yeah.
But I don't think any options realistically will be enough to beat this corrupted Shaladra and Marithra from Gabby if he does ever return.
Did we get the attack in? Usually they're a little bit ahead of us.
Yep, seems fine. Okay. I think Gabby realistically should just go for Shaladra here and say I'm at full health, effectively.
Yeah.
Roughly 30, and Demon Hunter doesn't really do a lot of surprise burst damage without Eternal Hold clicks. He's survived all 3 Eternal Hold clicks and stayed at 30 health.
Yep.
And now just gets to put big stats on the board, and Demon Hunter without the use of red card these days is not great at fighting back for board.
Needs Flash Flood at the very least, does find it, okay. Could not afford to whiff on that. Can clear it up with Prescient. Oh, he just has a Moarg Artificer. Okay, yeah. I had not acknowledged the presence of our Lord and Savior Moarg Artificer.
So Nick
just find an Il'gynoth and we'll be fine.
and a bit of lifesteal, but that was...
Yeah, details. We'll figure that out later.
Nice use of the Argus portal, because it will just get cleared off for free.
Wait, you played a beast last time? Okay.
Omen is a demon and a beast.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
It's easy. Yeah, I forget that all the time. Yeah, Gabby, just play the most stats you can every single turn for the rest of the game, and that will get there against Demon Hunter at this stage. there aren't really any unknown factors. There's one unknown card in Nick's hand from Gabby's point of view, but any minion really discounted by 2 isn't a huge threat.
Yeah.
State your business with the bronze.
You know, the Demon Hunter just does not have access to removal to punish him going all in on this board.
And that will probably just about wrap it up. So we are going to have a very different series, I think, from the one that they played in the opener, because in the opener it was 3 games for Druid before Gabby was able to get a win. So getting the Druid through already is a big deal. It means that probably the Pocket Train agenda of the Demon Hunters being the deck that are going to struggle to get a win might be in full effect here, because we're coming down to double Demon Hunter and then Druid and a Rogue on the other side. And
Yep.
to be fair, like, Demon Hunter has been more effective in the Rogue matchup than perhaps I gave it credit for at the start of the
I
tournament.
think that's basically a dead 50-50, I would say.
Okay.
Because of just the way that the damage just interacts with Rogue. Like, Rogue is sometimes a bit of a clunky deck and doesn't have access to consistent healing, so Demon Hunter just ignoring its main synergies and just hitting you in the face is quite consistent. And then obviously there's that side effect of you can just draw King Lane and activate your whole deck anyway. That is a possibility. So I think that does even out to roughly a 50-50 matchup there.
Yep. Gabby, of course, just playing conventional version with Twilight Mistress, no imbue package being thrown out. But again, it was Nick's Demon Hunter picking up the win against Gabby's Rogue that ended the series in their opener off stream. 2 wins against Druid, 1 win against Rogue is the way he made it through. So still hope, because I think Druid and Rogue have largely underperformed. I think one of the big stories coming into this day is that the more conventional lineups, which we saw large amounts of on day one. Well, to be fair, we had one group that was full of eggs and then one group that was kind of the conventional lineups that we were expecting to see. And then coming into today, we have more people taking slightly more wild swings with their lineups. Quest mages, control priests, egg decks again, kind of scattered throughout. So maybe some of the rogueless, demon hunterless lineups would actually have a chance to shine. And the inverse of that, I think, is the focus here, where both of these decks are having to get wins with Demon Hunter and Rogue, and that is proving to be a little bit of a struggle so far.
Yeah, I would give Nick the slight edge in the series remaining because he still has the Druid, but it is a very, very, very close one, because all of these matchups between, I think, the top 3 decks of Druid, Rogue, Demon Hunter are quite close. Like, they can very easily go either way.
And Gabby's hand
is not good.
Sucks. Yeah, I think that is the delicate way of putting it.
And Nick's hand, I would say, is good. Grim Harvest.
This is the hard-hitting analysis that people come for. Sigil of Cinder.
I like that on an empty board, just to make sure as much damage goes face.
Yep. Gabby just gets to start the game at 21. Yeah. Unlucky. He has been dogged and shot for 6.
Wyvern Slumber's probably going to come down next turn, and just Gabby, before he's played a card, will be at 21 health.
Yes.
And facing a board.
And with Hounds of Fury as a potential follow-up, which won't get to attack, but is at least more board.
Naralex is here to save the day. Probably got to go for Elise, just to hope to get a little bit of armor gain. But it is still just so slow on board.
So are we doing vanilla 3/3s, or is it better to just equip weapons, push damage here from this point?
I think it's still vanilla 3/3s, because you know that Gabby doesn't have any random cards in hand. He would have played the Rite of Twilight by now if he had it.
Yep.
So these are actually really difficult to deal with. If you wait a little bit longer, then... Okay, he has now picked up the Rite of Twilight, so Gabby does get to potentially make an effort of playing the game, but... Oh, he gets to make a decent effort with an extra 10 armor. That could be enough to stave off the pressure for a little longer. It's not looking so bad suddenly.
Yeah, good options off the 1 mana location as well. Gets the 3 good ones really off the second choice. Picks up armor.
Yep. Armor and Raptor deal with the board so that then you can start focusing on actually dealing with your own health.
Yep. Merit to say, like, it's kind of weird because +1 attack gave you 3 armor there anyway because you didn't have to attack the 3/1 to kill it, right? It saved you 3 immediately. So maybe worth considering. Discover a spell is just always kind of generically good in this deck with locations.
It feels like one of the ones that didn't, or it is one of the ones that just didn't get nerfed. But weirdly enough, very few of the 1 mana options did get nerfed. But Discover a Spell just always feels like what I'm looking for from Elise every time now, where it wasn't so much before. I think Gabby's trying to avoid playing the Sinestra right away because he'd like to play it with the Unleash the Crocolisks. So if he can get away with just Altraxian next turn, depending on how much immediate damage Nick does to him right now.
And Nick is just starting to draw one too many deactivated cards in this hand to continue to keep up the pressure.
If you are going to draw a deactivated card, you'd like it to at least do 4 damage to your opponent's face instead of just discover 2 clunky nonsense minions. So Gabby right now, he knows that I'm blanking on the name of the card. Double deal 4. Double 3 mana deal 4 would be lethal here. So he's got the choice of, do I play Altraxian and greed for Sinestra long term, or do I leave myself open to, I think that's the only combination of cards that could be lethal here from Nick.
I assume you're referring to 2 copies of Lasting Legacy as opposed to 1 copy of Aeon Rend for double deal 4? Yes, okay.
Yes.
Hearthstone charades.
Living Root's not bad. Preserves his Wind Fury Elise.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Chooses not to, so that he can just have a little bit more flexibility with his Sinestra, I think.
Yeah. Gives him a cleaner way to get through the 5/5 next turn as well.
Just in time, though. Nick's Solitudes are active.
Well, well, well. The game of chicken begins, Pocket.
Well, he is probably going to have to tell Gabby right away.
That's what I mean. Is it always worth revealing the fact that you've got King Lane in your hand?
He could swing double Solitude and then just pop King Lane back in his deck. Just hide him back in there.
No.
That is always an option.
Stop suggesting this. This is the second time now, Pocket, that you have suggested that line. I'm not having it.
He's got no other payoff cards in hand. It's not crazy. For what it's worth, I think it's wrong.
But I'm going to keep saying it anyway.
But it's an option.
Yeah.
So Gabby now knows at any point he can just slice Nick's health in half.
There's no way this turn got finished, is it? Okay, fine. I don't know whether that
shuffled
was
a minion into his own deck.
He did, yeah.
He
At which
will
point
top deck it.
you absolutely should play King Lane, but you know.
Well, he's going to top deck it, so it's not so.
Oh,
bad,
was it
but,
was it Dark Gift top of deck? Was that what?
Yeah,
got
yeah, it was
shuffled?
top deck.
Okay,
top deck Dark Gift,
my bad.
But
My bad.
yeah, Spirit Bomb, not what you really want to be playing with Sinestra.
No.
I do think at this point, he's back up to 30 and he's got Narrowlex Twilight Mistress in hand.
Yes.
And Nick's hand is just minions, which Twilight Mistress is pretty happy to see.
Yep, the greed from Gabby really paying off, holding on to the Crocolists for an additional turn.
Yeah, you recognize he could die, but realistically, it's a 2-card combo.
Yep.
There's nothing else in Nick's deck that he could possibly die to. So I think it was quite good recognition from Gabby. Alternatively, there was King Lane already in hand, plus Eternal Hold for exactly Uldari Inquisitor. Just things that aren't that likely. And so it's better to just say, okay, if I survive this turn, I probably win the game instead of I'm scared of dying right now, and then might just lose later anyway.
And Nick probably going to have to mop up this Sinestra now. Not necessarily mandatory, but probably responsible. There's one card being held from Gabby that we can see. Like, we know the reason is it's just kind of a bad, dangerous card for Gabby to be playing. But for all Nick knows, that's an expensive card that ends the game if it gets cast twice on the following turn. So.
And can always alternatively be some burst damage over the top for after Corona. That's always a little threat that Nick has to worry about that for the rest of the game now, because he knows that Gabby knows that King Lane is in hand.
Yes. And as the turns progress, the idea of putting it back in your deck does become less preposterous, because Gabby's going to keep threatening boards that are potentially 12, 13, 15 damage over the next few turns. Such as this one, for example.
Where's this? Oh, he's bluffing face damage.
He's bluffing damage, yeah.
Gabby woke up in a mood today.
he's on one.
Flash Flood always the removal pick you're looking for here, but you would rather be trying to kill the rogue instead of try and stop them killing you. It's not a spot Nick wants to be in.
That this might be the first tournament where I'm willing to acknowledge that Gabby isn't 12 years old anymore, and yet this is the one he chooses to floss on camera in. Like, how does that work?
By the way, he's positioned around Crushing Walls pretty well here.
Yeah.
Pretty threatening board from Nick. Gabby doesn't actually have a clean way to deal with it. You can always potentially cultist map into Deathwing. If he does find it.
Yeah, true.
Second Twilight Mistress, not bad though.
Yep.
Just reset the board, keep going face. 412 on board.
Yep. And does technically set up lethal with the Corona in hand as well.
Indeed. Yep, take the Kingslayers. If just one of these sticks, 7. He's going to point the spirit bomb somewhere again.
No one believes you, Gabby. It's not working.
Yeah, now that the Axis Sonaris is gone, Nick just doesn't have lifesteal left. Not to mention he can't clear this board. This is looking like a Quest Mage hand right now.
It is. It's very much looking like a Quest Mage hand. And yeah, outside of what maybe a random eye beam from somewhere, this is kind of Nick's lot now. This is what he's got left to play with.
Not just to play around Garona, needs to shuffle the King Lane just so that he could have a card to play.
Just so he can draw a card, yeah. It's drawing hold 100% of the time.
Oh, always. That's actually a good draw. He can deal with this 4-2, potentially.
Yeah. Yep.
I think he's just trying to survive to Farak and hope that saves him the game. Wyvern Slumber as well lets him play the Sigil. This is probably a bit better than just double Groxgo's last turn, but Shaladra 10 burst. Verona not even relevant.
Nightmare comes through, Awakens goes through, Gabby aura walks off screen again, as is his wont so far in this tournament, and he is going to take a 2-1 lead. And yeah, this is what Gabby does. You know, he's not had a great record so far in these recent tournaments qualifying for Worlds, but still one of the best players in the world in these clutch moments, having already lost an opening series earlier in the day to Nick. He's now coming up where it matters, but it is still that Demon Hunter on the other side that has to pick up a win. But he at worst has a mirror to contend with. He might be unfavored against the Druid, but an unfavorable plus a 50-50 means that he is a pretty strong favorite in the series.
It's also not a strict 50-50, I believe. I don't think Gabby runs. Yeah, he's got no Solitude in his list. He's favoring. I think it's the Horn of Feasting. Did Nick cut? No, he didn't.
No, Nick has Horn as well.
What is the difference? What do they cut for? Oh, it's Hive Maps, I think. I believe.
Hive Maps, yeah. Nick doesn't have them. Yeah.
Probably a little bit better than Solitude. Not massively. Hive Map a bit of an ineffective card in the mirror, more of a removal card, I think, against maybe things like Rogue. But yeah, maybe a slight fraction of a percent edge in the mirror.
It's a good point, actually, because a lot of lists, these two included, are moving away from the Nespera Enthralled location, which is one of the big utilities for why you want Hive Map in your deck. So having double Hive Map without that location, can be a little bit clunky, because paying 1 mana to discover cards can feel very slow for a deck like Demon Hunter when you don't have the effect of like Illidari Studies, where you get that 1 mana back from the discount. So.
Also, in a matchup that's so much about damage, it is just an extra fish for I-Beam, but we're not going to see that until potentially Game 5, because we are seeing the Druid next against the Demon Hunter.
Yep. Nick's Druid list, do we have any major differing factors? Not necessarily that I can see. Is he a Moss-binding gamer, as some people have been?
No, he's not. He's a 1 Twilight Time Reaver gamer, though. Double press the advantage. I think that is sometimes one of the cuts. Wickerfang, I think, is pretty much unanimous across the board in the Druid lists I've seen this weekend. Maybe 1 or 2 cut it, but the vast majority do. And then, I think it's usually 1 Twilight Time Reaver or maybe 1 Press the Advantage people might opt with, but he's gone for the 1 Time Reaver, which is probably slightly better against Demon Hunter, just having that little bit of extra early game ways to spend mana, cycle through your deck to your more important cards. And Madrasil, definitely the ideal thing you want to see in your opening hand, specifically against Demon Hunter.
Either the Legion dies, or I die with it!
Gabby snapping the first portal into play, just here powering it down on turn 1. Nothing. Oh, okay. Grim Harvest was picked up off the top. Okay, looking a lot more proactive than it did 2 cards ago after the Mulligan completed.
Oh, Acceleration Aura, definitely what Nick was looking for to try and get the Amidra down on turn 3. Perfect start for him. Gabby's hand not too bad either. You do like Grim Harvest into Hands of Fury against Druid.
Yep. Definitely going to push a lot of damage in the early turns.
Bit of an awkward spot here, though, because he doesn't have a great way of spending all 3 mana. He could just Sigil of Cinder to make sure this 6 damage goes now, because Druid is least likely to play a minion at this stage of the game. Later on, it will just get soaked up by their large stats.
It's also just a good combination with Hounds of Fury, just because any small minions that do come down, like Trian or from the Amidra here, you clear them out, so your Hounds of Fury not only push face, but they fully preserve their own health as well by not trading into minions.
Yep, easy Hounds of Fury for Gabby. In the early turns, it's just going to be Nick trying to put stats on board to try and distract Gabby from just going face and ignoring everything. So I would like to see the Darkscale Broodmother here, followed by Xavius, although I know that it looks very tempting to just go for the ebb and flow, because there is a juicy 3/3 on board and the card is yellow. But I think if you're not under immediate lethal threat, it's better to fight for board with your minions first and foremost.
Reborn Underking, you say?
Yeah, this is not the easiest decision because Elise can come down next turn, and with the Imidrisil refresh, he can go Ebb and Flow and play a 1-mana location. But Reborn on Underking is very nice, and so is just Naralex as well with the nature of his hand right now.
Yep. I do think it's one of the two on the right, though. He does end up
Yes.
going for the Elise. All right.
I do like going for the Elise because realistically, the Reborn on Underking is not as good against Demon Hunter as Double Battle Cry or Summon a 2/2 copy because you do want the armor to be a lot more front loaded.
And out of nowhere, this is a ton of damage stacked up for Gabby.
I remember this place
Means
well.
Nick might have to forego getting the location into play this turn, depending on what he hits.
I think he goes
I guess
for
no,
one
he's
mana
got
location.
the
yeah,
mid
he'll go
hit,
for
yeah.
ideally +1 attack plus Raptor. Does full clear really cleanly. Doesn't get the Raptor after the +1 attack, which I assume he would have taken. Which would have let him play Trion, Ebb and Flow, and very, very cleanly just deal with everything. He can still deal with 2 of the minions, which I think will be good enough for the time being. Once you force Demon Hunter a little bit off board here, if they don't have the Eternal Hold right here and now, they do struggle to keep putting up reasonably sized boards.
I love the look of expectation on Gabby's face that he's going to draw hold right now. He wasn't
still
pleading with his deck. He was waiting for what he deserved.
There is still one more draw for it, and I think Gabby will... He's the type of player to go, okay, this is what I need to win. I'm Gabby. I win.
I grow in
I'm going to draw hold here.
Talking about just portal and breaking the portal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't go for it, though. Interesting.
They will never catch me.
Punished. That's
Yeah. It's always punished.
He's Gabby. It would have happened.
Yeah.
He does go
Gabby,
for this.
Gabby
does
just
make
for
a
a
lot of
brief
sense.
moment, he missed the fundamental fact that he is Gabby.
He doesn't seem like the kind of person to forget that. You wouldn't expect it of him.
No. Honestly, one of the least likely people on the planet to forget
Yes.
that he's Gabby.
He did go for, in all seriousness, the more consistent line to find Eternal Hold in general, even if not right away. He did draw quite a lot of cards that turn.
And
But
also,
it did
I think
just give Nick a bit more of a window.
I think worth the shout here as well that because that was the second portal he was playing, not the first, the more consistent line to get him to Broxigar in the near future as well.
The downside of that is you do give the Druid a whole turn to just spend 7 mana on an Underking,
Yes.
gain 12 armor over the course of a couple of turns, and it is not that easy to close out the game here, and the Druid will just put larger and larger stats on board every turn, with the Imidrisil click coming in next turn as well. Marithra is 2 mana off being active, so Nick could activate it, click Imidrisil, and then play it if he so chooses.
I'm assuming swinging into the 6-3 here. Gabby held on to this attack last turn so that he could swing it into the minion and draw that additional portal, help set up for that Broxigar later on.
Interestingly, didn't play the portal despite having the Priestess of Fury already on board. Because he could have 1 less face damage and most likely Broxigar in hand right now.
True.
Suddenly quite awkward, because Nick doesn't have a great way to actually deal with this board.
Yeah, needed some help from the Discover and did not find it.
Broodwatcher, not bad at blocking Demon Hunter damage, though. They're not great at doing just like 3 AoE. it always does feel like quite a safe breakpoint. They have to commit quite a lot more of their turn than they'd like against this, and I think that is a big reason why people have started including Wickerfang in their decks, specifically for this matchup.
Oh, that is a big old forest gift as well.
Yep,
In
and
the
now gets
double
even more
value of the
buffs.
Wickerfang.
Even more
Yep.
buffs off the Elise location as well.
Yep, double dipping off the
Nice
+1
little spot.
attack and the forest gift.
Now Gabby has to either clear a big board or clear a very healthy life total, and it doesn't look like he can do either.
No.
Nick quite well positioned as well around the flash flood from this hive map in Gabby's hand,
Yep, very true.
which is usually the main removal that you're worried about from Demon Hunter. Like that's the only strong high damage removal that they have access
Yeah.
to right now.
The gap between that and their second best removal card is so enormous. Like,
Yes.
it's night and day in terms
Like
of what they can
deal
actually
20 or deal 3, basically.
kill. Yeah. You get 6 with Horn of Feasting, right? Like that's kind of
Yes.
your next best step a lot of the time.
There is the flash flood after an eye beam as well, so he can clear off a little bit. Opts to save it for next turn.
Next turn? Question mark?
Right now, from Gabby's point of view, if these 1/1s get cleared, there is a next turn, but I think Press the Advantage is just exact lethal with the hero power here from Nick.
Yeah.
So the streak of Demon Hunter losing to every single thing it possibly faces seems to be going on.
Yeah, and now of course we are absolutely 100% of the time going to watch Demon Hunter lose in the final game of this series. So the agenda will remain completely intact. But
Yep.
yeah, I think Rogue and Demon Hunter have both had their struggles in this tournament, perhaps in unexpected places. And as I mentioned earlier, I think maybe some of these lineups from you, from Jake, from the people who've kind of moved past both of those, maybe have a chance to shine. However, there is a problem with those decks, including decks like Shaman and Control Priest, which, Control Priest has
Yes.
also looked extremely bad on the games that we've seen so far. Shaman has been somehow getting banned from View, but remains to be seen what happens when he's going to actually play it. But that's all stories for the future for now, because right now we have a Demon Hunter mirror, or a close to mirror, with Nick playing the Solitude, Gabby playing the Hive map. That is what the series is going to come down to.
Yes.
It very much looked like that was going to be the case since a couple of games ago in the series, and that is now the reality that we're going to be faced with. So bias aside and shots at Demon Hunter aside, what does matter in the Demon Hunter mirror if Demon Hunter is going to win a game here, which of course it must?
Yes, so contrary to most Demon Hunter matchups, I want to say, the Eternal Hold, it's a good card. It does matter, but it is not the main game plan for the Demon Hunter in the mirror. The main way you win, I think, as we saw with Method and Saver yesterday, they had a Demon Hunter mirror in their series. Mainly, you want to get in early chip damage, make sure you're the one playing your hounds on 4 to go face. Like you want to have the early tempo, take control of the game, and be the one that's putting your damage into your opponent's face and making them deal with your threats, so that the other player's playing a little bit from behind. So you want to have always the impetus on your attacks are going face, their attacks are going into your minions to stop that, and overall, your damage will just outnumber theirs.
So that was a lot of words, but I think what I heard was go first. Would that be a correct summation?
Well, go first in a sense of, like, you want to be the first one to be doing things. So right now,
Yeah.
obviously, Nick's going first, but Gabby's got the Sigil of the Seas first. So
Yep.
you can make a strong argument for Gabby's the first one on board. You want to be the one that's dictating the order of attacks. So it's a very, very tempo-based, damage-based matchup in the early turns. Axe of Cenarius is a very big X factor, I think, as well. And so is the 5/5 Life Seal Dread Seed, because Healing is huge in this matchup because it often will come down to you're both just swinging all your damage into each other's face, and every single point does matter in the end.
This looks like a good swing to me from Nick. Normally, I think you'd make the argument that you actually want to use your weapons for a bit of board control here, but actually Nick swings now to get the minion in his hand so he can potentially discount that minion from Solitude without having to swing into a 3-3 on the following turn and take a bunch of damage on his own face.
Yeah, there's a twofold benefit as well with the Axe of Cenarius in hand. He knows that he can always just load that up and clear this 3-3 as well. So that weapon swing was very unlikely to be useful with the context of the board Gabby was putting up. Solitude's not looking too bad here, though.
Yep, getting cheap minions, which is what he wants at this stage of the game, for sure.
Or he just does 0 mana 2-3. Rostrop Viper!
Rostrop Viper, or... There is a dragon being offered for the Historian, but yeah,
that is true. But it would be full cost, and yeah, realistically, you want to be spending your mana on cheap damage in this matchup, and getting a big dragon in your hand realistically isn't going to really be something you want to spend mana on in this matchup.
Yep, agreed. Oh, you did say 2-3. When did this get buffed? No recollection.
It's been a while, but it also hasn't been played for a while as well.
Yeah. Not my Historian.
I think Gabby will likely be trying to preserve the coin with the way that this game has been going for that Eternal Hold, because I think he's understanding that he's probably not winning the board fight in the early turns. If he does overreact to Nick's board, then he will likely just be playing from behind because he did go second. But his advantage here is that he has access to the Eternal Hold first, which isn't, as I said, plan A, but if you can do it with enough time, it is always a strong play.
It's funny, yellow card
really annoying.
Yeah, such an awkward board for Hounds of Fury to line up into.
You might just have to play the Infestation to deal with this, but it is also something you very rarely want to do against, well, in the mirror, is leave 1 health minions on board, because everyone is running the double Broxguard Last Stand now.
Yep.
And he especially doesn't want to do that going into Gabby's turn before Coin Eternal Hold. So he might shoot this... Yeah, obviously he'd be shooting at face. So he's got the got the decision of take 3 or shoot the Sting at face and preserve it for a bit more flexibility with Hounds of Fury next turn.
Yeah, I think it worked out okay with the way the trades happened.
Yeah.
You get the spell burst, you get to push damage. You were always going to be able to trade off even both 2-1s if you needed to. There is the Horn of Feasting, which, again, very good high-tempo removal card in the matchup, but can be a brutal swing in terms of resources if your opponent is able to Broxigar it on the following turn.
It's often tempting not to do this, because Gabby might have been tempted to play the non-outcast one just to make sure he doesn't have 2-1s on board, because that is always something you're scared of going into your opponent's turn before their Eternal Hold. Like, turn 5, typically you want to spend drawing to find the hold, but Nick is just able to put up a threatening board that makes it really difficult for Gabby to coin out his good card. And he might have to deviate from that now.
Demons?
What Gabby really doesn't want to do is spend his whole turn dealing with a board and then see Eternal Hold on the other side. So I think he will be just debating whether or not that's something he can afford to try and beat, or he just hopes that he doesn't have it. And I think he is just hoping that Nick doesn't have the Eternal Hold.
It's an awkward turn, right? Because also he doesn't want to spend his whole turn dealing with a board only to then see another board come down the next turn, and then he's in exactly the same position. And with the additional copy of Solitude that Nick has remaining, his deck is a little bit more likely to be able to do that than the average Demon Hunter that he'd be playing against. As it happens...
He does know about there being a discounted minion in hand that could be anything. It's been there for a while, so it could just be some massive threat that
he
hasn't really accounted for. It's so tempting to just trade this Viper and fill out the curve, but I just see it and I go, I don't want to hold on to it. I want to trade it. I want to see more cards. I want to draw Eternal Hold, but switch it off at the same time.
Have to just tempo the horn here? Like, you saw one Broxigars on the previous turn from Gabby. I just don't think you can let the turn pass without significant
Yeah,
threat.
I think you do. Yeah. You do, because I'm getting kind of sick of saying the Eternal Hold at this point, but that is the #1 card on both players' minds. So yeah, both of them are just trying to make it as awkward for the other player to drop it safely. Interestingly, I'm not sure why he swung first.
Darkness rises.
But Voidlord is fantastic.
Yeah,
Probably the
Voidlord
best
is
option.
good. Yeah, either that or 410 lifesteal, force them all to attack in, right? That's also very, very good here.
Yes.
Because these are unlike... What's the... is a hunted spell, right? Or is it shaman? Might be shaman. There's a spell where, like, the things actually just have immune when attacking, full stop. And everyone always forgot that after it came down. Whereas these rat just... they're given it for one turn by the outcast effect.
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. I also don't remember which... Oh, it was Furious Fowls. It was both. It was.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's dual class. It was both. Slightly awkward for Nick here because he would love to be able to clear this, then go Wyver's Slumber and Broxigar's Last Stand. I think he'll just settle for doing it over 2 turns instead.
Oh, hello. Throw that in there as well.
Well, he could have held on to it for the Last Stand the next turn as well. Didn't completely need to do it here, but that does mean you're pigeonholing yourself a little bit more. Not sure he needed to play the portal there.
Does it make a difference? Because obviously you can then attack with the weapon again, draw the next portal at the start of your turn without having to do anything else. Does that ever actually make a difference?
Well, you
to
don't
the turn
want to do that at the start of your turn because you're starting your turn with Broxigard's Last Stand. You're not
because you want it to go
into
face.
the
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd like. Well, Gabby is still at 18, and yeah, Nick's advantage here is that he's got a lifesteal weapon and he can hit Gabby's face. So he does need to end the game sooner rather than later to stop this Eternal Hold just pushing too far behind.
Wait.
Third portal. Doesn't have a way to... Oh, yeah, he can clear it. He can't play Broxigar right away, I don't think. Oh, yes, he can. He can play Broxigar, but it's just not lethal, so...
It's just not lethal because you can't buff it as well.
I-Beam's fantastic.
I was going to say, do you crack Illidari first, just to look for the more pleasing way of dealing with the minions?
Yeah, because you do also need to make sure you do have lethal with Broxigar when you do find it. But you also don't want to swing this weapon without playing Lasting Legacy because you'd like to get the lifesteal in. But you want to swing it into a minion, so you're drawing the last portal, so it's...
Yes.
It's not easy, but this does look like it is close to setting up lethal with the Broxigar portal, but I don't think he does quite have it, because he does have to spend some mana during it next turn, and that's if Gabby doesn't just kill him here with this second click of Eternal Hold, which he does.
Doom Guard! Easy stuff. Yeah, it was a really tough turn there for Nick at the end. He had so many things to think about. The Sigil of Cinder was going off, pushing an extra 6, so he had to find a way to draw the Bronzigar, set up lethal and heal, try and push some face damage if he could, but he had to attack into a minion to draw the portal, and then using the Legacy meant that he didn't necessarily have it set up for the following turn. A little bit more of a formality as it could have been, because Gabby ended up getting the draw of the Doomguard anyway. Doomguard or Illidari were both going to do the job there, so we had 2 hits out of 15 with 3 shots. So I think about 32% instinctively. Internal napkin maths in my head. Sorry if that's wrong, to be able to get the lethal there. But yeah, Nick, a tough one for him.
He had the better start, but I think the fact that he didn't have quite enough to just close out the game, and that Void Lord from Gabby just bought him just about enough time. I think if that had been a bit more of an ineffective minion that just didn't directly impact the board, Nick could have just ignored it, gone face, and probably would have got there. But just a bit of an unfortunate roll off that Eternal Hold for Nick's point of view. But for Gabby, yeah, it's the first time he's been out of groups in quite some time, and I'm sure he'll be thrilled about that, because yeah, I feel like his results recently haven't been quite as befitting of a player of his undoubted, unbelievable, consistent ladder quality. Like he's a fantastic, one of the top players in the world, but he's not been getting the results that I think his play warrants. So I'm happy for him getting through today.
Yeah, it's a staggering record, actually, when you break it down, because obviously we're well used to talking about, like, well, Gabby's in this tournament. He's de facto one of the favorites for the tournament, but his record in these events is that, what was it, summer 2023 was the last time he made it out of groups, which is outrageous for a player of his quality. But yeah, now he has done it. He's got a couple more wins to be able to make it through. Pocket, thanks for jumping in for the taking care of the technical difficulties that Raven had earlier. We're going to go to a very quick break, but we still have plenty more Hearthstone. We're only about halfway through the day. Still plenty more to go. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
we are back with the Hearthstone Masters Tour Winter Championship, having just some, slight technical difficulties pulling up my co-caster here. But we finished up with Group C, and we'll be moving on over to Group D now with my pick, Jake, taking a victory over Maxibon to make it into winners. Gonna be going up against Maori. Jake on that Brazilian lineup that has the sort of 3 aggro decks, and then the Control Priest. Control Priest fell a little bit flat earlier. I'm certainly hoping that Jake can pull it together this time. Seems like he did in his last match. But then Maori is over on... got the Dragon Warrior, the Druid that we've been seeing a lot of, the Rogue that we've been seeing a lot of with the Twilight Mistress, and the Demon Hunter. So fairly bog standard lineup from Maori here. We talked a little bit earlier about how the Brazilian lineup was maybe targeting Quest Mage, and there's only been 3 of those in the tournament. So not quite the targets they were looking for, but I've got to imagine, knowing that the prevalence of Demon Hunter and Rogue and this Druid, that they would have expected it to do well into other of those matchups. Does seem like Priest might really be the sticking point, but yeah, I think this will be a real interesting one. We may be buckling in for a long matchup here, just because although there's those aggro decks for Jake, there's some potential that like Priest into Rogue, Priest into Druid could be taking some substantial length of time. Taking a look at the group here, as I discussed, Jake took the victory over Maxi, Maori over Quan Wu, and so Maxi and Quan Wu gonna have to duke it out. Maxi also has a Priest in the lineup, but it is alongside an Egg Warrior, and then the Druid and the Demon Hunter. Meanwhile, Quan Wu has, Rogue, Demon Hunter, Druid, and the Dragon Warrior. So, we've kind of passed away from our mages and entered into the more mostly conventional lineups, but then, of course, this group with the 2 priests. Taking a look at the bans here, Jake's Hunter is banned, and the Demon Hunter ban over on the side of Maori, and it's going to be our first time getting to see this aggro Paladin up against the Druid.
2 issues at this end, all sorted now, hopefully. And yeah, we're going to get to see that Paladin. One of the great things about banning Demon Hunter when you make these lineups is it opens up so many options. Because so many things have negative win rates against Demon Hunter specifically. It doesn't necessarily mean that is right, but if you just go into the tournament with a Demon Hunter ban, you are a lot less flexible. But on the other side of that, you have more choice, but you're less flexible because you have to always ban it, because your decks might all be so terrible against Demon Hunter that you can't change. So your ban flexibility goes down, your lineup flexibility goes up, and we've seen this. Are you calling it the aggro lineup, even though there's a Control Priest in it? Is that what we're doing here?
I feel like you kind of have to. It's got certainly the 3 most aggressive decks, in there. It's just the Control Priest that is oddly in the mix. I'm not sure sort of what merited that decision over trying to come up with some other aggro deck to fill the slot, or if they just felt they couldn't run the no minion DH themselves. I don't know, because that would be kind of the natural filling of that slot. But it seems so far to off stream to have worked out better for Jake than it did for Grimaldi.
How do you feel about the Priest? So the reason I ask is when you look at the stats for Priest in any data site at the moment, Priest loses to everything.
Yes.
Apart from Hunter, which it must. And yet there are 3 players in this tournament who are very, very strong, respectable players who have decided that they think that Priest must be beating something that we don't think it beats. What's your view on it?
I think that the Priest, it has this issue of sometimes you just don't draw your cards in the right order. I think that this build of it has tried to mitigate that by having like Torga to draw your one holy draw spell, right? Because it draws a kindred card and a thing that activates it. So you'll draw a holy spell and your draw two holy spell. So it's a little more turbo cycle. I think maybe with their aggressive decks, they thought, oh, but also probably other people will have aggro decks, and this will do well against those. So maybe they didn't anticipate, maybe they thought there would be more Hunter and not as much of like the Druid and the Rogue, which have these much more go long resources. Because sometimes the Priest just lines things up where it feels as though there's nothing you could possibly do, right? They're going up to full life every turn, they're eternal firebolting your stuff, and like you end the game and they still have 30 life.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, just gonna quickly look at this. I just realised it is the Paladin that's queued. Not because that wasn't interesting, because the Priest stuff fascinates me, but because this might only last 4 turns, because this Paladin deck is nonsense.
Yeah.
Have you played much of this?
So you get to play a lot of it if you want to do a little bit of testing, because the games are fast. And slightly awkward hand here for Jake in that he's got Dragon Scale Armaments and a Treasure Guild, which will hit Dragon Scale Armaments. The only spell is Flight Maneuvers. That's the Shatter spell.
Yeah.
That gives you a couple of 4/2 dragons, and then give all your minions +1/+1 Divine Shield. Turns out, when your entire deck consists of 1 and 2 drops, you can assemble that very, very quickly, and I think this will actually be maybe the rare game where you don't get to do it on 4 as the Paladin. Jake taking things slightly slower here. But it was remarkable how often you could just play Flight Maneuvers on 4 with this deck when I was testing it out.
Yeah, this location costing 2 is an expensive card. Like, you weren't using hyperbole. When Edelweiss said that, she said there was only 1 card that costs more than 2 in the deck. That is not like exaggeration. There is only 1 card that costs more than 2 in the deck, to the point that the location is just a little bit slow and clunky. You've got to get out your hand. It doesn't do a lot, and it doesn't get buffed. Maybe there's just nothing else you can put in there. But yeah, this is going to be a turn 5 most likely, which is, again, as Edelweiss was saying, incredibly slow by this deck's standards.
So Maori doing everything he can to keep the board as clear as possible, while Jake will be setting up the Shatter cards. The advantage as well to having most of the deck being 1-drops is that if you are going on a little slower, you can pretty consistently say, like, well, on turn 5, I will have a 1-drop to play alongside the Flight Maneuvers.
Yeah. Yeah, it is absolutely ridiculous. I think that's something we're seeing across all of the decks in this tournament and on ladder as well, and something that we're used to, that we've sort of lost with the rotation, is the consistency, right? A lot of the decks now go back to having quite a lot less draw than they used to have, quite a lot less fetch, and you're playing the deck as your hand is given. But this deck, no, it's got 6 ways of getting your 4-drop that you play on turn 4 or 5 every game, and then you hit them really hard and see if they can deal with it. And if they can, you lose. If they can't, you win.
Yeah, gonna just buff up that. I was gonna say Raptor. Oh, it is a Raptor. Yeah, Dreambound Raptor. Yeah. Since that is giving keywords to all of Jake's minions, he knows that Maori will want to remove it. So he's going to make that a little bit more punishing to do so. Maori, bit of an off turn here. And yeah, Amir Giselle offered, but not quite enough mana to play it. So has to go for a Horn. Flipper Friends. Would be a great pickup, but not enough mana to play it on this turn. And the thing about this Shatter cards in general, you know when they're in hand, you know when they've been assembled.
Yes,
and
yeah.
Against this paladin, it's like, well, I've got to clear as much as I can because all this is about to get +1/+1 divine shield.
Yeah, it's this deck you know anyway because it's always there. Your point is taken. It is actually revealed to you just in case you're in any doubt whatsoever.
Time waits for no one.
Looking really good. I mean, the Paladin, the matchup spread for the Paladin does look good. It is one of those, again, it's sort of the opposite of the Priest when you check stats sites. Paladin decks, very aggressive decks, always score higher than they do at the top levels. The top players are better at dealing with incredibly aggressive stuff coming at them. But this one might be the exception. This might just be really, really good. We'll see over the tournament.
Gonna have to sink one of these shields into that treant, but yeah, you see here just getting those pair of 5/3 divine shields is, pretty threatening on its own, and then buffing everything else. And there's another one in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, when you talk about this when I'm talking about this consistency, the consistency isn't just getting the first one, is it? It's getting the other one as well. So, but that is the deck. It's not like the Hunter deck. After turn 5 or 6, the Hunter can keep going. You can discover stuff, as Sottle described earlier, and so on. With this deck, once you've had your 2 lots of Drakes, you are done. They're not dead, that is it. So, but they often are dead. So, look at the state of this coming in next turn.
I think Maori is going to need exactly a Narrowlex top deck to be able to play that Firak, because Druid, not renowned for its board clears.
No, and also, especially when you get through Divine Shields, right? You can play the Time Reaver that turns things into 1/1s or one health minions or 1 attack minions, and that might buy you some time. When they've got Divine Shield as well, even the 1/1s are going to get there with this amount of damage. But that is the concern for Jake here.
Yeah, that's true. If he goes all in on the second flight maneuvers and then they get turned into 1 attacks, that would be not so optimal. And I think that's just a risk he has to take, right? When you're playing this kind of deck, you don't want to give the opponent time. Something I've been experimenting with because I like this Paladin deck is, well, what if we just throw a Nozdormu in there, right? Because sometimes, you'll top deck it and refresh all your divine shields or buff them up, right? It's still just one expensive minion, but yeah, a lot of the times they just don't have it, and there we go. Easy.
Yeah, I was
victory for
giggling a bit there. Maori's face was just like, yeah, well, that was coming, wasn't it? What can you do? It is one of those, if you don't draw your ways to remove it, ways to deal with it, you are going to die very quickly, as is how aggro decks go, and that is 1-0. But that is the expected one, I feel, for this. The next 2 decks are not very favourable, in my opinion. Again, the Priest will be argued with me, because, again, using stat sites with weaker players in the pool, Priest will be a lower scoring deck. But I don't see it. I don't see the Priest. I don't get it this time around.
It is the big question mark in this lineup. I really liked the all aggro lineup, and then suddenly it's just there, and it's like, wait, what's this for? What's the same target that we're doing here? And Jake firing up that Priest next into Maori's Druid, which, yeah, I like Druid's odds there, right? I mean, this is the thing about that Priest. Without the Sanctum, you can't end the game, really. Unless exactly you're somehow getting just the best hits off of Karazhan. So
I do wonder if it's one of those things, and again, this speculation is probably nonsense, but I like to speculate. That's why I'm here, to speculate about things. I do wonder if they built the aggro lineup and go, oh, how do we beat our own lineup? I know. We'll put in the Priest, and then we win the mirror match, and then they came here and no one's got this lineup because it's got 3 aggro decks and a Priest in it. I have seen decks go down rabbit holes, which I enjoy watching happen when people are sort of testing against themselves a lot. That's probably rubbish, but it amuses me to even think that's how it happened.
Yeah. Jake got, I would say, kind of a mediocre start. There is an Imbue, there is Xavius. Maori does have that Fellwood Treant that you absolutely want, as well as Acceleration Aura. So really off to the races in terms of his ability to sort of ramp out threats.
Yeah, non-terrible start for the priest. Like, actually has things it can do on turns 3 and 4, which is nice. It can put things on the board. It can fetch some things. It's a start.
Yeah, it definitely is a kind of priest where, like, because all the removal is just like a little bit scuffed, you do like to have minions in play to kind of open up your options.
We're going to end up back in the times when, oh, but it's a 4 attack, 4 health minion. Priest can't deal with this. Back in those days, when the priest could deal with everything else, we're kind of back there.
Is this our first 5 cost location today? Maybe not. Maybe there's been some others, but
there's not many. Like it is definitely not the thing that people set out to take anymore. But Druid does have, I've mentioned it a couple of times, Druid has a bit of a problem on turn 5 quite often. Has the choice of just doing 3 fairly mediocre things. I think it's why we see the golems in some of the decks. I'm sticking to that.
So, discover spell, cost 4 less, give your characters +2 attack this turn.
Nice, yeah, okay.
Meanwhile, Jake, taking a look at this discover. Yeah, I had to imagine it'd be the Torga here, just because as nice as it is to guarantee that you're picking up a cleansing cleric, the reason Torga's here is to just turbo your draw, and so getting it quickly to pull out, another holy spell and Grave Dawn Sunbloom. I think you want to do as soon as you can.
It's so funny to me. I just find it so amusing. Like, the Paladin has 6 ways of getting the same card. Priest, you play a Discover to find another minion, which gives you a card, which draws some cards to try and get the cards you're looking for. Like, it's so much more convoluted.
That is the state of Priest card draw right now.
But it is chaining together and doing the work. It's just a lot. Meanwhile, Maui is just doing the regular Druid stuff. Get a ramping, get some nice cards in your hand, get ready to start hitting them with bigger and bigger, increasingly big things.
Time waits for no
Yep.
one.
Wouldn't be surprised to see another Wrath pickup just to be able to cycle with. Although Innervate has merit too.
Yeah, interesting to see how long this location sticks in hand, actually.
Our stories live
All right.
The other reason for this Torga, by the way, is the only holy spells in the deck are Holy Nova and Medivh's Triumph, and Medivh's Triumph is like the best board clear that they have in terms of mana for damage.
It's the reason for the deck. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're very likely to pick that up off the Torga.
So we've got a couple of turns before anything really kicks off. I'll just do a very quick intro on the players, as I was, I let you do the intro on your own because I'm kind of like that. But Jake's been around. They've both been around for some time. Jake was top 8 at MT Undercity back in the day. Lost to Tianming in the top 8. Xiao Ti won that tournament, by the way. And Maori's been around a long time. He got here by beating Monkey Flip, who was Nick's playtest partner, that top 8 in the playoffs. He was top 4 Masters Tour Summer last year, I think it was. But he also, as far back as 2018, represented Finland in Hearthstone Global Games and played in all the qualifying, the end of season tournaments we had in the HCT, where you had to go to a location to play the playoffs and that sort of stuff. So Maui has been around a long time. I think he took a short break for a couple of years, but he's back and strong. So a couple of very strong up-and-comers, basically.
Yeah, and coming back to the game here, I saw that Moss Binding come into the hand for Maori, and we've seen that card do a fair bit of work today. Like in Maori's case, it actually is just run in the list. So not having to be
we've seen it
discovered.
cost 0, right, a few times. I like it costing 2 as well. I think it's very good in the middle game in this deck.
course, you can have too much of a good thing.
Yes, unless good thing is mana. Yeah. You can't have too much of mana. I do think that maybe it's a little bit late for the Moss Bindings. I think this is the downside of the card. When you get to your 7 and 8 mana plus turns, I think it does get to the point where you don't really want it anymore.
But you can still kind of play it in the middle of the turn, right? You don't have to use all the mana on just the Moss Binding. So it has some flexibility in that way.
But my massive golems! I want them to be really, really large. They might actually come in handy next turn, depending on whether the Firat comes down or not.
Alright. Jake just going ahead and spending a full 4 mana on that draw. Picking up another Imbue and then Intertwined Fate. I think the biggest hit that Jake is going to be looking for off that Intertwined Fate is going to be Medivh for the silence effect, yes, but also if you can get sort of the trifecta of Atiesh, Karazhan, and Medivh all at once, that kind of puts you in the very, very comfortable position. Because you get this huge tempo swing, you clear the board with Medivh and the silence. Karazhan then summons a couple of 8-drops, so you've got a 7/7, a couple of 8-drops, kind of holding your position, and then you've got Atiesh locked and loaded to be able to, double all your damage and healing effects. So I think Jake gonna be looking to play this Intertwined Fate when he can to pick up that Medivh, since it is so important to have access to.
And thanks for that game.
Oof, no Medivh, a Cleric, and a Firebolt. Tough choice. Well, yeah, the Ferak did not do too much scary stuff, as we've kind of talked about it. It mostly is about clearing boards. Innervate is a great pickup. I think Marithra is bait, right? Like, you don't need that. You just need sort of to grease the wheels. But he seems to be heavily considering, yeah.
Quickly.
Oh, and it took the Firebolt. I think he was expecting to use it here, but maybe forgetting that Ferak is immune to fire spells. So, gonna have to use the Devouring Plague instead. And Maori might just say, yeah, Moss Binding go. Not sure. Might want to play a few other things first, just because that is so vulnerable to Shadow Word Ruin. It's also Krona, a bit of an investment in the future. You know, making those bottom 5 cards of the deck cost 1 could have some impact later on. Yeah, I like this, kind of keeping things in the middle. And actually, yeah, that crucial 4 attack breakpoint and also 5 health so that Moonfire doesn't clear. So it would have to be Holy Nova plus the Moonbeam. Moonwell. There's too many moon cards, Lorinda.
Moonwell, what were the others you mentioned? I just managed to jump back
Moonfire, Moonbeam.
Yes. Oh god, they're all in, aren't they, as well?
Oh, I like this from
Moonfire is
Jake.
definitely gone.
Yeah, there's a tendency to, just get in the clearing mindset, but even though he'd like to have Medivh, and, these were not the greatest rolls, he knows he needs this weapon to be able to keep up with everything that Maori's doing. So he's just banking on, not being dead right now because he's at 30, and hoping that he can then swing things back around with, Eternal Firebolts now dealing 6 and gaining 12. That's kind of a hard thing to be able to keep up with. It also kind of activates the moon well so that it becomes a more relevant clear. But I think Maori's just doing some math here to see if he's got a lethal with Terror Run, Ebb and Flow. It's a lot of damage.
4, 8, 12, 13, 21, 20.
Welcome Home is going to do it with the refresh.
Yes.
I think that's got to be enough.
It is. It's 32.
And the Forest Gift adds up even more. I do think it was worth the risk. I think it was the right play. It just didn't end up panning out. He hadn't seen the location the whole time to know what was in there. And if not for the Welcome Home refresh, he might have gotten away with it.
Yeah, very, very close. And like you said, at some point you have to do something. I missed the chance there because I was AFK just for a second to say about the golems being 4 5s. I hope you pointed out that 4.
I did. Yep.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You've got to keep the the flag flying for the 4 attack versus Priest meme. And we see Priest lose another game, I think. It's usually Pocket who jumps on with the clarification. I think he might be 0-6 now. Because he got banned against Maxi, which is where Jake got through.
Yeah, not looking great for the Priest. I guess the real test will be up against like the Warrior, I suppose, is what you would expect it to do well into. Maori's Warrior is, a Dragon Warrior, not an Egg Warrior. So if you're saying, okay, aggro deck into control deck, theoretically good for the Priest, but there's Prescient Slitherdrake, which has Elusive, and there's a lot of burn with the erupting volcanoes. So you really have to hit things in the right order, get that Cleansing Cleric on curve, have the Eternal Firebolt.
Oh, we're going to have the mirror. I don't know if we've had this yet, just the Warrior mirror. It's 2 warriors getting their spells and dragons out and just hitting each other with fire. That's what we want to see. That's what we're here to see. Let's have a quick look at the deck, see if there's much difference in them.
Arise and carry out Our Lady's will.
So they both have a Royal Librarian even. There's very little difference in these decks. There is 1 card difference, I can't work out why.
Yeah, I think with the Priest queue last game, Jake was hoping that Maori would swap off the Druid, so that he could run into either, the Warrior or the Rogue or something. But yeah, this mirror could be, quite decisive in terms of the flow of the match. Jake
absolutely, yeah,
has the Slitherdrake, which is a crucial tool.
Yeah, neither of them got the super fast start, but both of them are going to be fine. Like you say, the Slitherdrake there is handy. I guess he does have a really good turn 3, actually.
Yes, though without picking up another dragon, there's some risk that it turns off his turn 4. To mitigate that, he could actually play this, and then this is so goofy, it'll make the Slitherdrake 7, which will activate Precursory Strike. You then Precursory Strike to draw a minion that is hopefully a dragon, and yes. Now you still have your turn 4 play.
Yeah, you got 2 goes at it as well.
Oof.
Double Living Flame in the deck. This is the downside. I think the Living Flame is good, but there's 2 of them is quite rare. You get 1 quite a bit. Something if you're playing this deck that's very key, and it's not immediately obvious, even though it's obvious when you've seen it happen once, is just how important these Windspeak Worms are on curve.
Indeed.
You can hold your coin and have a much slower start if you just wait for these. And the reason I'm bringing that up now is because this turn if that's what he wants to do, which it probably is, will be a horrible Hearthstone turn to set up coin worm into worm.
Yeah.
And swing it around over the next couple of turns. So yeah, there are so many better ways of spending 4 mana you would think here, but these 2 5-drops as they are now, because you've kept the Kindred going, will help turn this into a really good situation for him. A lot
Jake
of the time.
picks up second Slither Drake for the Dragon Activator.
Yep. Massive pickup from Jake there. That was so, as you can see for yourselves, like so required here. And now none of this stuff that I talked about quite works out.
I mean, I think even Maori is in the position of still just having to go for that coin play with the Windspeak Worm to, you know, deal 5 damage into the Slither Drake.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a horrible thing, but it's, you know, still kind of 1 for 1.
Yeah.
Also has the Searing Fisher and Torch combo for the boards that may arise that don't involve Drakes, but you know,
Right.
you can see there is another one. If a dragon is picked, oh my goodness, will
Yep.
you behave, Jake?
Windspeak Drake Pong. Yeah. Gonna go ahead and take that 6. Push 6 of his own. Continue building a board, and it has got a, you know, lower tempo, but still pretty nice use of mana on this next turn to go for just double Living Flame with the Shadow Flame's Fusion.
Yeah, he may just want to clear up and torch.
Yeah, actually, Shadow Flame's Fusion Torch, and then just 1 Living Flame.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Interesting.
Charging Dracorex.
Okay, yeah, well, but Dracorex, you want to hit into minions usually anyway. I'm actually looking at the Frothing Berserker with Divine
Sure,
Shield, Wind
yeah.
Fury, and then you torch this minion, goes up to 3/4.
Yeah, okay. And if they don't remove it, you do just kind of win the Hearthstone game next.
And you've still got a 6/6.
Yeah. Now, as it happens... Oh my goodness. Which way do you want to do it, though? You can't really just play that. It is a lot of mana.
Yeah, it's not a great turn. It's it's a solution, but it's not a very good solution.
Yeah, it's more of a solution for future you. I think it's just all the fire spells here.
Yeah, you can go Searing, which pops the shield.
Yep.
You Precursory Strike, then you Torch.
Yep. That's what I was looking at. You hate everything about it. I guess the reason he's pausing now is because do you want to save the Librarian then, or do you want to just tradable it?
Mm-hmm.
Because you would have 1 mana left over. So he's working out the turn that we're looking at as well.
Oh.
He's
Okay.
actually just playing it. Okay.
Oh God, that does not look good. I mean, I guess you soften up this Drake for next turn.
Okay.
Oof. Still taking a fair bit. Yeah, there weren't great answers to those threats that Jake put forth. I can respect it. Like, it's a 4/4 on board. It does line up into these. You don't really have great silence target otherwise.
Yeah, he doesn't know there's going to be yet another 6/8. He's partly
Right.
banking on Jake having run out of minions at that point, right? So.
Yeah, so now it's got to be, the torch to clean up.
Rotten
6/8 you need to deal with, though.
Right wing might pull something out of the hat. Does have
Yeah,
taunt.
I think so. That's what I'm looking at. There's nothing else seems to go get there, so... Yeah, just sneak this in while you're going. or
And
work out all of the legendary minions in Hearthstone and see how many of them cost 4 and how many of them cost 3.
And I think this means that it's just going to be the torch on the 6/3.
Yeah.
Throw out the peddler.
All 3 options for 2 mana are valid here, I think. Probably
Well,
not going to
it-
weave the hero power, but yeah.
If you were going to do the Searing Fissure, it would have been the first thing you do on the turn. Because you don't want to damage your own minions.
Well, he wanted to keep the mana open in case Brightwing was useful. That's the problem, though, right?
Right. But yeah, I think Peddler and Hero Power, it's a bit of a tough choice.
Yeah, he does actually just weave. Okay. This must be really close to lethal.
That torch cleans up the rest of the taunt.
We have to be aware that Maui does have that Grom at any time, so even though he's a long way behind at the moment, he can sneak the victory.
You were saying
Oh.
about Grom?
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I'm not actually sure it's the pick. I think Latorvian Armor is also just quite good with +2/+2 elusive. You gain 5 armor, help remove a thing. I think Jake is just focused on just consistently removing Maori's threats, which he can do with the torch.
Does give him an easier game plan having the Grom, right? You don't have to sort of fight so hard now because you can just do this. And
Yeah, that's true. And he knows that this Living Flame will draw an activator.
yes.
So
yes,
he'll be
that's the
looking
key.
for, like, if my board is not good enough here, then on turn 10, I'll have lethal with Grom.
Yeah.
And also, he can just play Grom as if it had Rush, right? To hit something on board.
Yeah, absolutely. And then say deal with it.
I mean, it's 7 attack without being activated because of the +3 attack and lifesteal. So
And that's if there is a turn that Maui can even make that happen, because as the board Maui's looking at right now, kind of just isn't getting there.
yeah, I think there's no way out here for Maori. Would have been tough even if Jake had not picked up that Grom.
What now?
I'm excited to see if Jake does win this, what happens with the Priest versus the Dragon Warrior. That's the thing that
Yeah.
we're supposed to be looking at. And yeah, Maui just can't find a turn that makes sense in his brain here. He knows how much trouble he's in, and it's just very difficult to find a turn that... You know, what's your plan? Set up a 2-turn lethal and hope they don't have it? That's probably the best you've got. So yeah, getting the Sanguine down because that's a Grom activator in the weird world where somehow he's not dead, and it's probably still not enough. But, you know...
Yeah, that would still just be Grom clearing a 6/8.
So, yeah. 2-1 to Jake, but with the Priest, it's here. It's got to show us what it can do in the next 2 games of Hearthstone. Otherwise, we're going to be mean to the Priest all weekend. Well, I am anyway. Because I can do that without any repercussions, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Sure. But obviously, these are good players who brought the Priest. Obviously, Maxibon, one of the very best players in the world, very much on the Priest bandwagon himself. To the point where he did ban it against Jake in the first round. So,
Which
Jake left Maxi
maybe
up.
was the issue, right? We haven't seen Jake win with the Priest, and if it was banned last round, and that's how he got through, maybe that was a mistake.
No, it just interests me, like different people's experiences, especially, yeah, we're forgetting there weren't many days to test for this tournament after the changes. So, yeah, by the time you've got together with the playtest group, got some decks together, have a go, there was a bit of time. There's enough time to get vaguely optimized decks, but we're seeing differences in all the lists, which this time last year, when metas have been going on for some time, lists were converging very, very fast to 29 plus 1 card of your choice and that sort of thing. These are quite different in a lot of places.
Yep. Well, we are going to get to see that matchup of the priest into the warrior, and I think this is the one that Jake's hoping to take, because priest into rogue can go quite long, and giving rogue that much time is quite scary with all the threats and sort of random nonsense they can generate.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, right, we've got things to talk about already, right? I don't know the mulligan for this deck, this priest deck that I'm being so mean to, even though I haven't really met it properly. Shadow Word Ruin against this dragon deck automatically to me is a choice you have to consider keeping.
Yeah, I mean, it is your only answer to Prescient Slitherdrake, and so I think you have to keep it. I think Jake has mulligan into exactly the cards that he's hoping for in this matchup, so that is a good start. Lunar Wing Messenger on 2 is just sort of the best thing you can be doing on 2. Once you've got that imbue hero power, it gives you other things you can spend your mana on. And then Cleansing Cleric, yeah, you want to get down as soon as you can. I wouldn't be surprised if he
huge.
coins it out.
Yeah, you see games without the cleric being played, and after about turn 6, the only thing you can say about the game as a commentator is, you know, where is the cleric? They need the cleric. Where's the cleric? We need the cleric.
Potentially throwing a wrench into things here is the double peddler, where they just start buffing each other, and that makes things a little bit awkward for Jake. I think he probably will still consider coining the cleric, just because otherwise it can be so hard to find time to play it. Oh, wait, yeah. This was the tension, of course. Prescient Slitherdrake, you run the risk of it not being 4 mana next turn if you just throw out the Peddler. So yeah, makes a lot of sense for Maori to hold on to it here and make sure he can get the Slitherdrake on curve. Which, yeah, pays off here, sees the draw. And I think that's a huge benefit to Jake, because it would have been very awkward to have to deal with those 2-drops buffing each other, whereas here he's planned for this. He has the Shadow Word Ruin. He might actually...
Yeah, he may take one turn, right, just to see what happens.
Yeah, just to see, because you expect the 5 to potentially be the, you know, deal 5, gain 5 armor. And Torga is another thing that's a little bit hard to play. But I think he's choosing between Torga and Xavius here.
I think I prefer the Torga personally, just to fill my hand up with stuff for the next few turns.
It gives you, you know, probably a Holy Nova, possibly second Medivh's Triumph, and then some card draw. Yeah, there's second Medivh's Triumph. Opens up a lot of possibilities. And some Maori with the Searing Fissure, probably going to be on Erupting... Oh, no, not Erupting Volcano. Just go ahead and get this Peddler down at the standard depths. Push as much damage with the elusive as possible. I think Jake can basically figure that there's no Wind Speaker Drake in hand, or at least that he can't afford to hold off anymore, and needs to pull the trigger on the Ruin. Yeah, double Triumph feels like too much of an investment, whereas Ruin, you keep a 2/6 in play. And I think after Maori's next turn, depending on the top deck, Jake's gonna be feeling pretty good. Lots of fire spells available for Maori. Gonna be Torch plus Erupting Volcano. This is what Sottle was talking about earlier in the event. How just how much damage Erupting Volcano represents. But Eternal Firebolt helps to stave that off somewhat. Jake will be looking off the Imbue for another heal or just something to get in play. And we're coming up on a potential, Grom from Maori, but otherwise this turn is a skip. Dark Rider, not really worth playing unless you're getting the Dark Gift minion. Broodkeeper, pretty similar. This is the issue with having, sort of just enough, or I guess sometimes it seems too few dragons in the deck, and that's just the time that Jake needs. Next turn he can play a Black Blood on an empty board and just let it heal him to full. Yeah, I think he's, eyes open after that skip turn. Black Blood, each of those appendages, I believe, is going to heal for 5. Because of the +2 bonus. So, full life for Jake. Yeah, there's a Dragon Activator, but no Kindred to be able to play it this turn. Gonna be looking for a good Dark Gift minion. And have to recover with Torch. Torch is a good card, but it can't carry that hard. I think we might be gambling once again on a Brightwing, or else taking Amber Warden for next turn.
We are friends now. Hello, friend.
It's about as bad as it gets. That's just vanilla, 7 mana, 8/8 dragon. So no help from Brightwing. He's got to use Broodkeeper and Torch to try and clear. He might be going for just trying to clear up these appendages, makes sense, rather than Black Blood itself. Get rid of that healing factor. Hoping that the Volcano can do some more work for him. Gets rid of most of it, not able to get that last Torch in on the 2/1. And I think Jake's feeling very comfortable here. Medivh lined up for a clear later on. Just as much time as he could possibly wish for to just get all the pieces assembled. Eternal Firebolt already in hand to keep the healing going.
Nightmares are never forgotten.
See what the options are of Savius. Yeah, another Cleric, but it goes to top, so just gonna opt for Kaldorite Priestess. And actually, with how low power these are, can just use that opportunity to push face with everything. Or get some free trades on certain minions. Black Blood will still be attacking at the end of the turn with the 1 appendage. So just gonna go ahead and get the nice and easy clear on most of those minions. Oh, I feel like it's almost taunting getting Murazond with charge, because it doesn't matter, it doesn't get set to infinity until the next turn. Murazond with stealth would be nice, but stealth is not in the Dark Gift pool, of course. Still, damage is damage, I suppose, and you might have to use it as a rush to just do something like take out Black Blood. I expect it'll be Windpeak Worm. clear this up. I don't think there's a lot left in the torch. Just enough to clear up the last appendage.
Going for a while, just make it awkward for you. How's it going?
All right. I think Jake has basically secured his position here.
Oh,
There was just... Yeah, there was like one dead turn from Maori where he just didn't have anything going for him. And then Jake played Black Blood on an empty board and suddenly, was stabilized.
So that'll if this does continue to go the way it looks like it's going to, with Jake going through, that'll be my pick, your pick, Raven's pick, Sottle's pick, all in the top 8.
Yeah.
And that other guy
Just-
didn't make it.
Pocket the odd one out.
Yeah, just pocket. He'll get there. Like he needs a bit of time.
I'm not...
So-
Oh, okay, because it only does 4 damage but 6 healing, so that was the only way you could get the full clear. And yeah, with this priest, where it doesn't exactly have a win condition, his job is basically just to do everything he possibly can to make sure that he stays at 30 and
Right.
doesn't leave Maori with any outs.
That's what I was going to ask you. Has he just been at 30 for the whole time because he managed to stabilize, and then he's just on 30 all the time because all of his healing spells are basically Reno at this point?
Yeah, I mean, only one cleric played, but I think after Black Blood came down and brought him back up to full, he's basically fully stabilized.
I'm glad we did get to actually see the priest do something, because it was going to be a bit awkward just going, well, some people bought priest, which apparently didn't do a thing. And we will get to see Maxi's attempt at priest in a moment as well. Again, assuming this goes the way you're telling me it is, which looking at the board now, it does seem like it's pretty good for Jake. He's not only got stabilized, but he's starting to look at just board winning plays as well. There's no need to take any risks, of course.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this priest, right, is like, well, your max life is 30, but you can, once you've done your setup stuff, you've got the clerics, once you've sort of wrested control away against, a deck like this, the warrior, that doesn't have a ton of value. There's no 2-turn lethal to really be set up, right? As long as you make sure you never leave them with anything in play. Like, they're going to be back at full life every turn, so how do you ever set up a 2-turn lethal? Maori's got 14 damage from Grom, potentially, with the double location. He's got a charging Murzond. But
Yeah,
there's
no
no way
that
to
much
make
damage
that.
from the fire, from the volcanoes either, really, because you can't clear
Right.
the board efficiently enough. And you don't get me wrong, those cards are good. I don't want to say those cards aren't good in other situations, but here you can't clear the board efficiently enough to set it up in 2 turns, like you say. So you are kind of stuck just trying to hope the priest runs out of stuff. And when priest is settled, it kind of doesn't run out of stuff.
Yep. And yeah, I think that's going to be it.
Stadium announcer into
Bulwark did
Bulwark
not
for
die.
us, and the one of the ones that doesn't attack for the priest.
Or one of the ones
Then-
that discards cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Maui gives it up. Jake goes through to Sunday, and that leaves just one spot remaining for Sunday's playoffs, or top 8. Vision, Saver, Me Smile, Brain Piece, Gyu, Gabby, Jake, and it will be one of Maui and Maxi, right? Is the remaining game?
I think.
Oh no, it's the rest of the group and Kwanwu, yeah. So
Yeah. We don't know between Quan Wu and Maxi who's going to go fourth, so
that's right. Yeah.
we will be coming up on their match next to see who will have the opportunity to face Maori.
Yeah, so that would be the losers match. This was the winners match, of course. I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you so much for basically solo casting that for us. It was probably an experience in its own right. Very sorry for that for everyone at home as well. So let's get me out of here. Let's get that next match racked up, and we will see you in 3. Do not go anywhere.
everyone, and welcome back. We are going to try that one more time. I'm Raven, and joining me is Sotul, and we'll see if I can stick around for the match, because I would really quite like to cast some Hearthstone today. Sotul, how's it going? How was your cast with my replacement?
Yeah, no, it was good. I think the universe has just decided that there's been just too many Sotul and Raven Hearthstone casts at this point, and that we needed to draw a line in the sand somewhere and move on with our lives. The universe is trying to send us signals, but we will not acknowledge them. We will be here casting Hearthstone until the heat death of the universe, and you can't stop us. But yes, speaking of heat death of the universe, we have some control priests to deal with in this series, so
Very
that should be
smooth
fun
and
for
accurate
everyone.
segue. I like it. Yeah, we do have more priest. It's it obviously just had a win there against warrior, which it had that sort of. It's one of definitely the better matchups, it seems. But we have seen priest struggle. I think that's just a fact at this point, right? It's not done its best whatsoever. But yeah, we are going to have Maxibon versus Quanwu, and it's going to be that first true elimination match from Group D. And we'll be rounding out the day with the winner of this versus Mari. And that's going to be pretty good to round out the day. I think we'll have all the groups and ready for Sunday tomorrow. So looking forward to this one. Cannot wait to get going. We have Demon Hunter banned out from Quanwu, and then we have the Druid gone from Maxibon. So not going to see the old priest ban come out here, Soto.
No, Maxi in his off-stream game did actually ban Priest, and his Priest was left up. He queued it once and lost with it in that series, which means I think Priest's overall record, including off-stream games, is I said Austrian games then, but off-stream games is 1-5. So not a brilliant record for the Priest so far. And you know, we've been through this before, right? Like, you remember the Maxi Rogue for that one tournament where he's like, oh yeah, my Rogue's the nuts. Like, Rogue wins every matchup anyway, so you just build your deck for the mirror and you just win the mirror with my deck. And then he played one mirror with it on stream and then lost with it immediately. Remember that tournament? There's Maxi has history of this stuff where he's been very, very vocal recently about how, you know, Priest is actually the nuts and everyone else who's losing with it is throwing. So here's his opportunity to kind of show us what we've all been missing with the Priest, and it's an okay lineup to be going into with it, because he does at least have the expected normal lineup that you would, you know, the generic lineup, if you like, that you'd expect to see. The Herald Rogue, Dragon Warrior, Druid, and Demon Hunter. I think ideally you'd like to see a Hunter in there. On the other side, potentially a Quest Mage even for the Priest to deal with, even though I think the target Quest Mage strategy from the Brazilian players with the triple aggro Quest Priest, Quest Priest has fallen completely by the wayside, because Quest Mage was just winning the first time it tried in the series, so don't know how successful that would be. But if there is a chance for Priest to make a comeback now, this is the one, because we've just seen it win a game against Dragon Warrior. It can absolutely do the same thing again. I think if you can not get hit in the face 3 or 4 times by a 6-8, you're okay in that matchup, and you obviously like have the opportunities to do that.
Well, we were even talking, weren't we, during the previous match, where it's like, oh yeah, you probably keep Shadow Word Ruin, and we did see the keep, because that's the sort of thing you might fall over to, right? Is that early push. So having because Priest doesn't need, you don't really need to curve out on Priest, right? That's not where the strength of the deck is. The strength is just not dying early, and then you start to just overpower and sort of, you know, sustain yourself after that. So I do like to see that, and we'll see, you know, how it performs going forward. But it looks like we are going to be having the Demon Hunter for the first match going up against going up against the Druid from Quanwu.
Yeah, and you can see here the unique twist. I think it's unique for this tournament at least, is that Maxi is playing double Sands of Time in the 1-mana slot of his Demon Hunter, which is very, very interesting. Just giving yourself that additional flexibility. Picking up, of course, early Demon Hunter cards in the early game are probably a little bit more valuable, just to actually curve out with stuff that you play in your deck anyway. But then also that opportunity to kind of grab something bigger and more impactful later in the game. Find big board clears or removal cards that you're kind of lacking in if you, you know, face a mid-game board that you're not able to deal with, which is sometimes a downfall of Demon Hunter. So it's a decent idea. There was a period fresh into the expansion where Sands of Time was being slipped into the most decks by at least people who have access to the card. But yeah, like, it's fallen by the wayside a little bit. but I can still understand the idea of just squeezing it in there because it is just a very, very effective card. But there's two parts of this that leapt out to me a little bit more. Top 15 legend with only commons in your deck is an outrageous thing to be able to brag about. But then also, favorite deck Imbue Druid. Is Maxi trolling, or was that okay? All right, fine.
Yeah, I choose to believe that just simply cannot be true, because I respect Maxi too much for me to think that's a real answer.
That's your mistake, Raven.
Well, maybe that is the case. His opponent, of course, Kwamwu here with the Druid, does have that moss binding that I think we talked about a bit yesterday when we were casting some Druid, of like some of the differences some of the decks have. But I personally, I don't know about you, I'm a fan of that card in the deck. When I've been practicing with it, it feels like not only great filler sometimes, but just a great way to put on some pressure that Druid sometimes can struggle to have access to.
Yeah, no, I haven't played it. I have 0 games with the card. I played, hold on, my tracker's right here, 24 games of Druid this expansion, which is not that many, but I did note that when you find it off the Horn of Plenty, it's very useful in a lot of situations when you get it for 0, right? But obviously it's a lot stronger when you get it for 0 just because of the nature of the card. But when I saw it naturally in so many lists going into this tournament, I asked Pocket about it, who's been, jamming tons of Druid. Like, Druid is his de facto fun deck if he's not, testing anything else. And he said that he hadn't really tried it either. So yeah, a little bit surprising to see it coming out in such numbers in the tournament. But it has definitely had a couple of really, really good showings, where a turn that would have otherwise been kind of a whiff, or playing an understated minion just for tempo, just to fill out a curve or whatever, suddenly just becomes 2 4/5s or 2 5/6s in the mid game. And you're like, okay, yeah, that was better than the alternative, which was, pass the turn and move on. And you do have a card slot or two to play with, because the dodos have pretty much been cut from the deck by everyone now,
right.
and rightly so, absolutely, in my opinion. So you've got a couple of empty slots to try and squeeze some more juice in there.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where if you aren't going to play on any given turn, it's because you're doing the good Druid stuff. So just some of the times where you can actually say, you know what, this can contest some of those like early rogue pushes, for example, and help against Dragon Warrior. It can be pretty useful overall. Yep. But it looks like the players are ready to jump in. We've got Maxibon on the top, of course, on the Demon Hunter, and Kwamwu on the Druid. Looks just a quick glance at Kwamwu's opening hand. It didn't look too bad.
Wave shaping on 1. Little awkward in the way that wave shaping sometimes is, in that you would quite like access to all 3 of these cards over the course of the game at some point, but you're probably only going to be able to pick up one of them. You do have second wave shaping in hand, so anything can happen, but hey. Goes with the Wickerfang. Wickerfang, another card that just kind of crept in, that was not in the list that I was testing when I tested it in preparation for this tournament. But certainly a card that I did start to see being played by Druids I was playing against with other stuff as I moved on through the decks, because Druid was something that I was testing quite early on. And it certainly caused enough problems in enough situations that basically no other card in their deck would, that I was like, okay, I actually do see why this is here. This is a real threat in a lot of situations.
And also, when you play Felwood Trent as well, you are around that 5 to 6 mana quite quickly, right? And the old Druids of the past had other options for that slot, right? Of like, you look at like Nourish, for example, or some other tools that you can play around that to either ramp more or get some taunts down. But now I agree. I think Wickerfang's just great to just slam down and just say to your opponent, deal with this, my friend.
Kwamwu passing up the... actually, no, there's no dragon in hand, actually. I was about to say passing up the ability to ramp, just because he had perfect mana utilization with the Treant in the air, but he didn't have the option anyway. Rough matchup for the Demon Hunter. Pocket Train was explaining this very well earlier, I think, where Demon Hunter is ahead in the matchup usually for long enough to do about 18 to 20 damage. And then the superiority of the excess mana and the higher quality cards in the late game just takes over for Druid, and they just restabilize. which is certainly what I've seen in my experience from both sides as well. Obviously, Maxi does have access to hold on curve, which he is slowing down by a turn by throwing out the Hounds of Fury here just to get some initial tempo, which of course can do some degenerate things, but Druid already looking in a very nice spot in this game.
Yeah, it was tricky that turn, wasn't it? Because on one hand, coin the dogs out is great, right? Like it's kind of the sort of aggression you want, but you are sacrificing some of that late game power. But I think I'm with Maxi on this one. Oh, okay, well, rewarded to an extent now with that draw. But the thing is, at the point you're going to coin out the hold, what are you expecting to get that's going to help you if you've not gained tempo and put some pressure on the board early anyway? You're going to be asking some pretty big questions of that card. And the card's good, don't get me wrong, but I definitely agree with this bit more focused play here from Maxi. Quanwu, though, still in a good spot considering Maxi's gone 4-4 with the dogs.
Yeah, this opening curve has been kind of revolting.
In the best of ways. If your name is Cromwell.
The early Druid curve is kind of confusing now as to what is actually the nuts, because the way the deck works isn't just 2-on-2 like ramp into your 4, right? Your 2 and your 4 don't actually get played on curve because it's impossible for them to do so. You have to do something else, then play the 2-mana Treant later, then play the 4-mana Broodmother a little bit later than that. So what works as an opening curve is a little more nebulous. But Acceleration Aura is, I think, that beautiful card that bridges the gap between all of them.
Yeah, though, Max are going to be able to chunk through some of these with the Immune Raptors. Pretty useful to have available here, but still going to feel behind, right? Like, even with a decent turn, you are expecting Quanwu to have something to follow up here. It does only have 2 cards in hand, and it is something that Druid can struggle with sometimes, is just having resources, because they can have an abundance of resources in certain situations, but a lot of the time when you are curving out like Quanwu has, that's good for board control, but the resources are a little bit limited. But Underking into a worst case scenario, just slam Shaladrasil and get something done next turn, like a bounce or something, isn't the end of the world for Quanwu.
Yeah, particularly because the Shaladrasil is lining up into the expected hold turn, right? Shaladrasil and Dream actually is quite likely to be able to match the tempo of what your opponent does next turn, because they're going to spend 6 mana playing 1 big minion.
I'm taking their time here, working out. I imagine the trades. I don't think there's any world where you Acceleration Aura here with no knowledge of what your next draw is going to be, and you might end up playing the Underking anyway the following turn. So I imagine just planning out the turn, what trades, if any, want to be made. Because Cromwell's got quite a lot of health right now, right? You could. There is a world where you could just say, "I'll go face. If you want to hit me, hit me. I'm still fine."
Yeah, I said the superiority of Demon Hunter usually lasts long enough to do like 14, 18, 20 damage, but because of the start, you know, ramp Aura into Treant into Wickerfang, the amount of damage was significantly less than that. He's basically got nowhere near putting on the amount of pressure you need to do in the early game.
Now this is interesting because there's some similar options here as well, isn't there? Like Rift Cleaver, you get to choose a target, but the Asphyxodon, of course, is a little bit overall stronger. Just going to trade through. Okay, yeah, that also is effectively choosing the target.
Yep. And this is exactly what I was talking about. This lines up absolutely perfectly thanks to the ramp. Quanwu just gets to go. I get to spend 8 mana on Shaladrasil, and my net tempo is exactly the same as what you did last turn. So I will take that every single day of the week.
But this is where the draws need to improve a little bit for Quanwu now, right? Ooh. Like the Ysera cards are fine, don't get me wrong, but there needs to be something a little bit high impact off the top.
That's a very good Solitude draw, as the Asphyxodon is dumped back into hand.
But called Sun Fury Protector. Remember when that was a card?
I do. Yeah. I was a handlock gamer. Like hundreds and hundreds of games, if not 4 digits of handlock way back in the day. You into Zoo, Coin Ancient Watcher into Sun Fury, they leave.
Oh,
Look at the days.
the nostalgia's too powerful.
To be fair, no, Zoo beats that. What that beat was Face Hunter, usually.
Yeah, it's true.
Zoo would actually just power overwhelming into your 4/5 and not care about that whatsoever.
Not so bad for Maxi here, just getting something on the board. Obviously, he does know that Ysera Awakens is available for Cromwell. And, oh, Xavius is a good draw. When I was talking about him needing something.
Yep. Well, there's a lot of words here, but I am drawn to the one that says Farak. That's my favourite word on this screen.
I can only see one that says clear the board.
Ah. But not the one that says heal, right? You're pretty bad at seeing that one from
Yeah.
what I remember.
Me. And the good thing here is because, again, Cromwell has been able to just retain so much health this game, doesn't even need to consider Awakens this turn, right? It's like, yeah, just hit me if you want. Like, just take the armor off. It doesn't really matter.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, that is a card.
A game of Hearthstone has appeared. Oh, Second Solitude picked up as
going
well.
Again.
Now gets to take the full clear here by trading down.
Yeah, nice as well.
On the Illidari.
Yeah. 100% retain as much health as possible, so the Ysera Awakens isn't as much of a threat. But there is a Fyrak Awakens as well.
Yep. Awakens, Bait Fyrak.
Suddenly, though, Cromwell is down to 14, so things are looking a little bit spicier than they were just a turn or so ago. Let's see what this one can do. Card draw, not bad at all. Okay. Dark gifts everywhere.
Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah, doesn't quite get there. 6-1 sticks. And now, Sands of Time, the tech card, gets to come into play. Nothing there. Is he rewinding? There's not. I mean, I guess Flash Flood can make something happen. That's basically the only card you'd be looking for if you rewound there, though, right?
I think so. They're desperately trying to think if any undead minions have died this game.
Surely photosynthesis isn't good enough. Wow, okay, apparently it is.
Wait, wasn't...
Oh, I ruined his outcast! The Shatter! The Shatter coming off the photosynthesis!
Of course.
Oh, that's so brutal! Obviously, you want to see all the random outcomes first before you commit to using the card in your hand, but that is a new consideration in the game now. If you're using a far left outcast, you can just generate a Shatter card, and then suddenly you have a new card on the far left of your hand.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was only looking at the right of the hand, so it didn't really cross my mind either at the time.
Still, good adjustment. You saw a little reaction there from Maxi, minor little moment of just potentially tilting out of his mind, but he readjusted. He found a playable turn. Regardless, cleared up. Still using the value of the Asphyxodon to be able to clear this down. And with a couple of Solitudes still in hand, he can still have a couple of very strong turns here. Raptors allows the clear here with Nightmare.
Makes sense.
Out the armor.
And also gets to retain the Twilight, doing it this way too.
Torga doesn't do anything in this deck, right? No. Okay.
No, I don't think so. No, I was looking like a minute ago. As soon as it was drawn, I was like, let me just glance. Not really looking for card draw, but probably going to take it for the being able to get it out there.
Yeah, the other cards just didn't really do anything, so you might as well.
Because there's so many generations, it's just like, well, this Demon Hunter just became a... it's definitely a handful of cards.
Yeah, when the game just becomes this heavily leaning into random discovered minions, you stop being like constructed Demon Hunter and you just become like a 4-win arena deck. That's what you're playing and trying to get there.
And we have to clear this up.
Careful, careful.
Or at least clear the majority of it, I would say.
Yep.
Not really too bothered about the 2-7.
But the pressure is there, the board is there. These Solitudes are coming in so clutch here for Maxi. And that means that second Illidari now in hand is threatening to end this game.
Yeah.
Kwamwu with all the stabilization in the world, but Maxi has found a way.
Go digging a little bit with Horn. Not really the best outcomes.
Yeah, a combination of the Mass Outdoor Peacekeeper and gaining 6, though, still puts him in a relatively stable position for now.
Not gonna lie, I already lost track of
It's right there. It's on the screen. We have the technology for this.
Oh yeah, I was. It's because I'm staring at the deck list on the side as well as obviously watching the game, and I just didn't even look at the icon on the screen. I'm a moron. It's fine. I've been stressed with technical issues today.
All this hard work into these new features, and Raven
It's because
just
we're not used to
them
We're
immediately.
not used to the new features.
Yeah. Worth noting, by the way, I was talking about the Sands of Time ad for Maxi earlier, but the card that's cut is Lasting Legacy to make room for it. Because I just looked at the deck list thinking, wow, like Maxi has not drawn the +4 attack for these Illadaris. Like the game could have just ended if he was playing buffs. Like that's the card he's cut for the Sands of Time that he's moved in instead. Which, yes, those Sands of Time are absolutely keeping him in this game because they found that extra copy of Solitude, which is creating this board. But definitely a big card to give up in terms of that burst damage potential over the top.
You've got to be confident when you're making that decision, right? Like that's not just, oh, it's an easy swap. This is the flex card or whatever. Like you've got to have committed pretty hard. Okay, we're just going to try and get this order right. It's a bit of a complex turn when you're dancing around with all these dragons that do all these different things. Rewind.
It doesn't. Like, it looks like he's trying to hit the 8-4 with that, but it doesn't matter, because the minion you're attacking with has immune anyway. So I feel like you might as well have just cleared it up, played the card, not bothered with the rewind. Like, just seemed like extra stress. yeah, hit face. Okay.
Yeah, clear the minion, then try and get the 7. Easy.
Yeah, why not?
And then this is still looking quite threatening here. But Kwamwu is only on 16. Normally asking for just 6 damage from Demon Hunter is not that big of an ask. A little bit more actually with the trades.
A natural mistake.
Nope. Emotes coming out to play.
My thanks.
It is a very funny card when you. All right, Kwamu.
Easy.
Chill out there, bud. I fully respect this, by the way. I get really confused when people are like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you emoted." It's in the game. There's a button on my screen that I'm allowed to click,
And
like,
I'm
what?
going to press it.
Yeah. If you're bothered by that, that sounds like a you problem.
That is actually just the mantra to Sottle's life, actually. If you're bothered by anything I do, that sounds like a you problem. However, Kwamu is going to clean up this game. Drew taking it there. Again, looked... Maxi, I think, did a decent job of piling on some pressure, even at the very end there, giving himself at least a chance to do that. But I just think the opening just felt too good, right? I think Kwamu just got that Druid open really cleanly and felt so secure. And when, like, for example, Wickerfang came down from the Discover, from the deck, of course, then like it just piles on so much pressure that Maxi1 had to defend. And the second you've got Demon Hunter doing that, as Druid, as long as you're not going to start drawing air, you're going to be okay.
I was impressed by the Solitudes though in that matchup. It's not something that I've seen a lot of testing with up close. Obviously, it doesn't take a genius like discounted large minions that you can generate, like extra copies of like half effect Eternal Hold are going to be good against Druid, right? Like that makes sense. But I've never really seen it in practice to that extent, where there was a couple of turns there where despite Maxi not having a start at all and just being behind already by like turn 3, turn 4, he put Kwamu in a couple of positions where he had to have really high quality hands to be able to compete with the board that he was putting out. And you know, he did, largely because of early cut, like tempo card, Shaladrasil. Like that was just too good a start to be able to come back from, because it bought him the time to be able to crack open the 8 mana on that Shaladrasil, and then we saw the Awakens and the Fire Act just clear up enough just to allow Kwamu to stabilize. But Maxi definitely, he gave himself some odds in terms of being able to get there with the Solitude, and even the minions that were hit from the Solitude were not really that high quality, even though, you know, an average minion in all of Hearthstone is not a particularly good thing to be putting on the board, but still, you have the option of high rolling a little bit if you need to. But regardless, we move on. Kwamu is 1-0 up. Maxi is going to come in with the Warrior. I've only just processed. Hang on. Maxi's playing Egg Warrior, right?
Yeah. The worst part was I had a great little comment, but you talked for far too long, Sottle. I was going to say, speaking of cracking things open, we're going to be checking out Maxi's Warrior Net this game, but you just went on and on. Couldn't get it in there. It would have been so good.
I'm glad you shoehorned it in anyway. That was well worth it. But the point I wanted to make was Maxi's banned Demon Hunter. Isn't that the reason you bring egg decks to the tournament? Is that they're just so good against
Apparently
Demon
not.
Hunter in general? Because Demon Hunter doesn't really have recourse against you, right? Because other decks, they can tech in Silence or whatever to be able to gain odds against you. Demon Hunter just can't do that because minions, tech cards, whatever, just switch their deck off and they can't do anything. Like, very strange looking decision to me, but I'm sure Maxi has a plan here. I just don't necessarily understand what it is.
See how this one goes. It's going to be the Rogue coming up against that Warrior. Just going to quickly glance over the list, but we can already see the Spy Mistress available. Again, there's a couple of slots there yesterday. I think when we were... I can't remember who it was now who I was casting with. It's all a blur. But yesterday there was a mirror match where it was Spy Mistress versus Glacial Shard, basically, with the differences in the deck. So yeah, we are going to see if these Spy Mistresses can pile on the pressure and help Kwamu achieve a victory in this matchup.
Yeah, this slot it's Spy Mistress, it's Glacial Shard, it's Deja Vu, or it's Nightmare Fuel in most people's lists. There is the rogue backstab gamer that just does not even have flashbacks that we saw earlier on. The Raven Special, as it's been known.
We're of course going to have access to Egg in Max's hand, thanks to the 1-2. And I think that's probably one of the biggest combinations of cards, at least from what we've seen this weekend, is just Egg with the weapon available, because the weapon just activates everything and defends you at the same time, right? It's kind of just like the perfect tool to complement the Egg deck.
I did not see that coming.
Yeah, is this likely just into Spy Mistress or right next turn, just to try and make it cleaner and retain the coin?
Yeah, just stop the 3-1 from being traded down from the 1-2, but it's a little strange just because, okay, cool, you get your 3-1 to live for an extra turn, but you've already missed the turn of it pushing 3 damage last turn in order to play your dagger. You could have just played the Herald card on curve, forgotten about the 3 damage, got the Herald done, attacked for 3, and then gone on from there. You do have the dagger in play this way, but I'm not sure how much extra utility a dagger really gives you in this matchup.
And the weapons just clear it all up.
And 3-1 actually still didn't attack in the end.
Yeah. It's tricky, right? Because at that point, you then don't want to give the Egg a free proc, but you are heavily punished by the weapon.
Yeah. I think largely motivated by just trying to delay for as long as possible, so some of your cards, Twilight Mistress and Deathwing can interact with some of the late game stuff. It can kill the 2020, it can bounce some eggs if you're able to buy enough time to get there. So I guess Quan Wu is just trying to slow down the game as much as possible. If he can cause Maxi to take 1 turn longer to proc the eggs because there's nothing for them to trade into, then fair enough. But you can see already that plan has had to be abandoned because now Quan Wu's just like, okay, well, now I have to play this 4-4 on board to let the egg trade into next time the location procs. So.
I'm even looking at this Agent of the Old Ones to just think, hang on a minute, can we just get an extra coin here? To be able to just try and do something more next turn. It's going to go for Sinestra instead. It's going to be buffed but placed on the top of the deck.
Yeah, I get both arguments there. I'd definitely rather have a second coin than this Chaos Strike with the way this hand is looking at the moment. But still, Sinestra is probably your best chance at just scamming something to happen, because not only is it massive, your opponent might not have the removal for it. It does, of course, give you 2 additional random cards that maybe can just be Hex, and then you win the game, Like, that can happen.
Yeah, and there's potentially, Coinal Traxion into Sinestra, right?
Yeah.
In some order or another.
As take a look at King Lane being offered another Dark Gift there. I need your opinion on... we've seen 2 very funny Dark Gifts in this tournament. Charge King Lane and Charge Mirazon the Infinite, or whatever that card is. That, next turn I get Infinite attack. Which of those 2 is funnier? I think that's a very important question that we need an answer to.
I think King Lane is funnier because it just achieves nothing, right? Whereas
I agree.
charging an 8 attack, that's just a good card.
Because I can imagine the scenario where someone thinks they've won the game with Charge King Lane.
That is true. Yeah. And it's just no.
So, 9-10, huh?
Yeah.
Kind of big.
Yeah, and we've not seen some of the turns, at least I saw casting yesterday, which was the I'll proc Meg 4 times in 1 turn on turn 5 or something scenario, which I think did happen yesterday. And there's just not the acceleration for Maxi right now. There's no torches available, which is one of the key factors, right? Obviously, Siphon growth is huge, but the torches allow you to do like the multi-turn clicks very easily a lot of the time.
Yeah, the combination of growth and Shellnado is also fantastic, though. The only real nightmare here is that it's a great turn, but it's not a turn that kills the Sinestro, which is obviously a big problem. So we're just going to have to make a 20-20. There is a deep freeze. We're going to have to decide whether he thinks that's good enough, or whether he just needs to roll for some mega juice from the old Traxian.
So many options.
It's interesting, actually. I did not register that card being Intertwined Fate, which does, of course, give him access to doubled up warrior cards. There's not an awful lot in there, though.
And the problem is with the amount of mana, you've got to pick a road and walk down it if you can. Right now, there's no... Once you start doing something, you're committed, right?
Choose soon.
You actually end up burning a card that way as well. You can just grab Torch, though, is the thing, which is pretty exciting, right? Because the first one just kills the 20/20 straight up. Which is kind of good. With it casting twice, you can get some damage on it. But yeah, I think this is responsible. This many water elementals is a lot of water elementals.
Yep.
Maxi clicking the location here just to open up the board space. No other real motivation. Land the Umbra. Make sure you get all 5 eggs.
Yeah, the game with this deck just plays so differently when you can proc eggs and you've just got an Umbra sat in your hand all game, right? To just know that you can just like go and refill pretty easily.
Did they go in order? No, not quite. One out of sequence.
How dare they?
Yeah, get the old Traxian down, make sure the Deathwing is discounted. Decimation is very fun. Max value because of the board state, but not a card you have any interest in playing.
Yeah, the Elemental's doing great work, though, just buying Kwamwu time, because it's always difficult to deal with this board and to deal with this sort of approach from the Warrior, of course, with the eggs, but you do need time to deal with it, because the games that are just absolute steamrolls are when the 2020 comes out, and it just hits you, and you lose, right? So any delay is only helping Kwamwu right now.
Maxi, a little bit awkward. So the freeze is really interesting, right? Because the freeze is not only obviously keeping Kwamwu alive, which is, yes, the most important thing. You need to be alive to win the game of Hearthstone. But it's also restricting the board space in a really interesting way, because it means that Nablia can't come down and copy some of these damaged eggs for even more recursive 2020s, because there just isn't the board space to be able to get it down.
And there's also the weirdness of, if you want to reduce the freezes, then you trade Umbra into a freeze, but then Umbra doesn't die either, right? Yeah. So it still sticks, yeah.
Decimation, great draw for Maxi, though, because that cleans up the water alleys and means that now Kwamwu does have to deal with multiple 2020s same turn. He does have the discounted Deathwing, but he's only got 2 Heralds. The 25 has 1 too much HP, which means Kwamwu would have to swing into it with the dagger to be able to clear it out with the AoE. I'm not sure Intertwined
Just have to go fishing.
I'm not sure it gets there. I don't see the option. Torch is no good when it's not casting twice. When it was casting twice off Sinestra, it was very exciting just because, you know, you did massive damage and potentially got multiple copies of Torch back over and over, which could perhaps give you extremely weird worlds where you can clear up a few 2020s with it. But without the double cast, it's just not really doing good enough.
Yeah, I think we're just going through the motions now, right? Just fishing a little bit. What's possible. Yeah, not going to be enough. As Maxi is going to be able to just attack, get a huge damage out. And yeah, that matchup just gets so awkward. It's like, as long as the warrior can get the egg at a reasonable pace and obviously proc it, and then have Umbra, that matchup just becomes such an uphill struggle because you start having to get so, I'll use the word creative with ways you can even, not even win, but just not die, right? Like it's like a fight for survival without even considering, well, how do I actually win the game? That's even further down the road there. So a really difficult one. I think we've seen the matchup play out sort of like that across the weekend so far. So yeah, not too much of a surprise yet there. I'm not sure Quanwu is going to be too upset about that game going that way. I think that's at least fairly expected.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough. There were certainly options because Maxi did not have a big for glory hand, right? He wasn't drawing a ton of cards. He had quite an empty hand, which meant if Quanwu had found a timely Naralex, he would have actually been able to make the bounce happen in a way where the eggs didn't die, and then they have to, they have to get replayed. Maxi did have so many, 3 cracked, 4 cracked eggs, though, that it would not have been long from that point before he was getting 2020s back into play.
Right.
But maybe one bounce, then into, break 1 egg, play the Deathwing, kill 1 2020 with the Deathwing. Like, maybe then with, 1 good discover, you could get enough juice to be able to push lethal towards the end. But that's always the feeling against Egg Warrior, is against egg decks in general. It's like you feel like you're 1 turn away from being able to say, what is that deck? That seems unplayable. Like, they just shot spells at their own minion all game and then I killed them. You always feel like you're 1 turn away from that, but then you're like, oh, they got there. They just have 12 2020 taunts. Yeah.
We are going into the next game, of course, currently 1-1. We are going to see Priest Subtle. And I know you're a big fan of the deck, so take us through the matchup.
Yes, in case anyone watching is struggling with the concept of irony, Raven trying to give you a lesson there. Yeah, this deck has looked deeply unplayable so far in this tournament. Now, what I will say is that it does have a few good cards, and one of those good cards is Medivh's Triumph, which is not something that you ever want your opponent to have, because it is always activated in this deck, because it says when you control a legendary card, and for some reason, having a quest equipped is counted as controlling a legendary card. I said, I don't disagree with the logic of that. The words make sense. That is mechanically accurate, no dispute. But also, why?
Subtle wants it to say when you control a legendary weapon, minion, or location.
Correct. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's what Subtle wants it.
Yes.
Debs, I hope you're listening. I like, though, it's like, oh yeah, the card's busted as we're talking about how bad the deck is and how bad it performs. It's like, let's nerf the good card.
Yeah, no, but you remember Mindrender Elucia, right? Where I was talking about how stupid this card was before it was in a deck that was actually broken. And then the broken deck appeared, and I was like, see? I told you.
And then I said that before you, actually, so I think I was first overall. Yeah.
Well, actually, Infinity +1, Raven. How about that?
No!
Yeah.
No, you can't. Oof, I thought we agreed not to go there.
Well, all bets are off. The pact has been broken.
Okay, good to know. Just wait till tomorrow. Though Quanwu is going to try and pile on some pressure, does have a pretty decent curve, drops the Elise, and I imagine might be looking for a little bit more value than we normally expect. Yeah, no 1-cost location, going to be pretty happy to just drop a 5 here.
I just want to go on record now, and if Maxi loses this game, I am not going to claim this as like an average priest draw. This is disgusting. Maxi has drawn as badly as humanly possible in this particular game of Hearthstone, so that does need to be said in the interest of course, accurate and responsible journalism, as I am always here to provide.
And look at this location from Quanwu. It's +2 attack, discover spell, which feels like quite the location you want in this scenario. He's gonna get the Sinestro out first, though. Now that he drew in the top. This is very much triumph or bust.
That's a great hit on the... so that's 6/2/1 Raptors at the start of next turn. So if Maxi, who is playing 8 AoEs in his deck, by the way, if Maxi hits one of those and actually clears up a large chunk of this board, it is just coming right back next turn.
Yeah, it's gone from needing 1 to needing at least 2 in one after the other. There's Kaldorei Priest, which might help a little bit here. What chance for Maxi to really do at this point, is there?
If you use Behemoth,
deciding whether... Sorry?
If you use Behemoth Mask here, does it go to 8/10 and stay at 8/10, or does the -2 aura still apply and you go back down to 6/10? Any knows?
I want to say it should still apply because it's like what the glowing effect, right?
Yeah.
So and it's set to your stats. It's not buff.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So it should, as far I've not seen it actually happen, but it should be reduced as far as I'm aware.
That would be my expectation as well. Yeah.
Any reason not to do it though? Let's be honest.
Yeah, sadly, the cards that were rolled here from Quanwu kind of just don't do that well being doubled up. You know, like it's just not. He's not really taking advantage of the Sinestra to the fullest effect. And awkwardly, the everything being made a 0 attack minion here has actually neutered the. Oh wow! It stayed 8. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that sits on top of the debuff then, instead of
It's weird because I know card auras go last in the stack, right? That's how like I-beam always costs 1, regardless of like what other effect is affecting your hand. But that's not a card aura. That's just straight up card text, which I was not expecting to override the -2.
Well, I don't see any AoEs that are playable.
Again, he does play 8. This is a little unfair that he hasn't got any of them.
Sounds like Priest.
Yeah. It's
something.
2 Moonwells, 2 Medivh's Triumph, 2 Shadow Word Ruin, and I'm sure it was 8. Was it not 8? Oh yeah, 2 for all time as well, which is the destroy all minions with 4 or less attack.
So that should just be it, right?
Yep.
Plenty of damage. Terror Run comes down for the location that was planned a little bit earlier on with the plus attack. And there you go. Pretty simple. Quanwu are going to be happy with that one, especially after the previous game. But I think that was not the best draw from Maxi, as we said, but also just a pretty much almost pre-locked in plan for Quanwu, right? It's like, you know what you need to do. Just do it, right? And you just hope that the priest doesn't draw all of the AoE in this instance, right, and go the other way. So as long as it wasn't chain drawn, he did have good ways to set up for multi-turn pushes, to be fair, with the rogue. So yeah, it was still making Maxi work pretty hard, but unfortunately with the hand that he got, not much he could do. And suddenly Soto Quanwu was just 1 win away from a good time, at least moving on to the next match that we've got coming up. So sitting on that warrior, I'd be fairly, or at least I would feel at least confident here.
Yeah, so I was talking about this in the previous series, just sat in the waiting room with Pocket, and Pocket assures me that Priest destroys Dragon Warrior, and that he tested with Maxi specifically, and the Dragon Warrior was one of the things that Maxi wanted to test. Maxi was jamming Priest, and Pocket was just kind of queuing bad decks into Priest, you know, having that punishing experience where you have to be that guy in testing. And Pocket assures me that Dragon Warrior gets farmed by Priest, which has not been my experience, because as discussed, I'm the best Dragon Warrior player in the world, and I just win every matchup with Dragon Warrior by some distance. But yes, so I would expect, based on that information, because I have no reason to dispute Pocket Train's experience over my own, that this would be coming down to this matchup in particular, as opposed to the Priest one.
Yeah.
Maxi looks like he is going to queue up first and get out of the way.
And how do you feel about this matchup? Because I feel like this feels quite close. Now, I know, you're the professional warrior enjoyer, but I've had a bit of a mixed bag of results when I've played a more warrior than demon hunter, I would say, and I've had a bit of a mixed bag here. So how do you feel about it? You've probably played at least a little bit.
So I am 7-2 against demon hunter with this deck.
Oh, okay.
So again, like my overall record, I've now played a few more games. My overall record is 38-8 with the deck. I've added 7-1 to what we were talking about earlier when I played a few more games.
So Demon Hunt is actually a decent chunk of your losses. Really.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
If you think about it.
That is one way of looking at it. Yeah. But again, I think if you are able to just play some minions early, 1 or 2 early minions, and then you find an erupting volcano, it's so difficult for them to do anything in terms of generating board early. So then it comes down to, can they scam you with direct damage or with something from hold? And the average minion from hold dies to torch most of the time, right? So the first turn they play hold, you deal with that threat for 1 mana if you have any kind of setup early on, and you just gain so much tempo on that.
Move on with your life.
Yeah, that's been my experience so far with the deck.
Get the weapon equipped, of course. It doesn't have tons of follow-up. That Grom's going to be sitting there for a reasonable while. May as well get the swing in with the stadium announcer in hand as well. See, that's Sigil of Cinder.
Might actually end up seeing, the way the hands are lining up here, we might end up seeing Stadium Announcer actually being used as a tech card for the first time in this tournament, it feels like so far, because...
weapon break.
Yeah, Axe of Cenarius might actually come down here with the portals and start doing a pretty fast portal completion, and Stadium Announcer can put a stop to that quite quickly.
Cinder gonna come down. Gonna lock that portal in, of course, but you'd feel at least reasonably confident Cinder plus Swing is gonna deal with the majority of the board. Kwamwu, big whiff this turn though.
Yep, huge whiff. Has to pass the turn. He is going to choose to trade 1 of his own health for some extra damage on the opponent here. Swings the weapon, of course, because he's locked into Stadium Announcer next turn. Windspeak Worm isn't the worst draw for a 2-turn plan, but yeah, obviously not ideal just having no playable this turn whatsoever.
I mean, the real frustration for Kwamwu, no doubt, is just the Grom just sat there, because it feels so far away, doesn't it, where when you're playing this warrior, because you know how fast the warrior can go.
Yep. Yeah, Maxi doing well here just to avoid the trap. The absolute best case scenario that Kwamwu could have seen here was Axe of Cenarius pass. Maxi Bon way too insightful to fall into that trap. Push the damage. Corrupted Ashbringer is the absolute dream in this matchup.
Looks like we've got a fight for the ages.
That's a great second prize.
Not
we
bad,
are
yeah, not
sticking with
bad.
that.
That number is large.
And it draws a card.
Yeah. And Maximon effectively gets a 2-2, right? Like 2-2 weapon.
Yep.
Can respond with the pawn here. I'll tell you something. I don't know about you. Demon Hunter cards are the ones I mix up the most, you know, when just glancing at the artwork.
Sure.
Thanks, I nearly said dogs then. That's actually...
So this is where a good player like me draws Volcano off the top this turn.
Let's see if Bamboo can keep up with the one and only sort of... I don't know, Quentin's looking like a pretty good player to me. These are
It does look pretty
damage.
good. Yeah, free to use the location proc this turn because you know it's coming back in plenty of time for the Grom.
If you even need it, there is
if
double
you even
Searing
need
Fisher
it,
in hand.
Exactly. But you have to allow for worlds that some kind of lifesteal is found here. There is still Axe of Cenarius and there's still Discovers for I-Beam here. And Maxi has both of those available. Oh, you can see it. The heart rate's going for Kwanwu on the bottom. Trying to stay calm, but he knows he's in an excellent position here and he just needs to dodge some specific outs. But those outs are coming for Maxi.
Yeah, with the Grom and the proc available, as you mentioned, from the location, at least at the moment, Kwanwu can actually, worst case, just lean a little bit back defensive if needed, as long as there isn't too much lifesteal from Maxidon, which is always a risk to assume, of course, but does have the ability to pump out so much damage with that Grom later. There's still another weapon swing, by the way, as well as the Searing Fissures, that worst case, he could spend a turn being a touch defensive if required.
Alright, Kwanwu not going to be delighted with this outcome. That's a lot of healing, which is slowing down his lethal chances, but nothing proactive happened from the opponent, which means if they're playing hold, they're playing hold on an empty board, and now Erupting Volcano is such an absurd amount of damage with those Searings the following turn that we might still not even make it to Grom, even with all of that healing coming in.
Ooh. Is Flames good because it plays around hold?
It does actually quite nicely play around hold, yeah. You're not wrong. But yeah, you want to spend your mana on doing proactive things this turn. I'm not using that as a point to dispute the secret, by the way, which I think was a very valid choice. It's just you can spend all of your mana on minions and whatever else this turn, because you know if you need to next turn, you can go Volcano Fissure and just get the lethal that way.
Yeah. And that turn even just curves into Grom, worst case, right? So it's just it just lines up extremely well.
Okay, Omen is one of the good options that does keep you in this game. There's a huge amount of health on the board to resist Volcano if that is in your opponent's hand and clears up the majority of this board. Get to pick up a little bit more lifesteal as well.
Yep, just a tiny bit.
This is what I mean, right? They spent 6 mana. Yep, they reacted to your board immediately. They got a fast minion. Good for them. You know, they are actually able to do something against your board. But you kill that for 1 mana this turn.
Yeah,
that's so much
a bit
tempo
filthy,
that
isn't
you
it?
get.
Yeah. Because I was going to say that this next turn now from Kwanwu can be, instead of just double searing, it's just 1 and torch, and you can still Volcano, right? Yep. And you're still feeling pretty good about things.
Oh. Well, now that's alive.
Not going to bother with the swing to try and get something more next turn to add to lifesteal, maybe?
That's 4. Torch. Volcano deals 6. Searing Fissure attacks for 3. And that is going to be enough. Woo! The drawn win rate of Volcano still setting the world on fire in this tournament.
See the tiny Pavel coming out of the artwork.
In a Ferrari.
But congratulations to Kwawu, of course. Really, I think Kwawu played that whole series very, very well. Just extremely solid play. And looked, obviously there were moments of reaction on his face, but looked pretty chill about it as well. Pretty comfortable with the matchups, it seems.
The one I liked was after the Priest game, and Maxi was like head in hands like this, and Kwamu was at the bottom just going... that's the dichotomy of two people that have just played a Priest matchup, one of them playing Priest and one of them playing against Priest. That has been the experience in this tournament so far. Priest now 1-6. Again, I did promise I was not going to rub it in on Priest because that draw was disgusting for Maxi. Like 10 AoEs in the deck and you draw none, and you draw 10-10-10 in your opening hands. Like that is literally as bad a draw as you can possibly get with the deck. So I'm not even going to hold that one against it. But take that one out of the stats. The deck's still 1-5 in this tournament, right? So
yeah.
Whichever way you slice it, it has not ended up being a good bring to this tournament so far. And Kwamu able to cruise through without the Priest getting a win, but it was the Demon Hunter getting beaten up, which is the other big talking point of how much Demon Hunter is potentially underperforming as well. So still some questions to be answered when we get down to this top 8 and with the final matchup that we have today as well.
Yeah, exactly. We do just have our one match left to see who's going to be the final player to make it to tomorrow and that top 8 to play for those 3 World Championship spots that are available for this tournament. So we're going to go to a quick break while we start that final match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. welcome back everyone. We are getting ready to get into our final match of the day. See who's going to make it to Sunday, also known as tomorrow. I'm Raven, and joining me is Advice here. Sottel's subbed out, and we are ready to go for this one. Are you looking forward to this final match of the day? It feels like it's been a pretty varied group stage, right? From yesterday and today, we've seen what feels like every corner of the meta so far.
Yeah, there's a few decks and classes that obviously have very high popularity, but it's still pretty good range, right? A little bit of Shaman with your pick, Gyu, earlier today. We've got the Priests today. Yesterday we had more of the Mages. So there's been kind of a smatterings here and there of all the different, most of the classes. No DK represented, but yeah, and now we've passed the Priests, and we're kind of back to pretty standard lineups. Maori and Kwanwu have kind of the same exact lineup. Few different card choices here and there.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's gonna just be it's just gonna be an interesting one to see how the approach is, because I'm just seeing if we've got it. Ah, there we go. Different bands here. So Kwanwu banned Druid away, and Maori banned Rogue away. So we are seeing the different bands come out here, which is going to be pretty interesting to see how that plays out, because when you've got similar lineups, normally the bands follow suit. But when they are different, it's something to go back and look at once the match is over, right? It's like when you can look at bands. I've already seen some of the other casters and everyone talk about the bans for this tournament so far, because they've been surprising. Like we've seen Shaman banned out from Q, right? Which Q's the only player who brought Shaman, yet it's been banned out, which is kind of interesting. It's unexpected. So I do think it's a knock-on effect of the fairly new meta, right? It's not like there's been months and months of prep where people have played thousands upon thousands of games and really drilled into what the ban is, what the matchup should go like. So it's still a bit up in the air here, but we can see Group D is going to be finishing up with this match that's about to start here. See who the final player who gets through is, and then I'm looking forward to that top 8. There's a lot to play for in those first top 8 matches tomorrow.
You mean in terms of our picks, right? Yeah, it's we've all got through except Pocket.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I was gonna say our picks. Yeah, the true caster picks. Yeah, and Pocket will learn. He'll learn. Don't worry, I've got faith. but yeah, it's just I'm excited because in the top 8 tomorrow, if they win, they're sort of winning in match into that top 4. We have the 3rd place match, because there are going to be 3 slots that are going to BlizzCon World Championship, which makes that 3rd place match up for grabs. So even if they lose in the semis, there's still another chance for the players, but they do have to get there. And at least for these two, they've still got one more job to do before they can even think about that tomorrow. We can see those bands as we discussed here, but who do you feel is at least your favorite for this one, especially considering the different bands?
Well, I mean, you really just have to take a look at some of the card choices in the list. Something unusual that Kwanwu has is he's got a couple of Shadowed Informants, a 2-mana 2/2 dragon in his warrior, where you discover a spell from your class where it like swaps through different classes each turn. In terms of the Demon Hunters, pretty similar. Yeah, I just, it's hard to see where there's an edge one way or the other. I guess there's moss binding in both their lists even, which isn't always the case for the Druid. Of course, one of them, the Druid is banned. I guess it depends which you feel is more powerful, the Rogue or the Druid, and I guess I would lean towards Kwanwu, just because I think that if you're trying to sort of run over things, I'd maybe rather be trying to run over the decks that don't have a ton of armor gain. Like, Druid can be vulnerable until they get their ramp going, but Underking is just so much armor, and like they can really slam the door once they get going.
Yeah, and we also have, I think I was talking to Sottel about this either today or yesterday, I've lost track, but Druid in its current form actually has decent potential of curves that aren't just ramp, right? They've got minion openings, they've got like half decent removal as well. And with some of these lower cost cards, even when you look at like Wickerfang, right? That is a good threat to have on board for what is relatively, I would say, turn 6, but for Druid it's often before turn 6, right? They can put that much pressure on. So it's going to be pretty interesting. We are just taking a look at the Warrior here, again with the Royal Librarian in there. Pretty interesting choice. Don't know how impactful it's going to be in these this matchup or this match specifically, but definitely something to keep an eye on. Going to be difficult to find the mana to trade it away, I think, so it's probably going to be one of the cards that you want to just forget about unless it's absolutely clutch to the matchup. Again, like versus Eggs, for example, you probably just don't want to see that card at all.
Yeah, taking a look at some of these questions here. Favorite card, the original Malagos. That's the 9 mana 4/12 +5 spell damage favorite deck, Freeze Mage. I think at one point there was a Freeze Mage deck that did use Malagos, right? Where you would have, you know, Ice Lance or something. But yeah, typical Freeze Mage was just Alexstrasza and then Fireball, Frostbolt. That's going way back.
Way back, and it's just one of those, even when at one point there was the Warlock as well, right? But I think it's very clear when it's like that deck, that card is just, I like dealing tons of burn damage to my opponent. So interestingly enough, didn't bring Hunter, which isn't the same, but it's the same overall wavelength of just throwing spells at your opponent until they die. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see. But yeah, it's going to be a tricky one. Again, just a reminder for tomorrow, if people have been watching, you've seen for the past 2 days, we've gone through the group stages, all 4 groups, once this match is over, of course. But tomorrow we are going to get to that all-in kind of gameplay where it's going to be top 8 all the way to the end. So it's not only going to be the winners going through, but also the 3 players to go to BlizzCon. So we're pretty excited about that. And there is just that 3rd place match, and I think I'm actually casting that, so I'm pretty hyped. There'll be a lot on the line for those players. It's like that last final chance to get through.
We were joking earlier that the way the schedule was originally laid out, Pocket was only casting matches that send someone home. I don't think that ended up being the case with some of the technical difficulties, but yeah, that 3rd place match, I think this is the first year we've ever had a need for a 3rd place match. You know, usually you just say, okay, 3rd and 4th, you get the same amount of money, you know, them's the breaks. But yeah, with only with 3 qualifying from the championships, suddenly it becomes very, very important.
Let's dive into the first game. The players are ready. We've got Mary on top with the Warrior, Kwanwu on the Druid on the bottom, and again, pretty decent opening here for Kwanwu. We've got the Acceleration Aura, we've got some removal with the Ebb and Flow, and then the Moss Binding as well. If he needs to just put some minions out there, maybe got a bit of a dead turn. But even the 2, effectively 2 coins in the form of Coin and Innovate, not too bad to try and push some extra turns.
Yeah, Maori, I think, not too pleased with the discovers there of a dragon with a dark gift. They're all pretty chonky. It is going to represent his dragon activator for the rest of the game. But then this turn, yeah, just going to have to trade the Royal Librarian. More of a fire curve than dragon curve, unless he can pick up the Prussian Slither Drake on time.
Yeah, still not looking too bad here though. Volcano and does have Searing Fissure available, so not too terrible here. Can put on a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, then nods there from Kwanwu, just like, yep, okay, I've played this game before. Right, I know what their plan is, and they're doing it.
Yep. Likely hero power plus the treant here, just to get that ramp rolling and clean up the 2-1. Although the location is threatening, you know, you're glad not to see the continued minion development yet.
I just have a think as to whether you want to use that coin with Ebb and Flow now, just to remove the 1-2, gain a little bit of armor. But then again, next turn, if the draw's not the best, there's even just could use some extra mana in just making an even bigger Moss Binding. if it ends up being that way. It'll be interesting to see if I think a lot of it's going to depend on whether Kwonwu draws something that's in the near future playable with that mana, right?
Yeah, I mean, it may just be Moss Binding to fill up board spaces, since this is just a high burn turn from Maori. But Kwonwu does know there's no Kindred activation.
Oh.
Wow, going all in. Which is, I would have expected maybe the Underkin coming down to get the armor with that burn, but this is just maximum pressure and stats. I suppose Kwonwu does know that he has Acceleration Aura is going to let him play the Underking next turn.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like, because Kwonwu's not going to die this turn. Location's not active. I don't think there's any combination of cards that deal 11 at this point. So get the big minions down now, and then have the Underking to try and stabilize, along with potential future ebb and flow and such.
Yeah, I still might have been a little bit concerned to get, maybe make these a little bit smaller, get the ebb and flow in there for 5 extra armor. Because, you know, there's always a chance that the volcano shots don't hit your minions and go face, and 12 feels a bit dicey. I suppose Underking does have a battle cry as well as the death rattle, so you are gaining 6 armor no matter what. It's not like you're all in on Underking having to be traded.
Nice, so it clears this off. Mario with the nod, just saying, yeah, okay, let's see what's going on. Let's have Wind Peak available. Unless the Wind Peak's going to go into 7-8 maybe, and then torch it.
Yeah, you might be relying on Volcano to do the rest of the work. Going for a card draw.
Okay, yeah, just not going to click.
Yeah, I think Kwonwu's pretty happy with that. Can set up another acceleration aura if he wants to come up on Ferak, taking 1 cost location. I would guess armor. Armor and discover spell.
Yeah, it makes sense, right?
Yep.
Sort of the classic defensive combo a lot of the time, right? Is to just gain a little bit of armor, generate value, and then go from there.
And I think he's at 28 mana spent, so potentially able to drop Marithra and a 1-cost dragon if he doesn't have anything else going on.
Yeah, going to be a little bit concerned about this 11-9. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, the elusive is tough.
Yeah. Dragons are available. This is where I have to quickly scroll through the hand now and try and see.
Yep. Looks like no taunts.
Yeah, no real interactive dragons either, right? Like nothing to actually do anything. Can summon the elemental, but it doesn't have shield.
Bronze Keeper is the best one, just to get a bunch of stuff in play.
Yeah.
Wave Shaping picks up another Ebb and Flow. Just needs to hope is not dead this turn, and then he'll be feeling fairly comfortable now with board secured.
Yeah, it's actually so close, right? If you look at the game, because there is the Grom there, but there's no activator available or playable this turn. There is just going to be Shadow Flame out here, a little bit of extra damage, and of course we know the Dark Gifts can be a little bit crazy.
Oof. Yeah, not the greatest hits when you're just trying to go all face Time Twisted Seer again, no activator. Charge, but on a very small minion.
Yeah, there is the taunt though.
pieces of you back tomorrow.
Genuinely look at the double battle cry health on the taunt then.
Yeah, I think Maori knows he just needs to get this done as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
The second torch pickup is going to let him clear off the 3/6, keep from any more Divine Shield Dragons being summoned.
The 2 ebb and flow as well, so that's going to be useful, but we do have to keep an eye on this Grom, of course. And these dragons are a whole lot of nothing, weren't they, really?
Yeah, really quite the mess. Twilight Time Reaver, huge pickup to reduce that elusive minion down to 1 attack. Wants to go for it.
At this point, he might be looking at just set everything to 1, just to clean everything up. I can't actually remember exact health on the board, so I'm not... Press hide. Come on, quick.
Yeah, it does mean that he's not able to play both ebb and flows, right? Which might be something he's thinking about. Because he has got, with the hero power, the ability to clear up this taunt minion and just use his minions on board to clear up the elusive. Playing both ebb and flows gains him the maximum armor.
You can just dump stuff, right, for the rest of the rest of the turn. That makes sense, yeah. Double trades in, Divine Shield coming in pretty clutch there. And still representing a pretty dangerous board, especially with those buffs.
Yeah.
And finds a taunt.
Still no Grom activator for Maori. But, should he find one, Grom is, coming up on striking distance. He might be considering just saving this Shadow Flame Suffusion to use with the Grom next turn as a bit of a last resort.
Yeah, the problem is anything that's played is just going to get farmed by the minions that are already on board, right? So it's a little bit scary. Might have to use the Shadow Flame to try and find something a little bit more impactful to do this turn.
But, if... With both ebb and flows gone, he knows there's 3 armor next turn. This has charge. As long as he does just enough damage to overcome that 3 armor from the location, activated Grom is enough to get over the finish line.
Assuming that there's no other cheeky dragons available, right? Because there's still some of the 1-cost cheap ones from there.
I am a little surprised about playing the tradable, though, right? Because that means Underking pickup has something to trade off into and die. And I think that will lock it up for Quan Wu.
Yeah, even the Ward of Earth pickup, right, as well. Even if there wasn't Underking, was just very good. Like armor and a taunt, and there was still another taunt in hand as well. Yeah, this is looking a little bit rough now. Don't really see the way out for Maori. And yeah, Quan Wu not taking any chances here, right? Just clear it up. Keep everything clean. No taunts on the board, but plenty of health now.
You might say confirmation bias, but I do feel that this perhaps represents my initial feeling of, banning the Druid to be the better ban than the Rogue. Because the Druid has natural defensive tools in Underking, in Ebb and Flow, lots of nature spells you can discover, gain armor. Rogue, they have to generate all of that.
Right, yeah.
So if you've got
and often don't have
decks,
much control over the generation either, right? It's often just, here's what you get, enjoy.
Yeah. The Rogue, their benefit is being able to turn off the no minion DH stuff, but into, some of these other things like the Dragon Warrior, they don't really have the tools to go up against as well.
Yeah, that is a scary minion, Wind Peak with charge. might not matter at this point, but I think Mario would have loved to have that earlier in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it might be able to set up some kind of... Okay, if we're using it on a minion, probably not. Yeah, I don't know what the breakpoints are. You know, he needs to be able to apply pressure while not dying.
Yeah.
I think that's the tricky thing here. If you're just playing full defense, I don't really see how you get there.
Yeah, and it's just too much. Yes, Kongwu takes game number 1 with the Druid. So Druid getting over the line. I don't want to say cleanly because there were moments where like the Grom was clearly set up, but it was just Druid doing Druid things, right? As you said, a lot of it is just get to that mid to late game. Once you're there, there's just so many defensive tools. But also, I think this is what the difference as well when you look at Priest and Druid. Druid obviously has pretty good armor gain, one of the better decks in the game right now at just sustain. But while it's doing it, it's also putting tons of threats on the board and can keep doing it for quite a while. And I think that's something that really makes it one of the best decks at the moment, is its defensive capabilities plus its potential aggression without having to generate these long shots, right? Like, even if Marithra's not the best outcome, as we saw, that those wasn't really the best we've ever seen.
Dragons.
It's just a lot of stuff to play for very cheap, and dragons, you know, there'll be enough stats to put on the pressure. So yeah, really good start there for Kongwu with the Druid. And now there's just a warrior demon hunter, and for me the demon hunter's the question mark, because that's the deck I feel like has been struggling a little bit more than I think people expected this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the rogues all running Garona, kind of turning off your spells only cards, and then just having you know, hiccups here and there with the egg decks, and even I think the Dragon Warrior can sometimes just put out this aggression, you know, much more quickly than you're able to get your stuff going. It seems to have been struggling quite a lot.
Yeah, and I just think this because both players have it, but because the Druid's already through, I'm sort of with Sottle on this as well, and I'm sure I think you're the same way. Like, I just think Dragon Warrior is really strong. I think it's a super good deck, even though we did just see it lose in that matchup. But overall, I think it's very, very strong. It's not a deck I'm worried about getting through any series, right? I think that's one quite high up on the list that I'm like, unless there's something hard targeting it, like, yeah, it's probably going to get through. But yeah, for both players, there's just a Demon Hunter I'm looking at. But the Rogue, again, I think it's done okay this weekend, but it looks like it really has to stretch to get there, right? It's obviously you can see anything where you generate something that's just game winning, sure, but in general it feels like you really have to work for those wins with Rogue. So I'm a little bit worried for Mari's chances here.
Yeah, I think Rogue is kind of in a position often where, or at least the Rogue that we've been seeing the last couple of years, where it's often brought because it stays around the 50% mark, right? Like, you know, it's a pretty solidly good deck, and you can get some high rolls that really, really help you. But it also, for the players that bring it to these events, just feels like a deck where they don't have any, like, especially bad matchups, right? And it always feels like you've got a chance of generating something to pull you out of the hole. But that does mean often that you're going to be struggling a lot, because it's not necessarily dominant in any given position either.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at Mo's Demon Hunter now, just to see if there's anything that really stands out. I don't think there is. I think it was Max's Demon Hunter that was a bit more surprising. I think surprised Sottle with a few of the choices that we had a little bit earlier on. But I don't think there's anything too crazy coming out of this. Let me just check the other list as well. We do get to the point, once we've been through 4 groups, all the lists start to just blend together, and I have to keep reminding myself who has what, because it can get tricky, guys, I promise.
And these lineups are particularly mirrored, right? Like, same decks, almost same lists, right? Kwanwu's got the little bit of difference with Shadowed Informant and his Dragon Warrior, and Double Stadium Announcer, no Royal Librarian. In terms of the rogues, Quan Wu has Spy Mistress, whereas Maori has Glacial Shard. Maori also has Mirex, which is not in Quan Wu's.
Yeah, I think that's what's been probably quite difficult for the players, even though if they've potentially decided on the archetypes they're playing. I feel like right now getting the 30 cards is pretty loose, right? Like most of these decks have flex spots that are not agreed upon. We've seen it in Druid, we've seen it often in Rogue, we've seen it in the 3 to 4 variations of Dragon Warriors that we've got knocking around right now. So I think there's a lot still up in the air of what is actually deemed like the deck, if that makes sense. But yeah, there's Mirex in there. There's also one Envoy in there as well, right? Which is, I don't think, in every rogue list for Maori.
Correct. Yeah. One Envoy in Maori's, which in a lot of them they just have no 5 at all, with 0 taking up that spot for Elise. I do want to note also Quan Wu has got no Solitude in his no minion DH, which means that he's a little bit less incapacitated by King Lane, which might be another thing that contributes to his banning the Druid and not the Rogue.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, if you're not like as reliant, there's still obviously some cards that aren't going to be fully effective, let's say. But it isn't switching off something that is, at least I've seen it as a tool to help you either put extra pressure on or give you potential answers in a game, right? And to really like propel yourself forward in that game. So it'll be pretty interesting to see how that plays out if we get to see the matchup, because there is a world where, for example, I don't know, Demon Hunter just gets beaten up on, or the Warrior gets beaten up on here. So we'll have to see which way it is going to go. I believe the players, or at least one of the players, has just needed a quick break, in case you're wondering why we're not in the game yet. We'll get in as quickly as possible, do not worry. But for now, we are just going to keep checking out some of these deck lists as well, because I am still just sat thinking about, and it's because of the conversation we were having in the previous match of just the bans and the decision making in that, because I think there's some question marks about we were surprised at Maxi's ban, and then the way the bans went overall. I think Maxi was expecting something else to be banned, and it wasn't. And even with this one, it just seems interesting that we're seeing the different bans take place, where it really shows that players have not got into that sort of concrete mode of a meta being, maybe a month or two old, where people have locked into, okay, this is always banned, that's always banned in this situation, so on. We are seeing a lot of variation, I think, this weekend.
Yeah, and I think, there can be these mind games, right? Like, the expectation with Maxi's lineup was that he would leave Demon Hunter up because his Warrior is an egg deck, and he's kind of got his Priest tech against Demon Hunter. But he ended up banning it because he expected his Warrior to be banned, which was, I guess, the understanding. And I think that's something a little bit tricky when it comes to bans and making that decision based on what you expect your opponent to do, because you can really go deep in the rabbit hole with like, well, if they do this, then I do this, and then and
you know that I know that you know
forward.
that I know. Yeah,
yeah.
I think it's funny as well because of the nature, we don't really talk about the format like Conquest that much, even though of course we mentioned what format we're playing, but because it's been the format for so long, because it is deemed just the format, right? It's the best, and there is that weird thing where you never really want to just lose a game, but you can go into a series saying, oh well, if they play, let's say, Egg Warrior, they'll probably beat me with it, but they're not going to beat me with the other decks, right? So you can just let that slide and ban something that's potentially a little bit out there to change up what's going to happen. So we'll see how it impacts this match as we are ready to jump in now. Thank you for bearing with us. But as I said, one of the players just needed a quick break. And, we're nice over here. We allow our players to take a break if they need it. So we've got a 1-0 for Quan Wu so far. And Mori definitely needs to start fighting back. And we've got a Demon Hunter mirror.
Yeah, and how would you say the Demon Hunter mirrors are typically played out? right? What is sort of the most impactful? Is it the early sort of minion pressure, or is it come down to Eternal Hold or no Eternal Hold?
Yeah, it's tricky. Like, I think just the good early curve and just pile on the pressure is what is telling me I would want. However, the hold can just break games to an extent, right? So that's the problem. When I press the button, it's not normally that good, funnily enough for me. But yeah, I think I would prefer to just, like, even looking at the hands right now, I guess they both have, or I guess Mari has the dogs, right? But I think I would be looking at Kwanwu's hand because there's time to draw the hold, right? And also Mari isn't on the coin either, so there's time to get the hold. Just curve out for Kwanwu here.
Yeah, it does have the ability to go coin hounds. Let's see if Maori is going to pile on the pressure with a sigil or just, yeah, pick up some discounted minions. Fellfisher could get discounted to 0 over the course of the game, but right now I think no fell spells have been played. Interesting. A defensive pick and an offensive pick. I think that Crater Gator, yeah, it says that the enemy cannot be healed, basically, for 1 turn.
Yeah, I was even looking at just Whelp of the Infinite, just because it's just a good card, right? Like,
yeah.
And even though this is no minion demon hunter, as you can see, minions do exist, so it could still get potential work done. But yeah, Mari just wanting something big and clunky to drop down in the near future, I guess.
I'm gonna go ahead and trade wolves and just clear up the board. And we'll have to see. Kwanwu could be working his way towards outcasting a horn. You know, it's a little bit not what you want, but just setting up those slumbers, setting up the sigil. Or maybe he decides to go for Nispira plus the sigil instead and get 2 pings on this 4/4. Just an awkward turn all around, I feel like.
Yeah, Mari being able to clear up the board is kind of rough while still retaining the 4/4. Obviously, only on 20, whereas Kwanwu's on 9, so arguably, Kwanwu could just say, well, yeah, I can take some damage, it's fine. But there needs to be a very solid plan to come back from this, because suddenly, like, if Mari is ahead on board and has the hold when Kwanwu doesn't, well, yeah, that's kind of what you want, right? that's the dream scenario, so it's going to be a little bit tricky here. I think I like just setting up the sigil and playing the dormants.
Yeah. And if you don't do them for dormant now, then you're not really going to get the payoff.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll actually wake up next game at that point.
Meanwhile, Maori just trying to set up for Eternal Hold on curve, and that, you know, might just seal up the mirror.
Yeah, and double Cinder's quite a nice way to do it as well, because you're going to feel pretty confident about just nuking down at least a chunk of whatever your opponent's going to play.
I know my opponents always pick up Omen off of the Eternal Hold as well.
Yeah, of course. The classic.
This continues to be a very awkward spot for Kwanwu. Might have to go fishing with a press the attack.
Yeah, it can still follow up with Slumber again, right? Worst case scenario.
Demons.
Yeah, Kwanwu not really too happy with the way this game's being played out right now.
I think it's one of those situations as well where had Kwanwu been on the play, right, then things look just very, very different. He's able to maybe play both slumbers in a row and then, you know, do the hounds to back it up. Because having the slumbers early is very, very nice, but just it kind of had this sequencing of being a little bit awkward, a little bit on the back foot after Maori was able to sort of retake the board with the hounds. I mean, that 4-4 was his turn 2 play, Maori's from a Grim Harvest.
Yeah. And this is the problem, right? That's what I was talking about earlier, where like initially I think Kwanwu had a really nice curve, but Mori managed to get hold of a good enough opening, like you said, got the weapon swing, which helped a lot, got the clear sigils, and then right now, as we can see, because they have hold to like really put their foot down in the game, this is the problem with Kwanwu not being able to have his own hold right now, so he can't really respond, right? This is where you start to just lose all tempo.
My blades will sing.
So much damage.
Infestation can help clear this up, but no healing in sight.
Yeah, and funnily enough, the Gator can come down as well, which could make things a little bit awkward for Kwanwu. Get to clear this up though. That's like sort of big threat 1 dealt with. So going to be some damage you'd expect coming out next turn. Maybe 8 is enough. We'll see. You at least know the hold's not going to proc this turn.
But it's not like Kwanwu's even, you know, sitting on a handful of damage.
No.
You know, if you were thinking, oh, I clear this up and at least I can, you know, maybe set up a 2-turn, but no guaranteed damage in hand, but random demon is not really helping at all. And yeah, this kind of shuts the door on that.
Yeah, not really sure. Gonna discover Fell Spell, of course, but let's have a look.
Flash Flood is clear.
Okay.
Well, somehow it's been evened up. I mean, 5-5. Basically, if Maori doesn't find the lethal here, I think Kwanwu might. Well, I guess there is
Doomguard, there we go, I knew it. I was literally going to say, well, could just get Doomguard and end the day. So yeah, Maori going to take it. Hold actually being the thing that pushed the game over the edge. I think Kwanwu did a great job at trying to set something up. There was a Chaos Strike and of course location still available in hand for the following turn. But yeah, it was just a little bit too rough with the hold just being available and getting to it pretty easily, actually. Kwanwu just lost a bit of steam in that mid-game, which made that a little bit difficult. So Maori starts to fight back, evens up the series 1-1 in what was a surprisingly close game at the end there.
Yeah, I really was impressed with how Kwanwu was able to make it look, you know, very, very close when it seemed in the mid-game that things were just slipping away. You know, had there been a whiff on damage there from Maori, it's very possible that Kwanwu would have been able to close it out on the following turn.
Yeah, there was plenty of options, but now we've got Demon Hunter still left over for Kwanwu, and Warrior for both players, and then the Rogue. So we might end up again where we start talking about Demon Hunter and Rogue maybe not being quite as powerful as everyone assumed they were, and maybe they would just. It's that thing, right? Especially when we're on rotation, where sometimes there's levels to decks, and when they're found, right, because it's like. Okay, the Rogue and Demon Hunter, good decks, but they were also maybe the easiest to build initially and the quickest to just say, okay, this is the fastest good deck we found, and then the meta develops from there, right? We've even seen like aggro Paladin come into play recently. I mean, even just in this tournament, we've seen all the way from Priest to Mage, Quest Mage kicking around. So I do think it might be one of those things. Maybe the players are just very prepared for the decks. These are some of the best players in the world, of course. But there is an element of, were these just the first good decks? And now we're going to start seeing them maybe being either overtaken or tweaked a little bit to be able to withstand that sort of updates to the meta.
Yeah, because, you know, as soon as the balance changes hit, this Demon Hunter was, you know, the very obvious top slot, right? It was, you look at all the stats and it was dominating. And it's certainly fallen off in play rate since then. And yeah, maybe it wasn't as good a bring as it seemed. Certainly Pocket thinks so.
Well, let's get into it. We've got the Warrior versus the Rogue here. Not looking too bad. I see a volcano, so I keep a volcano. That's my rule for Warrior right now.
Yeah. You keep the fire spell with it, though. Quan Wu says no. The dragons are the early game.
I hope Sottle wasn't watching, because he might be personally offended as the world's best Dragon Warrior player.
It does seem like it could be nice, you know, even unactivated for maniacal followers in particular. And, well, I guess, yeah, Maori is not the one with Spy Mistress, as Glacial Shard instead.
Okay, Sottle's informing me you don't keep it, only against Paladin.
There you go.
I think you keep it. It's a volcano. Why wouldn't you want it? Yeah, something tells me I should probably trust Sottle and Quan Wu in this scenario. But yeah, let's get into it. Pretty good start here. Able to get the Dark Gift to discover nice and early.
Interesting. I don't love denying myself a draw, but
oh,
yeah,
that's huge,
Crater
right?
Experiment is. I don't.
Well, purely because you've got
know.
3 into coin 5, right?
Right. Oh, lane pickup is unfortunate.
Yeah, I think there's a very straightforward plan here.
Just awkward turns in the middle, but
I will transcend this world.
yeah. So you
Look,
feed
you can
that
play this and just
4/1
armor up
a
if
dragon.
you need to. It's fine, yeah. And then coin 5 into 5.
Oh, that's true because it'll activate the wind.
Yeah, this seems. Oh, this is my kind of gameplay. I'm glad I'm not having technical issues for this one because this looks like this is definitely my type of game. We are going to see Mario respond, get rid of the 4-3, of course, but little does he know that that is not the real threat right now.
Be curious if he holds this attack. He does know that there is a buffed minion, right? Because you do get to see it go on top of the deck.
Look
Yeah.
at it. Okay, the freezing trap was kind of clutch, though, to be fair.
Freezing trap is pretty good.
Got 2 7/9s, we've got the Wind Peak to follow up with as well.
I think Maori was hoping that whatever was buffed, there would only be one of them, so that the freezing trap could, you know, fully handle the situation.
Does now have this freezing trap active, of course. Got 2 big minions for himself, actually, and has Glacial Shard to delay, you know, the next big thing, right? So this suddenly, I do quite like this approach here from Maori of saying, well, actually, I think it's almost certain that this 7/9 gets bounced if it attacks, obviously, but I think that's almost certain. And if that's the case, then look at the tempo that Maori gains. The Wind Peak doesn't kill these 6/7s, or one of the 6/7s even. And then they can just glacial tempo to move forward and pressure more damage.
Well, and anything smaller that Quan Wu would kind of get on board to try and eat the freezing can just get value traded.
Yeah. And depending on how the board looks at the end of this turn from Quan Wu, Maori could also just slam Sinestra, right? And then go from there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plenty of options to push here.
Oh no! Yeah, I mean, I think he had to know that he's just not winning this if it's freezing.
I
or
think you
it's
just
not-
have to do it, right? Yeah, you
Yeah.
just go in and see.
'cause,
It feels
you just
really bad to do, but if that's any other trap than exactly freezing, you are having the best day, right?
Yeah,
like
I think
it's
you
literally
just win,
what you need
right?
to do.
You
Yeah.
push 11, get another 5 that you ship face, and you've got a precursory strike in hand. But yeah,
Yeah, gonna trade away now. This makes sense. Put a lot of pressure on. Has Syndragosa down. Sinestra, close enough. And just protecting the health total, right? Because we've seen time and time again with this warrior. You think you're safe, you aren't. Like, you may as well just, especially as rogue, like keep your health as high as possible, keeping the ball control. That's looking pretty good.
yeah, knows he's gonna have to torch down that Sinestra. Doubling spells is much too dangerous.
What horror will hatch?
I'm kind of interested on where the swing goes, because is swinging into a 2-2 going to make much difference? I mean, it defends you board a little bit, I guess. But I think Cromwell is definitely counting down the next couple of turns, right? And like, how well can everything line up to Grom?
Yeah, I would have been interested in maybe shipping that damage face. Yeah, Maori just, I mean, we've seen a few times how this card just piles on the pressure, just making a couple of big minions.
He's going to push the damage. Thinking about potential, like hitting through potential armor gain that could happen, and trying his best to set up lethal, of course. Another game kind of on the edge. Both players just so close to like doing everything they can to set up lethal whilst defending from it on the other side.
Yeah, here, I think to be safe, Guanwu is going to have to be able to clear up 2 of these 6/7s, and I believe he only has the capacity to clear up 1.
I'm not sure what spell is on the Discover from the dragon. You know what class?
I do not know.
I wasn't fast. I wasn't fast enough to see it when it was hovered there. I don't think our tracker tells us. Let me check.
No, it's sort of a finicky thing since it's just the... Well, there it is, a druid spell.
Okay.
Well, I don't think any of those are enough. Taking the taunt. And then, yeah, we use torch to remove one of these.
Okay, not bad.
It's okay, but I don't think it's quite enough. And it does get the attack in face. But I believe, let's see, there's a +3/+3 buff in Maori's hand.
There's not much else though, right?
Yeah, I guess nothing else is immediate impact, so we may have to go fishing with the map.
Yeah, the taunt was actually pretty clutch.
Yeah, just good enough breakpoint wise.
And the funny thing here is like Grom pretty resilient to Twilight Mistress, right? Because you just bounce it, you're like, okay, thank you. We go again. Oh, that's gonna be enough.
Oh, there it is. The prep is enough for enough spells to get a second copy of New Moon, and that extra bit of damage is just enough for Maori to squeak over the line there.
Yeah, and suddenly, with Maori getting the win with the Demon Hunter, now getting the Rogue over the line, as I said a little bit earlier, even though I think now Warrior's lost twice this series, I feel confident about Warrior. Oh, was it only lost once? I feel like confident now. Like Mari only has the warrior left, and I feel like it is more than good enough, especially when you're lining up against Demon Hunter and Warrior on the other side. So it's been a really back and forth series so far. I keep changing my mind of who I think is going to win at any given time, and it's not just based on score either. It is just just on the sort of intricacies of what decks the players have left. But I do think that Demon Hunter win for Mari was really clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, winning any mirror often sets you up in a strong position. And then I honestly expected the warrior to be able to roll over the rogue, but they're just, every once in a while it can have these awkward turns where you're setting up a kindred or like you don't have a dragon yet, and so sometimes because you're messing around with two different synergy sets, you've got your fire synergies and your dragon synergies, and then sometimes they don't quite line up.
Well, even in that game, like if that ice trap was any other Hunter trap, right? It's like that game looks pretty different. Now, I'm not saying Quanwu would have just won, but having a whole basically extra minion of that size that either Mari has to deal with or Quanwu gets to hit face with or be aggressive with or whatever, like that's a huge deal, right? Like that, it's definitely not nothing. So that freezing trap may have just been what he needed to go over here. So we are going to see what could be the final game of this match if Mari manages to take it, but Quanwu definitely not done yet. But we are going to have a warrior mirror.
Yeah, and not a lot of difference between the two lists. Royal Librarian in Maori's not going to be doing a whole lot. Only one stadium announcer from Maori as well, and that one gets a bit weird because you're both getting weapons. Hilariously, this is off Dark Rider, but is also in Quanwu's list, the Shadowed Informant.
Yeah, I think the silence is interesting because there's no sort of clear targets, but there are dark gifted minions, right? There are evasive target, stuff like that, right? Like there targets exist. They're not the ones you're playing the librarian for in the deck. Obviously, it's not I'm playing librarian to beat the mirror, right? Like that's obviously not the case, but like there are potential uses for it.
Yeah. And some nice little synergies rolling here. I didn't see where this one drop came from, the Death Knight Mosquito, but being able to
Eternal Toil.
Of course. Yeah. Being able to buff the board there puts Maori in a dominant position.
Yeah, and also just having another thing on the board is really nice because there's just not tons of AoE going around. There's no great clears. Oh, yeah, okay.
I'll take a Draco Rex with Reborn.
Yeah, true.
That seems good. Because these can get very grindy, right? Sometimes if you got just the back and forth. So having just a huge statted minion like that also clears up the board.
Yeah, he definitely got the dragon curve, right? It's got 4 drop now into, again, effectively 4 drop into effectively 5 drop with the wind peak there at the top. So pretty good curve, has retained the board. There is some removal here for Quanwu, of course, but it's not what you want to be spending your turn doing, especially because when we can see that you could spend your turn doing removal, clear up this little bit of a board, which does stack, of course, with the ramp, with the plus stats every turn, but then you just see a giant dragon get dropped down, and then it's, I can't remove this. What do I do now?
I still think it might be worth setting up the volcano with the torch. I understand getting the 4/3 down as well. I think there's arguments for both, but locations are just you set up that investment, and then you've got the value rolling for the next 2 procs. Quanwu able to pick up another defensive Dark Gift here that is activated by the other one. That's 4 mana 3/6 Beast Dragon. The Dragon Turtle, Battle Cry. If you're holding a minion with a Dark Gift, gain +3 attack and I think 6 armor.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, I was definitely looking in the wrong hand for that. But
And I think you can basically use that with the Sanguine Depths to just clean up this Prescient Slither Drake.
What now?
yeah, it lines up surprisingly well.
And also, you know, just like the Great Dracorex, it's got the Reborn resummon itself with full stats. And, you know, that just adds a really sticky element to help Quan Wu kind of claw back onto the board.
Yeah, and fairly resilient to Wind Peak as well.
Interesting. Opting instead to take the trade over the small minion and then just whittle this down for next turn. My guess is he's hoping that Erupting Volcano will do the rest of the job.
Yeah,
but he really...
potentially, yeah. The turn
But
might
you're-
actually end up sucking for Quan Wu next turn, right? If you look at his actual hand, like depending on what he draws, it's like this could go pretty wrong. Because I was gonna say, yeah, this is just saying, well, what if you just go face now? If you, this is what I would do if I was Maori, just say, okay, well, you trade into it then.
Well, so I think his intent was to do this, right? He sets this up with the torch and then is going to hope that Erupting Volcano clears up the
Yeah.
Prescient Slither Drake. And if it didn't, then he can take the trade.
The hover to check.
Oh,
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
tough. You know, consolation, he's still got a 3/6, right? It's Reborn with full stats, but that is a bummer. That is largely Maori's big push, though, right? Now
Yeah.
he's sitting on, you know, much lower impact cards.
And I think this is just purely well, not maybe not purely, but the difference of hitting Dark Gift generators and not, right?
Yeah.
Because there's just so much more value. I mean, there's still a Dracorex in their hand for Quan Wu. Still got Grom. We've seen a lot of turn 1 Groms available in hands for warrior players for some reason.
Yeah.
But there's just more value overall because you've got these Dark Gifted minions. Like this, if this 3/6 didn't exist, Mori's hand is still not great, but he would have like the first step, right? Because the board would be completely empty, and then he could at least develop something. But because the 3/6 just comes back with the enchantment again, it's like with Reborn, sorry, it's pretty frustrating here, and this might already be slipping away from Mori right now.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to set up something, right, with location and these other things, but I think you know that you're a deck that doesn't really get a whole lot of cards, right? There's not a ton of draw, there's a couple of replacement effects. And so looking at just the hand differential and seeing that Quan Wu is still at 21, I think this is probably going to bring us up to an even 2-2.
Yeah, Quan Wu even just saying, no, I'm not going to let you have anything on the board. I'm not going to let any shenanigans go on. Just going to keep the board empty. Because again, at this point, there isn't much Dragon Warrior does from empty board, right? You do need to build up to it. Be able to just get some removal down. Obviously, Volcano plus a fire spell can get something going here. Torch onto the 3/5 can maybe help, but it's just not looking great, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you torch the 3/5, you press the Volcano, get the Peddler down, buff its attack with Sanguine Depths, just so that when it gets value traded into, you do some damage back. But I think as soon as this Dracorex comes down, Maori's done.
Yeah. Or just trying to think of some way that this ends up working out. Still going to play it out, of course. It does have the Fisher as well to be able to potentially secure a kill on the 6/8, depending on how the things go.
Yep.
This is the
Or
good
actually-
order, right? Because you get more from top.
Yep. Trying to maximize damage from the volcano.
Oh, one off.
Would have had the ability there to clean up the Prescient Slither Drake if he attacked it and then finished off with the Sanguine Depths, but I think he knows that that's not how he's going to win the game, looking at their hands.
Tempo Grom. Let's go.
I mean, maybe. You don't
Hey, what
really want
else are you playing this turn, right? Like, why not?
You don't really want a stadium announcer.
And you've just seen a torch go down to what, 4?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not getting like ping torch. It's unlikely to be ping torch, let's say. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
And I don't think you want to risk the trade on the last stand to then miss out on the Grom, right? I think it's too much mana spent. For what you could end up just drawing a little bit dead. Oof.
Yeah. I mean, that clears, I think. It's all you're doing, but it does clear. Still, you've got the 6/4 coming your way.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? You're just giving yourself a slow death over anything else at this point. I imagine Mari's feeling it, 'cause it's like, okay, I'll take out the Grom and get hit for 6. Take out the next thing, get hit for 6. You are just slowly whittling away.
And I think
now to see if Cromwell decides to go for the tradable or whether it's just drop the Dracorax and hold on to it just in case. Drop the Dracorax, say, well, you're not really clearing this. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think in no world do both halves of Dracorex get cleared. It would be a challenge as it is to clear one half. You're gonna be floating 1 mana though. You may as well start with the trade. I feel like
I'm not sure if Cromwell wants to keep it in case of emergency.
Sure. I just don't know what that. I like this, using the small torch just to get a fire spell activation and have Volcano do a lot more damage face.
Just let's be honest, another nothing draw for Mari. Kind of rough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's held on to this Peddler both as a dragon activator and, a Grom bluff. But, yeah, whole lot of nothing. He's maybe gotta just use the torch with the Volcano here, even though it doesn't clear much, in hopes that it all goes face and somehow he doesn't die. But I think he's just dead on board.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Well, yeah, dead with the weapon swing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good there for Cromwell. Is going to even up the match, and then suddenly are we? We're still on the Demon Hunter versus Warrior that's going to be left. Mori with the Warrior, Cromwell with the Demon Hunter to win with. So both players struggling to get these decks over the line. But either way, it's going to be a pretty spicy one because both decks have the explosive capability, right, to just win.
Yeah, absolutely.
With some really high level, high damage towards the mid to late game of that matchup at least, and has some really explosive openings too. So it's all going to come down to this. No doubt both players are feeling it. They know the winner moves on and has a chance at the World Championship, or at least booking this set of slots to the World Championship. There are more later on throughout the year, of course. But you don't really want to have to go and do it all over again, right? So if you've got your chance now, you want to lock it in now. They're only a few matches away, a few wins away from getting there, but this is the first one they've got to finish before they can focus on that. So a lot on the line for these players. As I said, it's going to be the Warrior versus the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to that matchup, I feel like, Prescient Slither Drake, always a card you want, but I think that elusive is very important going into, something like these Demon Hunters. I mean, removal in general, right? It's so rough right now.
Yeah.
And so having a big minion that also has elusive makes things a little bit difficult. Even the way the Demon Hunter tends to have to deal with something like that is, you know, with weapons using their face. If they're lucky, the Garishi Stingers can rush in. You know, so it maybe lines up a little bit better than some decks do. But, yeah, I think Quan Wu is not going to be able to afford any sort of turns off in a matchup like this. There have been a few in some of the other... I'm sorry. Maori is not going to be afford. Maori is the one with the Dragon Warrior. This is the problem with the mirrored lineups. I'm like, who's on which now? Yeah, Maori.
Yeah, they've both played these decks against each other a lot. But yeah, and I agree about the removal. It's interesting. Like, removal is in a rough spot right now, but I like it, right? Because we have had times in the past where it's just you play something, you know it's gone. Right, you can. It doesn't really matter the size of the minion; it can get removed. In like previous metas, previous years, whatever. The power level's got to the point where you just, I'll play this 8/8 on turn 4. Yeah, it's dead straight away. And it's like, oh well, that should feel powerful. But we've really gone back to that now, right? I feel like when you drop big minions, I mean, look at the I forgot the name of the card, the Moss card from Druid. Pretty straightforward. That card
just makes
would have looked terrible
couple of big things.
Like a year or so ago, right? It would have looked awful and maybe, you know, unplayable. But it is just making good statted minions, something a bit beefy, and at worst, your opponent has to commit a decent amount of resources to clear them, or at best they can't clear them, and you can just deal tons and tons of damage. So I quite like the state of the game right now in terms of removal, but we are ready to go. The final game, not only of this series, but of the day, leaving us with only tomorrow left of this weekend's Winter Championship. Maori on the top with the Dragon Warrior versus Quan Wu on the Demon Hunter. There is an Eternal Hold there, so it's sort of the key card available, arguably, for Quan Wu. But a lot of this will be on how much tempo the players can get here, so there'll be a lot of brawling going on in this early game.
Yeah, Quan Wu has got about as fast as a start as he could hope for. You see, he was quite pleased about that Grim Harvest for turn 2.
What horror will hatch?
And very easy ability to get this Horn of Feasting Outcast, one of his best removal tools for Maori's early game. Probably going to be looking to save. Oh, interesting. I think just wants to get the other Horn of Feasting in Outcast position and discounted to be able to use next turn. I like this. Clever use of the carryover discount.
Yeah, of course. And also, it's not like the Sigil's bad to play, right? It's not, I've got to dump this bad card. It's like, no, Sigil's pretty good. This weapon only swings for 2. And the minion only swings for 2, and then it's likely there's going to be something similar there next turn, so... What do we have here?
Double Battle Cry undefeated champion. That does nothing. Destructive Blaze, kind of actively worse when you give it Divine Shield, so yeah.
Nice and simple armor, if possible, but it's going to get that 3/3. And as you said, Horn available now for Quan Wu. Pretty much not guaranteeing a board clear, but close to it, right? Like if you're working out what the expected turn is from your opponent, like pretty close to a board clear.
And actually, you know, apart from Searing Fissure, these warriors don't really have, it's not like they have a lot of whirlwind effects. You know, they don't have the weapon that does the whirlwind. It's just like some activators for Torch. So these two ones that are a little bit annoying.
They seem to put up against some armor, and this again does have that reborn effect, so it will be a little bit difficult to clear. But there's also an element where Quan Wu could just say, you can deal with the rest of this. Obviously now with the rush minions being immune from the Horn, this is fine. But he's going to go for that full clear retain board control, and this is looking pretty good for Quan Wu so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's been really diligent about holding on to that coin to use with Eternal Hold. He feels very good about being in this dominant position going into that turn.
As you said, like, if Mori wants to deal with the board this wide, even with a lot of 1 health minions, it's just a lot of stuff he has to commit, right? We saw there, he had to, the 2-mana removal, weapon swing, and there's still 2 more. Coin, there's the nod from Mori. He knows what's coming. Eternal Hold. The winner is...
And what are the hits? Asphyxiate on. That's a good one.
Not too bad at all. There's also just pretty solid follow-up from Quan Wu as well, if you look at the rest of the hand. Grim Harvest, obviously maybe a little bit slow, but also very quickly getting to the point where it's a very playable card, right? It's just 2 mana go, whatever. But having Horn, having Hounds as well available, like this is looking quite solid, and Mori has to put in some work to fight back here, because I can't see a way that this Asphyxian actually dies this turn.
Yeah, 12 health is just a huge amount. That without Torch, Maori doesn't have much hope of clearing it without setting up multiple turns, and that Asphyxian on end of turn effect is just going to do even more work here.
And there's even more Raptors, the clean kill.
Although he doesn't even need them, right? The Asphyxian on end of turn.
Yeah.
Cleans it up for him.
Basically saved a 2-1, right? Like in a 2-1 go face. But again, it's just difficult to clear this many minions, and then next turn there's going to be hold up again. And I always think it's nice for the Demon Hunter when the minion they got from the first proc of hold survives till the second proc, right? Because then you sort of like just tiding it over and keeping the pressure with the free demons quite well.
We've got to fight for the agent.
Well, and a lot of times, like, you need to take something defensive on the first one, because you don't have any mana to spare. But I think
looking great.
If Quan Wu picks up an Inquisitor, that's game. If he picks up a Doomguard, that could be game. There's just a lot.
To a certain extent, another Asphyxian, right? Is like kind
sure.
of game, kind of.
I mean, Quan Wu actually almost wants to kill off these 2-1s just to have the board space. I think he's going to Broxigar's Last Stand just to make the space.
Yeah, and then just play the dogs, right? And that's just game, regardless, I think. Yeah.
I was thinking
without the stand.
I didn't see that this was corrupted Ashbringer. I thought it was the Demon Hunter weapon. Yeah, that's just
right, yeah, that's just going to be enough. And Quan Wu is going to be your victor in this matchup and move on to the top 8 tomorrow. Huge congratulations, but an extremely close match. Genuinely, the amount of times I changed my mind as to who I thought was favored this match was quite often, and for many different reasons. So yeah, really cool there to see Quan Wu get the job done. I cast his last match as well, and I think considering how tough some of the games were over the course of the last 2 matches, he's a very calm player. Like, it shows some excitement when good things happen, or whatever, but overall just very calm, very solid. So I'm excited to see what he can do tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And we should. That is the final group, so that will tell us exactly who we have to look forward to tomorrow. I believe we've got everyone's pick except Pocket in the.
Yeah, I like the way that's the focus. Look, I've got to be nice to Pocket now because he covered for me when I had some issues being on broadcast. So I've got to be nice, but a fact is a fact. At the end of the day, isn't it? You can't really argue with that. I still think I'm doing the best because everyone was laughing at Shaman before the weekend.
You took, I think, a 3-0-3-0 or something similar.
It was always going to happen, wasn't it? It was no messing around. So yeah, really happy with the predictions so far. Pocket will get there. He's got time. He'll improve. He'll be fine.
Of course,
me, who's one of the worst prediction casters ever. I was going to
say we're just harping on this one because usually my pick is immediately 0-2 out of groups. So, we see Group A, Vision and Savor pulling through over Lucas and Method. Lucas, of course, Pocket's pick. Me, Smile, and Brain Piece getting out of Group B over Maverick and Nature.
Yeah, that was a tough one on that last match last night between Brainpiece and Maverick. I was casting that, and that was definitely a mind bender with the mage mirrors. I nearly didn't even understand who I was anymore after that match, I'll be honest. And then we had Gyu, of course, just breezing through, no doubt. And then Gabby going through as well, doing the long run. Right, for Gabby going through as many matches as possible. Probably just wants to be on camera enough times, it's fine. And then, of course, we've finished with Group D with Jack and Kwanwu going through. Again, Kwanwu doing a long day, right, of matches. Must have been exhausting overall. And the important thing now is to get a lot of rest for tomorrow, because this is what your quarterfinals are going to look like. And as I said, with that third place match, you can see at the bottom of that graphic, winning in the quarterfinals is huge, because it puts you in the position that even if you don't win your semi-final, you'll still potentially be in there with a third place finish and therefore a spot to BlizzCon for the World Championship. So really exciting top 8 there. I'm a bit sad that Q's facing Kwanwu, because I quite like Kwanwu from what I've seen of him this tournament specifically. But I mean, Q's getting there; it's not a problem, is it? So we'll see. What's the quarterfinal you've got your eye on for tomorrow?
Well, Jake versus Gabby, of course. Jake being my pick, and if we're correct in that Brazilian lineup being a kind of counter quest mage, well, Gabby's got the quest mage, so
what more can you want, right?
Yeah, well, we'll see if he can make it happen.
Yeah, that'll be pretty interesting. But like I said, it's super interesting to see how tomorrow's going to play out. Like I said, a lot of pressure on the players. Hopefully, they can get as much rest as possible before we start again tomorrow. But I'm excited for it. We're going to see who the players are that are going to go to the World Championship, or at least 3 of them so far, of course. And it is going to be at BlizzCon, which I genuinely cannot wait for. So really looking forward to that. But we are going to be done for the day. But remember, we are going to be back tomorrow with that top 8. So make sure to tune in then. Thanks all for watching. I'll see you next time.